Introduction. In the world of Douluo Continent, a catastrophic collapse looms when suddenly a divine sound reverberates. Detection indicates that the host is on the verge of reincarnation. The setting program has been initiated. Current world detected as Douluo Continent, which is relatively weak. Host reincarnation may lead to instantaneous collapse of the Douluo Continent, initiating modification of the world's origin. Modification of the world's origin failed. Reconfiguring plan, direct activation of the multiverse fusion scheme. Commencing fusion with the world of battle through the heavens is complete. Fusion with the world of perfect world is complete. Fusion with the world of swallowing the stars is complete. The countless worlds have been fused. The origin of the Douluo Continent has been modified through world fusion. The entire world of Douluo has been transformed as a result. Throughout this journey, the young Nezha gradually awakens memories of his past life, discovering that his rebirth in this realm is no mere accident, but rather a conspiracy that threatens to upend the world. Confronted with an uncertain fate, Nezha rises from Douluo, battling across the multiverse, defying the ages. If the celestial path is unjust, he shall rend it asunder. If fate is unfair, he shall shatter it. Chapter 1. Celestial Anomaly, Nezha's Arrival. In the Douluo Continent, within the Hall of the Pope in Spirit Hall, the atmosphere is so tense it feels palpable. Bibi Dong has been pregnant for 9 months and 3 weeks, yet still awaits delivery. This prolonged gestation has enveloped the entire Spirit Hall with an air of unease. Today, as dawn breaks, an extraordinary aurora suddenly emerges on the horizon, fiery red and electric purple, intertwining and swirling, painting half the sky in a magnificent yet eerie spectacle. In an instant, ominous clouds converge rapidly from all directions, like 1,000 troops thundering forth, layering upon the skies above Spirit Hall, suffocating all beneath their weight. Douluo stands in the courtyard, brow furrowed, gazing at the bizarre phenomenon, his heart filled with trepidation. The elders of the Spirit Hall beside him wear anxious expressions and whisper among themselves. Such a spectacle, could it herald great calamity? What tremendous pressure! I have already attained the rank of title Douluo, yet I am still overwhelmed by this immense force. What could it be? Yuguan, why do you seem unfazed? Elder Qianjun jested, your prowess surpasses mine. At this moment, I find myself drenched in sweat, utterly spent. I must first expel some blood. As his words faded, Yuguan collapsed to the ground, blood spewing forth from his mouth as if it were of no consequence. The onlookers gasped in shock, fearing he might perish on the spot. Yet their own conditions were hardly better. Everyone clenched their fists, their expressions taut, evidently straining to endure the moment. Let this be a sign of auspiciousness, Douluo murmured, equally tense, his gaze fixed intently on the Pope's chamber, his fists tightening unconsciously. Within the birthing room, Bibi Dong appeared pale, her garments soaked in perspiration, gritting her teeth to withstand the immense agony. The midwives hurried about, their faces etched with anxiety, yet they found themselves powerless to act. Amidst the palpable tension, a blinding beam of golden light pierced the clouds like a sword, shooting directly toward the Pope's chamber. In an instant, the entire hall was illuminated as if it were midday. From within the golden radiance, the faint echoes of dragon roars and tiger howls could be discerned. Following this, a thunderous explosion reverberated, as if the very heavens and earth were trembling in that moment. With a deafening sound, a kaleidoscope of colors surged forth from Bibi Dong's chamber, the hues dancing in the air like ethereal silk. Amidst the brilliance, a blood-red orb rose slowly, encircled by mysterious runes that glimmered with a soft luminescence, leaving onlookers in awe. Upon witnessing this, Douluo was taken aback, his soul rings activating simultaneously as he vigilantly focused on the crimson sphere. Suddenly, the red orb detonated violently with a resounding bang, the overwhelming shockwave sending those nearby staggering backward. As the dust settled, a plump, cherubic infant floated serenely in the void, resembling a sprite descended from the heavens. Upon closer inspection, the little one had lustrous black hair wildly billowing about. Yet the once clear, bright eyes now bore enormous dark circles, as if the child had endured several sleepless nights. While the crowd marveled in astonishment, the infant began to drift gently downward. Douluo, witnessing this spectacle, hurriedly rushed forward, arms outstretched, eager to embrace this precious grandchild fallen from the sky into his warm embrace. Could this truly be my grandchild? He exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief, murmuring to himself. He then swallowed hard several times, attempting to quell the tumultuous emotions swelling within him. Overwhelmed with affection for the little one before him, he could no longer contain his delight and impulsiveness, eagerly opening his arms, a loving expression gracing his face as he called out to the infant, "Child, come to your grandfather. I am your grandfather." Upon hearing Qianyu's tender call, the infant blinked its large, watery eyes, unhesitatingly extending its chubby little arms, and with a voice as pure as a celestial melody, it chirped sweetly, "Yea. Grandpa, did you all hear that? My grandson can call me Grandpa now." Qianyu's voice trembled with excitement, and his smile radiated like the brilliant warmth of the spring sun. Suddenly blessed with such an adorable grandson, he was overwhelmed with joy, completely immersed in a sea of happiness from which he could not extricate himself. At this very moment, his affectionate gaze remained fixated on the little child, brimming with boundless adoration for his grandson. Moreover, Douluo mused inwardly that the astonishing celestial phenomena accompanying his grandson's birth surely indicated extraordinary potential. The mere thought of the talent test he would conduct 6 years hence filled him with eager anticipation. He could scarcely imagine what extraordinary gifts this little one would unveil at that time. Just picturing it sent waves of excitement coursing through him. The tiny child continued to joyfully wave his chubby, delicate hands, babbling away in delightful sounds. "Grandpa's here, Grandpa's here," Douluo said, tears of joy welling his eyes as he cradled the little one in his arms, exclaiming, "This is my grandson. My grandson possesses the potential to become a deity." Meanwhile, the surrounding elders of the spirit hall gasped for breath, their astonishment palpable as they gazed at the infant. Had this little one been born a moment later, many among them would have likely succumbed to the overwhelming pressure. The earlier aura had been so terrifying that even they, with their formidable strength, felt their souls tremble. The slightly weaker tidal Da, Jiu and Fei suffered tremendous injuries, their soul power diminished, and it seemed they would require several months to recover. "Is this child not sleeping in his mother's womb?" one elder remarked, unable to suppress his astonishment at the child's dark eye circles. Such circles are rarely seen, as most would have perished before reaching such a state. Upon hearing this, Qianyu's expression soured, and he shot a glance at the elder who spoke. "What do you know? It's clear my grandson has been cultivating in his mother's womb." The elder quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, the grand elder speaks wisely. I was indeed short-sighted." Everyone present was filled with excitement at the sight of the newborn, their eyes reflecting an indulgent affection, as if beholding a precious gem. At long last, I have a grandson, Douluo thought, overwhelmed with emotions that words could scarcely convey. Though he already had a granddaughter, he had long fantasized about having a grandson. 9 long years he had waited, and now his dream had finally come to fruition. Indeed, 9 years. With such an imposing presence, this young saint seems to herald the arrival of a celestial being. The spectacle of his birth is unparalleled throughout the entire Douluo Continent, both unprecedented and unheard of, one elder exclaimed in admiration. "Behold, it appears that the young saint is destined to suppress an era truly. The heavens have favored our spirit hall. I am most curious about the young saint's innate talent. What powerful spirit do you think he shall awaken when he turns 6? Remarked another elder with eager anticipation. Though the spirit hall stands as the pinnacle of power on the Douluo Continent, it still lacks the military strength necessary for unification. After all, the continent is not solely dominated by the spirit hall, the 7 great sects, and the 2 great empires are formidable forces not to be underestimated. While these factions seem to maintain a facade of peace with the spirit hall, they are secretly amassing strength and plotting a great battle looms on the horizon for the spirit hall. "Great elder, perhaps we should bestow a name upon the child?" someone suggested. "Indeed, my grandson deserves a fitting name," Douluo mused as he gazed upon the infant in his arms. Various names flitted through his mind, yet none felt quite suitable. Just as he found himself at a loss, someone spoke up. "Elder, observe the golden ring around the young saint's neck. It bears an inscription. Nezha?" Douluo looked closely at the words inscribed upon the ring, softly uttering the name before breaking into a warm smile. "It seems the heavens have orchestrated everything perfectly henceforth. You shall be called Nezha." Chapter 2. Is this too cruel? As the name Nezha echoed in the air, the previously serene infant stirred in his embrace, seemingly understanding, and began to coo joyfully. That tender and cheerful sound bore a magical quality, instantly illuminating the faces of those around with radiant smiles. Witnessing the adorable little one so delighted by his name filled their hearts with joy and anticipation. At that moment, a voice, weak yet brimming with excitement, suddenly pierced the air. "My child." Accompanying this voice, a figure clad in a flowing white gown slowly emerged from the grand entrance of the papal hall. It was none other than Bibi Dong, the current pope of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong's steps were somewhat unsteady, her form appearing fragile, for she had carried Nezha for a full 9 years and had only just given birth, leaving her in a state of extreme weakness. Her exquisite face, now pale as a blank canvas, bore no trace of color. Yet, despite her frail condition, the joy radiating from her eyes was so profound that it seemed capable of dispelling all weariness and suffering. In the presence of Nezha's arrival into the world, Bibi Dong undoubtedly felt the greatest joy among all present. For Nezha was her true child, the bond of blood, deep and unbreakable, was vividly expressed in that moment. In contrast, even her biological daughter, Qian Renxue, held a significantly lesser place in her heart compared to Nezha. It is essential to understand that the birth of Qian Renxue was merely a means to fulfill her own ambitions. She did not invest any genuine emotions into Qian Renxue. The blood coursing through Qian Renxue's veins belonged to the one she despised deeply, unlike Nezha, whose blood was uniquely her own. This tale harkens back to a certain evening 9 years ago. On that night, she was engrossed in her cultivation when suddenly, a crimson orb descended from the heavens, entering her womb. From that very moment, she became pregnant. Over the years, she was acutely aware that the life within her was extraordinary, nurturing the child with utmost care, and today, she finally beheld the fruits of her labor. The child emerged from her womb with a remarkable presence, far from being ordinary. "I want milk." Upon seeing Bibi Dong, little Nezha waved his chubby hands and exclaimed, "Milk! I want grandma's milk." What miracle! To speak so fluently upon birth is truly unprecedented, chuckled an elder, stroking his beard with delight. Qian Douluo cradled little Nezha and approached Bibi Dong, cautiously handing the child to her with a warm smile. "Donger, you have endured much over the years. I have little to offer you and my grandson, but this pair of mother-child bracelets, a treasure I obtained from the extreme flame land, shall serve as a gift for you both." From his sleeve, he produced a pair of fiery-colored bracelets, adorning one on little Nezha's wrist. Bibi Dong gazed in astonishment at the bracelet on Nezha's wrist. With her discernment, she recognized that this was no ordinary item. The mere aura emanating from it caused a ripple in her soul power, and with such a treasure enveloping Nezha, it would undoubtedly be beneficial. However, Bibi Dong refrained from expressing her gratitude to Qian Douluo and turned to enter the papal palace, cradling little Nezha. Alas, Qian Douluo sighed as he watched Bibi Dong's retreating figure. "This is all the bitter fruit sown by my unfilial son." In the blink of an eye, 3 years slipped by unnoticed. Within the Spirit Hall city, news of little Nezha spread far and wide, leaving a profound impression even on passing cats and dogs. Naturally, such information travels swiftly. Beyond the city, numerous factions had also caught wind of the rumors. Yet little Nezha remained as enigmatic as a legend. Logically, the Spirit Hall, with its immense power, could effortlessly suppress such news evidently. These rumors were intentionally disseminated by the Spirit Hall itself, though the reasons behind this remained a mystery to all. "Jar, hurry and finish your milk, we must head to school," Bibi Dong urged gently, sitting beside little Nezha in the papal palace, her delicate hand caressing his head as she encouraged him to enjoy his breakfast. Despite the mere passage of 3 years, the little Nezha has proven to be quite remarkable, stirring up chaos throughout the spirit city, resembling a mischievous little demon. In exasperation, Bibi Dong had no choice but to send him to the academy for an early cultural education. Otherwise, this little imp would surely be a source of endless headaches for her. I know, little Nezha replied impatiently, lifting a bowl and downing its contents in one gulp, causing Bibi Dong to wear a look of anxiety as she began to suspect that this little ancestor might be seeking revenge. This little ancestor, weighing in at 40 pounds, had at least 13 pounds of rebellious spirit, making him a constant source of concern. After consuming a large bowl of milk, little Nezha's face turned beet red and hot, feeling slightly dizzy from the drink. For who would have imagined that one could feel queasy from milk? Fortunately, due to his unique physique, little Nezha absorbed the nutrients swiftly. Had this been 2 years prior, a single sip of milk would have sent him into a 3-day slumber. After breakfast, Bibi Dong took little Nezha's hand and personally escorted him to school. However, Just as they stepped outside, Qian Daolu had been waiting for quite some time. Donger, since you lack the time to care for Nezha, allow me to personally oversee him. How can a mere 3-year-old be sent to school? Qian Daolu said with a scowl. Your indulgence does him no favors. You should be well aware of this. I do not wish for my child to lack the ability to think independently when faced with challenges in the future, Bibidong replied calmly. But he is still so young, merely 3 years old. Hearing Bibidong's words, Qian Daolu immediately grew displeased, believing that sending a child to school at such a tender age was indeed too harsh, as children typically entered school at least by the age of 6. You need not say more, my decision is final. Bibidong, holding little Nezha's hand, paid no heed to Qian Daolu and departed. Very well, Qian Daolu sighed heavily and remarked, in that case, I shall accompany my grandson to school from now on. You will have no say in the matter. Upon learning that little Nezha was to be sent to school by Bibidong, numerous elders from the Spirit Hall rushed to express their concerns. Isn't sending him to school at merely 3 years old a bit too cruel? An elder from the Hall of Offerings lamented. Such a lack of rights. Little Nezha sighed lightly to the sky, looking pitifully at Qian Daolu. Hey, didn't you say that the Spirit Hall was under your authority? Why must you still heed this woman's whims? Qian Daolu replied. With a twitch of his eye, Qian Daolu retorted, what do you, a mere hairless child, understand? Once you grasp the intricacies of human relationships, you will appreciate your grandfather's good intentions. Nezha, what's this? At that moment, a voice as gentle as a spring breeze floated over. A woman clad in an exquisite gown approached little Nezha, holding out a ball. Little Nezha received the ball with both hands, and his large, dark eyes sparkled with excitement. Great ball. How about we play a game before heading to school? Little Nezha resembled a vibrant little sun, looking up at Bibidong with joy, and exclaimed, how about we just have one match? Chapter 3. Such enlightenment at the age of 3? East, if you cannot acquiesce to such a modest request, it seems rather excessive, came the serene voice of Qian Daolu. Akin to the placid surface of a lake, Bibidong furrowed her delicate brows slightly, gently pinching the space between them with her jade-like fingers. Her movements as tender as a gentle breeze caressing the tender petals of a flower. Her gaze, tender and affectionate, fell upon the adorable young Nezha before her. She extended her slender hand, lightly stroking the round little head of Nezha, a faint smile gracing her lips as she softly said, you must keep your word. Once you finish this match, we shall head to school. All right. Upon hearing Bibidong's words, little Nezha erupted with joy, akin to a newly fledged bird discovering the joy of flight. He danced with glee, his small hands flailing joyfully in the air, clutching the round ball tightly. It sparkled brilliantly under the sunlight, resembling a radiant star. In a swift moment, little Nezha hurled the ball into the air. With remarkable agility, he leapt, swinging his right foot with force, delivering a powerful kick to the ball. As he struck, the ball transformed into a streak of lightning, hurtling towards the distant Yueguan. Accompanied by Nezha's clear and resonant shout, Grandfather Yueguan, catch the ball. However, Yueguan was entirely unprepared for the incoming projectile. As he realized the ball was racing towards him like a bolt of lightning, his pupils dilated in shock, his expression one of utter disbelief. I am not ready. Yet. It was too late. He had no opportunity to evade. With a resounding crash, the ball collided with Yueguan's body. In an instant, he was sent flying backward, much like a scarecrow struck by a powerful cannonball, lacking any means of resistance. His form traced a long arc through the air before crashing heavily against a nearby wall. The dull thud echoing around. The once sturdy wall, subjected to such a tremendous impact, fissured like a spider's web torn asunder, revealing a multitude of crisscrossing cracks. Yueguan, are you all right? An elder approached, concern etched on his face. I am fine, Elder Xiechingwan. It still holds, Yueguan replied with a wry smile. It has been so long, yet the lesson seems unlearned, someone remarked, shaking their head. When little Nezha caught the ball, everyone present immediately activated their martial souls, deploying various protective techniques, yet Yueguan's reaction was somewhat sluggish. This awareness had only emerged over the years. Despite being merely 3 years old, little Nezha's strength was undeniably terrifying. Within the entire Douluo Continent, few could rival his physical prowess. Even the elders of the Spirit Hall, without unleashing their martial spirits, dared not recklessly engage in a game of ball with the young Nezha. Bibidong, standing nearby, couldn't help but smile with joy and pride as she beheld the scene before her. She mused to herself, truly, my precious child, at merely 3 years of age, possesses such formidable strength. By the time he awakens his martial spirit at 6, he will undoubtedly become the most dazzling presence on the continent. With this thought, her affection for her son intensified, becoming almost overwhelming. At that moment, young Nezha stood a short distance away, deftly spinning the ball on his fingertip. The orb radiated a peculiar glow, seemingly infused with boundless energy. Nezha was utterly captivated by this ball, for it surpassed any he had previously played with. His face beamed with excitement and joy. Meanwhile, Yuguan, who had just struggled to rise from a pile of rubble, brushed off the dust and debris from his body, looked up at Nezha, and gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Our Nezha is truly remarkable. Your kicking skills were simply magnificent. Come on, continue. This time, Grandpa, you will surely catch your ball." With renewed determination, Yuguan focused his energy and summoned his martial spirit. Hearing Yuguan's encouragement, Nezha laughed joyfully and shouted back, "All right, Grandpa, you, be ready to catch it this time." Without hesitation, he exerted all his strength and kicked the ball fiercely in Yuguan's direction. In that instant, the ball soared like a lightning bolt piercing through the night sky, racing towards Yuguan with astonishing speed. As it traveled, it stirred a fierce gale, its roaring sound echoing like the wrath of a dragon. As the ball accelerated, it transformed into a straight black line, its velocity astonishing. In the blink of an eye, it was upon Yuguan. Second soul skill. Realizing the situation, Yuguan retreated rapidly, activating his second soul ring. Just as the black line reached him, a thunderous crash erupted, sending dust swirling and winds howling. When the dust settled, Yuguan held the ball tightly in his hands. A faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Nezha, it's 1-1 now. Grandpa Yu is indeed impressive, but I didn't unleash my full strength just yet. Let's continue." Young Nezha stood firm, taking a deep breath and assuming a poised stance to gather his energy. Yuguan gulped nervously, forcing a smile onto his rigid face. "All right. Let this next ball decide the outcome. Be sure to catch it." Little Nezha broke into a broad smile, lifting his foot to deliver a powerful kick. In that fleeting moment, the force behind his strike echoed like thunder. Had the ball not been exceptionally sturdy, it might have shattered instantly. Boom. A resounding roar reverberated through the air, and soon after, Yuguan was carried away on a stretcher, leaving the scene behind. Upon entering the school gates, one is akin to a fish plunging into the vast ocean or a bird returning to its forest. A world of delightful and intriguing companions awaits you. Who knows? Perhaps one day you might just encounter a charming little sister who makes your heart flutter. Ha ha ha. As they journeyed, Douluo steadily supported little Nezha on his back, animatedly describing the vibrant life that awaited them at school. However, Nezha seemed utterly disinterested, rolling his eyes dramatically and muttering weakly, "Humph, what little sister? I couldn't care less. With no thoughts of women in my mind, my sword remains sharp. Those females would only hinder my swiftness in drawing it." With that, he pretended to toss his head back, as if he were already a master who had transcended the mundane world. Chapter 4. Nezha enters school upon hearing Nezha's proclamation. Douluo could no longer contain himself and burst into hearty laughter, shaking his head as he exclaimed, "Ha, you little rascal. At such a tender age. Where did you learn all these peculiar expressions?" His laughter echoed through the air, infusing the surroundings with a palpable joy. Before long, the group arrived at the Martial Soul Academy. The grand entrance loomed like an imposing castle, majestic and elegant. Crafted from incredibly sturdy stainless steel, the door boasted smooth, flowing lines reminiscent of a gentle stream, its silver sheen dazzling under the sunlight, resembling the brilliant stars in the night sky, exuding an unparalleled modernity. The apex of the door formed a graceful curve, akin to a crescent moon suspended in the heavens, adorned with exquisite metal carvings and the emblem of the Martial Soul Palace, symbolizing glory and strength, radiating brilliance. Flanking the entrance were robust marble pillars, polished to a mirror-like finish, inscribed with the 4 characters of Martial Soul Academy in golden letters that shimmered dazzlingly in the sunlight. This was the Martial Soul Academy. Even the grand entrance alone exuded an air of opulence. As one stepped through the majestic, antiquely styled gates, a sense of solemnity enveloped them. Looking up, the teachers of the Martial Soul Academy donned identical black robes, standing tall like a row of proud poplars. The youthful students, brimming with vitality, wore immaculate uniforms, their ranks impeccably aligned, as if forged through rigorous training. Their gazes were like blazing flames, filled with fervor, directed unwaveringly towards Bibi Dong. From their reverent expressions, it was evident that these individuals had been awaiting this moment for a considerable time, solely to welcome the arrival of Her Holiness, the Pope of the Martial Soul Palace. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in luxurious attire, exuding a composed demeanor, approached with steady steps. His countenance was serious yet respectful, and his posture was as upright as a pine tree. Upon reaching a short distance ahead, he suddenly halted, then without hesitation, knelt on one knee and bowed his head, proclaiming, "Most esteemed Pope, little saint, on behalf of all the faculty and students of the Soul Master Academy, I extend my profound respect and joy in welcoming your esteemed presence." His voice resonated, filled with reverence. This man was none other than Arnold, the current principal of the Soul Master Academy. The previously bustling crowd fell into a hushed silence, with all eyes fixated on the middle-aged man and Pope Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong raised her hand slightly, and a gentle force lifted the man from his kneeling position. No need for such formalities, her cold voice echoed in the air. The crowd gazed up at this powerful and enigmatic Pope, their eyes brimming with admiration. Bibi Dong scanned the surroundings and slowly spoke. "I have come today to inspect the Academy and to seek out individuals of potential for the elite reserve of the Spirit Hall. The Continental Elite Soul Master Competition is not far off, and selections will be made directly from the Spirit Hall's elite reserve." As her words fell, the students erupted in excitement. Being recognized by the Spirit Hall was indeed a tremendous honor. Amidst the crowd, a young boy with a determined gaze and a hint of stubbornness caught Bibidong's attention. Seemingly sensing something, her sharp eyes swiftly locked onto the boy not far away. She parted her lips and gently commanded, "You, step forward." Though her voice was soft, it carried an undeniable authority. At the sound of her summons, the boy paused momentarily, then took a deep breath as if to suppress all his inner anxieties and tensions. Gradually, he took steady steps towards Bibi Dong. As he approached, her beautiful and profound eyes fixed on him, and she inquired, "What is your name? How old are you?" "My name is Yan, and I have just turned 13. The boy replied, neither subservient nor arrogant. He appeared ordinary, yet his robust physique was striking, with fiery red long hair and flame-like patterns adorning his body. Even his irises were a dark crimson. "You are quite impressive. You may directly enter the elite reserve without examination," Bibi Dong remarked softly. At just 13, he had already attained the rank of Soul Master, showcasing remarkable talent. "Esteemed Pope, the boy hesitated, taking a deep breath before continuing. "I wish to rely on my own strength." "Oh." Bibidong's brows furrowed slightly, an invisible pressure causing the boy to feel a momentary constriction in his breath. In a calm tone, she asked, "Do you understand what you are saying?" Yet, in the face of such a formidable and revered figure, the boy showed no signs of retreat. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his courage to respond. "Respected Pope, I have always held a deep admiration and respect for the elite reserve. However, I do not wish to depend upon the benevolence of others to gain entry into the martial soul hall. I aspire to enter on the strength of my own true capabilities." As he spoke these words, the youth's eyes gleamed with a resolute light, revealing a determination that refused to yield to fate. Yet, upon hearing the boy's declaration, Dean Arnold could not help but smirk, stepping forward to give him a sharp rap on the head. "Are you foolish? Even if you are recommended, you are still eligible to take the entrance exam for the elite reserve department." Is that so?" The boy's face flushed crimson, and he felt an overwhelming urge to find a crevice in the ground to hide in, realizing he had nearly forfeited this splendid opportunity. Overcome with regret, he reflected on this revelation. Upon hearing the boy's response, Bibi Dong momentarily paused, clearly taken aback by such an unexpected answer. However, a delicate smile soon graced her exquisite features, akin to the enchanting bloom of spring flowers. "Very well. It is indeed rare for a young person to possess such ambition. I look forward to witnessing your success in entering the elite reserve department through your own prowess, and subsequently excelling within it." With that, Bibi Dong gracefully waved her hand, signaling for the boy to withdraw. She then elegantly turned away, her steps light yet composed, as she began to meticulously inspect every corner of the academy. Her resplendent robe flowed gently with her movements, accentuating her graceful figure and poise. Her noble and striking presence resembled the most brilliant star in the night sky, drawing the gaze of all around her wherever she went. As she passed, those who had previously been immersed in their tasks halted, bowing respectfully and collectively greeting her with, "We pay our respects, Your Majesty." The atmosphere became solemn and reverent, showcasing the unparalleled status Bibi Dong held in the hearts of the people. At that moment, Bibi Dong suddenly halted and addressed Dean Arnold. "Arnold, from this day forth, I entrust Jar to you. You should understand my reasons for bringing Jar to enroll here. I hope you will not disappoint me. Rest assured, Your Holiness, I will certainly nurture the young saint into a remarkable talent," Dean Arnold replied, clasping his hands in salute. Chapter 5. Zhadar's online brick-slapping encounter suddenly. A shrill voice pierced the air. One of the students shouted hoarsely, "Everyone, come quick and look. Just see what a peculiar appearance this newcomer has. This face is simply too bizarre. It looks like a frightful monster." As soon as he finished speaking, a throng of onlookers nodded in agreement, echoing, "Indeed, this fellow is hard to behold. I cannot fathom how he came to look so abstract. I heard from others that his name is Nezha, always hunched over. His visage is as unsightly as can be, complete with large, dark circles under his eyes. He resembles a ghost that has emerged from the underworld." Laughter echoed, a sound so potent it seemed to echo through the very fabric of reality. Never had I encountered such an abominable spectacle in all my days. The harsh and jarring words pierced the air, reaching the ears of the young Nezha, whose once fair and delicate visage darkened instantly, akin to a sky heavy with storm clouds before tempestuous weather strikes. He remained silent, bending down in silence, extending a small hand to grasp a remarkably sturdy stone brick from the ground. Astonishingly, he effortlessly pried the brick from its resting place. With one hand positioned strategically, he kicked at his own trousers, while the other wielded the stone, striding purposefully toward the group of students who had just ridiculed him. By the side, Bibi Dong had yet to react when a cacophony of anguished cries, reminiscent of a slaughterhouse, erupted, piercing the serene atmosphere of the Soul Master Academy. The screams crescendoed, echoing as if to pierce the heavens themselves. Unfazed by the chaos around him, Nezha casually dusted off his small hands, removing the dirt that clung to them. With a spark of mischief dancing in his eyes, he turned to those strewn across the ground, a playful grin gracing his lips. "How does it feel now? Enjoying yourselves?" His tone resembled that of an innocent child inquiring if his friends were having fun, yet in this grim context, his words sent chills down one's spine. Observing the horrific scene, Qiandao Lu approached Nezha, patting his shoulder with pride. "Truly my grandson, remarkable indeed." Just then, Bibi Dong's icy gaze, colder than the stars, fell upon Arnold, her expression as frigid as the winter's breath. "It seems you have lingered too long in your position as dean," she stated, her voice a chilling whisper that resonated like thunder, causing a shiver to ripple through all present. The suddenness of her words struck Arnold like a bolt from the blue, and he felt as if he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast, an invisible pressure enveloping him, rendering his breaths labored. "It is due to my subordinates' mismanagement and negligence that such a severe oversight occurred. I am profoundly remorseful for failing to live up to the trust and nurturing bestowed upon me by Her Holiness the Pope. I am prepared to accept any punishment to atone for this transgression." He knelt, trembling, prostrating himself upon the cold, unyielding ground, forehead pressed firmly against the earth as if it could alleviate the terror and unease churning within him. Beads of sweat, resembling yellow peas, cascaded down his brow, pooling into a damp patch upon the dusty floor, while his mind raced chaotically, filled with curses and despair. "A group of short-sighted miscreants, who granted you such audacity? How dare you offend the esteemed young saint? It is akin to directly affronting the exalted Pope. The issue lies not only in these fools wishing for their own demise, but also in dragging him down with them." Upon witnessing the murderous intent flickering in Bibidong's eyes, Arnold's body trembled involuntarily, for he understood the gravity of the situation and the terrifying repercussions it could bring upon him, his fear intensifying. Bibi Dong gently caressed the head of the young Nezha, smiling as she asked, "My dear, how would you like to punish these individuals? Shall we eliminate them entirely?" Hearing Bibi Dong address the young Nezha, Arnold's heart raced. Did this not mean their fates rested entirely in the hands of the young saint? He did not wish for death. Turning on his knees, he knelt before the young Nezha, clasping the saint's thigh with both hands, weeping uncontrollably as he pleaded, "Young saint, I implore you to spare us." Others, witnessing this, dared not hesitate and promptly knelt around the young Nezha, wailing in despair. "Oh, young master, we did not know it was you who we offended. Please do not take our lives. What shall we do? I do not wish to die." The young Nezha, nonchalantly placing his hands on his hips and turning with flair, declared, "These individuals shall be my pets henceforth. Killing them would render my campus life unbearably dull." Upon hearing the young Nezha's words, everyone collapsed to the ground, finally exhaling in relief, as though they had narrowly escaped the gates of death. Just then, a melodious voice rang out. A golden-haired girl approached swiftly, accompanied by a silver-haired boy. Bibi Dong nodded slightly, a flicker of astonishment crossing her features. The golden-haired girl was named Hulaina, and the silver-haired boy was Xiaoyu. Both talents she had discovered years prior. In just a few short years, they had ascended to the status of sole respect. Such aptitude is rare across the entire Douluo Continent. "Young saint," Hulaina called out, waving to the young Nezha perched upon the branch. What are you observing up there? Once you enter the school, the depths are vast. From then on, moral integrity becomes a mere passerby. One can only take in the scenery outside. For what else is there to do? The young Nezha replied, casting a glance at Hulaina. And what scenery have you been observing? Hulaina inquired with a smile. Mountains, trees, flowers, grass. Am I to gaze upon naked people? Do you find it rather dull? Come, let me show you around our academy. So you can familiarize yourself with the surroundings, Hulaina suggested cheerfully. I have no time for that. The young Nezha stretched lazily and reclined upon the branch. What is the purpose of living? Time passed swiftly, and before they knew it, dusk began to envelop the world. Hulaina took little Nezha to a tranquil corner. Her cheeks suddenly flushed, and shyly lowering her head, she softly uttered, I'm a little frightened tonight. Could you possibly stay with me while I sleep? Raising her head, she gazed at little Nezha with her sparkling, expectant eyes. Sleep with you? Little Nezha's previously calm demeanor was instantly overtaken by astonishment. His round eyes widened in disbelief, resembling two fiery gemstones. His mouth gaped open in sheer surprise, wide enough to fit an egg with ease. He was oblivious to his exaggerated expression and instinctively scratched the back of his head, causing his hair to become rather disheveled. After a considerable pause, he finally regained his composure and coldly retorted, Sleep with you? No way. A fairy shall not disturb my resolve. Chapter 6. Goodness, teacher, this is too difficult. Upon hearing this, Hulaina's radiant smile, akin to spring flowers blooming, vanished without a trace. Her delicate, charming face seemed to have all joy forcefully stripped away, darkening in an instant. Her cherry-like lips pouted in dissatisfaction, resembling a tender flower bud awaiting the gentle caress of spring, suddenly besieged by biting frost. A soft, indignant huff escaped her nose, laden with endless petulance and profound grievance. Humph, you unromantic brute. You are nothing but a quintessentially dense man. With a heart so devoid of compassion, you are destined to grow old alone, a pitiful singleton, for no girl would ever fancy you. As soon as she finished speaking, Hulaina, seemingly in a fit of pique, sharply turned her petite head away, her movements swift and resolute, as if fearing to cast another glance at little Nezha. The air around her thick with her indignation. Yet, faced with her palpable discontent, little Nezha felt no remorse. Instead, he responded with a dismissive huff. PSH, who cares about you women? You merely hinder my swiftness when I draw my sword. He then exaggeratedly flicked his hair in a showy manner, signaling his indifference to Hulaina's words. As time passed, the night descended like a vast expanse of black satin, quietly enveloping the world. The gentle moonlight seeped through the window, casting a soft silver glow in every corner of the room. Little Nezha lay lazily on the bed, his eyes tightly shut, appearing to drift into slumber, yet his mind was awash with unfamiliar yet familiar images. These visions appeared at times distinctly clear, while at others, they remained shrouded in a haze, eluding comprehension. On the following morning, the sun filtered through the thin veil of clouds, casting its golden rays upon every inch of the Soul Master Academy. Within the classroom of the junior students, the harmonious and resonant sound of recitation echoed, akin to the melodious song of a warbler, lingering in the air above the campus. As the profound wisdom of life suggests, one must endure hardship and toil to forge a resilient spirit and a robust body, for only through such trials can one ascend to greatness. However, as the echoes of their voices gradually dissipated into the atmosphere, an elderly man clad in a robe as white as snow, with silvery hair and a gentle smile, addressed the class. The journey of a soul master mirrors that of life itself. Only through the bitterest of struggles can one truly rise above the common folk. Do not succumb to the temptations of momentary comfort, for when age renders you frail, you will lament the lost opportunities of your youth. At that moment, a languorous voice emerged from the corner of the classroom. Humph, this notion that suffering is essential for greatness is sheer nonsense, merely a ploy to mislead. The speaker continued, If you willingly embrace hardship, you shall find an endless supply of suffering. This is nothing but an incitement to become a mere beast of burden. The old man sighed. Oh, dear young saint, your words place me in a difficult position. Difficult? Then do not bother, retorted the boy, little Nezha, with a scoff, as he nonchalantly overturned his desk and placed a foot atop a chair. The entire classroom fell silent, the students frozen in fear, their faces pale as they stared at the audacious young lad. Suddenly, a voice broke the tension. Wow, that's so cool. The old man shook his head. Disappointment etched across his features. Very well, little saint, you reign supreme. Your word is law. With that, his gaze shifted from little Nezha to the students below. who had previously been dozing, sneaking snacks, or whispering amongst themselves. He sighed, reflecting on the age-old adage, "Those who ignore the wisdom of elders shall suffer the consequences." You are still young and naive, unaware of the darkness and cruelty that lurks in this world. Then, another student grumbled, "Teacher, what you are teaching us is incomprehensible and tedious, utterly devoid of utility. This is a different world, where strength reigns supreme. Are we to engage in philosophical discussions with soul beasts or villains?" A burly student shouted dismissively. The elderly man at the podium shook his head in resignation, his deep, wise eyes betraying a glimmer of disappointment. He slightly furrowed his brow and spoke in a gentle, yet somewhat reproachful tone. "You ignorant little ones are akin to decaying wood, nearly impossible to carve into anything of worth. If you continue with this attitude towards learning, by the time you complete your studies at the junior academy, you may very well find yourselves cast out. You must understand that advancing from our Soul Master Academy is no trivial matter. You are situated within the pinnacle of academies on the entire continent, yet you fail to cherish such a rare opportunity. Look at those children from remote villages, attending so-called inferior institutions, who strive tirelessly every day to alter their fates through diligent study and training." The elder sighed deeply, his disappointment palpable. At that moment, a student timidly raised his hand and cautiously inquired, "Teacher, if we manage to successfully advance to the intermediate academy, will we be directly assigned jobs upon graduation?" The elder nodded, his chin lifted slightly, and replied, "The Soul Master Academy comprises 3 divisions: the Junior Soul Master Academy, the Intermediate Soul Master Academy, and the Advanced Soul Master Academy. Graduating from the Intermediate Academy ensures job placement for all students. The Spirit Hall will provide you with comprehensive benefits. However, most students strive with all their might to enter the Advanced Academy. Those graduating from the Advanced Academy are directly granted the title of Bishop, their status soaring, and they enjoy the highest privileges from the Spirit Hall. How can one advance?" Upon hearing this, everyone appeared invigorated, eagerly gazing at the elder. The elder stroked his beard and smiled faintly, explaining, "Generally, in ordinary academies, as long as your martial spirit reaches level 10 and you acquire a soul ring, you can progress to the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. However, our Soul Master Academy is different. To advance to the Intermediate Academy, your soul power must reach level 20, and you must obtain a second soul ring. To progress from the Intermediate to the Advanced Academy, you must reach level 30 and obtain a third soul ring. To graduate from the Advanced Soul Master Academy, one must achieve level 40. Isn't that too difficult, teacher?" The elder rolled his eyes, exhaling in exasperation. "Is that considered difficult? Your requirements are merely a tier higher than those of commoners. Understand that for those of humble origins, possessing a good martial spirit is exceedingly rare. Even if one is fortunate enough to have one, without the support akin to that of prominent families, their potential remains limited. You have entered the Soul Master Academy with innate soul power of at least level 3, enjoying the best treatment from the Spirit Hall. If you cannot surpass them, what distinguishes you from being useless? Teacher, may I ask, do you believe there are useless martial spirits?" A boy with a freckled face raised his hand to inquire. The elder smiled and patiently explained, "There are only useless soul masters, not useless martial spirits. Every martial spirit possesses its own merits. Even the so-called useless blue silver grass, can it truly be deemed worthless? In truth, this is not the case. The plant known as blue silver grass possesses remarkable resilience and vitality. Should one choose to pursue a purely supportive path, I believe it would not be a poor choice." The crisp and hurried sound of the school bell resonated throughout the classroom like a jubilant symphony. However, the solemn elder at the podium seemed unfazed by this auditory interruption, continuing his lecture with unwavering fervor. At that moment, a small figure rose from the corner of the classroom. It was the young Nezha, hands tucked defiantly into his pants, impatiently exclaiming, "I say, the bell has been ringing for quite some time. Are you still droning on about trivialities?" Upon hearing this, a wave of hushed whispers erupted in the previously quiet classroom. The elder furrowed his brow, slowly turning his gaze towards the source of the interruption. He sighed inwardly, acknowledging that throughout his teaching career, he had never encountered a student as audacious and unabashedly defiant as young Nezha. Yet, he found himself somewhat helpless in the face of this exceptionally gifted and obstinate child. Meanwhile, the other students cast admiring glances at Nezha, secretly giving him thumbs up. Though they too yearned for an early dismissal, they lacked the courage to express it as boldly as he did. In that moment, Nezha appeared to them as a hero, daring to voice what they all wished to say but could not. "Boss, from now on, we'll follow you." A group of children gathered around him, their faces alight with admiration. Witnessing such devotion, A sense of satisfaction welled up within Nezha. He puffed out his chest, adopting a grown-up demeanor, and proclaimed loudly, "You've got good taste. Stick with me, and I'll ensure you enjoy the finer things in life." On his very first day, he had amassed so many followers, greatly satisfying his vanity. With hands in his pockets, he strode ahead, a retinue of admirers in tow, exuding an undeniable air of authority. The next class was a practical lesson, and Nezha led his followers toward the playground. Observing Nezha's swagger, the other boys mimicked him, hands also tucked into their pants. Thus, this motley crew strolled through the campus like a band of streetwise rascals, capturing the attention of many faculty and students. "Boss, look at that girl. She's truly stunning, with fair skin and striking features, and her figure is quite impressive. Indeed, she's quite the beauty. I doubt I could hold her in one hand. Isn't that Xiang? Many boys used to pursue her. If only she were my girlfriend. But she's the girlfriend of Chu Xiao from the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. Are you really bold enough to consider her?" With this exclamation, a collective gaze shifted toward the third-floor corridor of the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. There, a young girl languidly leaned against the railing, a gentle breeze caressing her cascading locks. She adorned herself with a shirt as pure as freshly fallen snow, elegantly tied at the collar with a delicate bow. Below, she complemented her attire with a simple yet graceful black skirt, its hem gently swaying in the breeze. Her long, slender legs were sheathed in pristine white stockings, reminiscent of fine mutton fat jade, smooth and exquisite. Observing her visage, her large, bright eyes sparkled like twinkling stars in the night sky. Beneath her prominent nose, her cherry-red lips curled into a subtle smile, hinting at an elusive joy. Overall, while she may not be breathtakingly beautiful, she certainly possessed a charm that placed her among the upper echelons of attractiveness. Just how formidable is Chu Xiao? This is actually his girlfriend. A curious voice exclaimed from the crowd. Are you all unaware of Chu Xiao? Allow me to enlighten you. Another individual chimed in, wearing an air of mystery. To begin with, his prowess is noteworthy. He ranks among the strong at the Intermediate Soul Master Academy, with few capable of matching him. Furthermore, he hails from a wealthy family, possessing a fortune that leaves one astounded. But these are mere trifles compared to his father's status as the Purple Bishop of the Spirit Hall. The Purple Bishop commands great respect and authority. Who, in their right mind, would dare provoke Chu Xiao with such a formidable lineage? Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively gasped, relieved that they had not crossed paths with the young lady. Thank goodness we acted with restraint. Otherwise, we might not have known how we met our demise. Someone remarked. Indeed, if we ever encounter that young heir and his girlfriend again, we must keep our distance and avoid any trouble. Others agreed fervently. As the crowd absorbed the magnitude of Chu Xiao's influence, a wave of gratitude washed over them for not being swayed by fleeting beauty, thereby retaining their rationality. At that moment, a girl named Xiao Nezha slowly turned around, fixing her gaze on a bespectacled, refined young man. So, do you admit you like her? The young man, slightly embarrassed, scratched the back of his head, his previously fair complexion turning a deep crimson. He stammered, well, I do like her, but it's merely a secret admiration. Just something I can ponder quietly. I understand that there could never be any outcome between us. It seems our fates are not intertwined in this lifetime. He paused momentarily, then sighed deeply, continuing, moreover, I'm already 20 years old, and still Haven Team managed to advance to the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. With my mediocre talents, how could I ever belong to the same world as her? Perhaps this is what fate has decreed, so I won't force anything. Finally, shaking his head, he added with a resigned expression, besides, it's truly unnecessary to offend someone as powerful as Chu Xiao over such a tenuous possibility. You have never exerted yourself. How can you ascertain whether you can succeed? Someone retorted with irritation. At that moment, another voice chimed in. Love is not necessarily constrained by the disparities of reality. You haven't even made an effort. How do you know that someone doesn't have feelings for you? Look at our teachers, Mr. Wu and Mr. Luo. One is a soul sage and the other a great soul master, yet they are together. Enough. This is my fate, the bespectacled boy said with a self-deprecating smile. To hell with fate. Your destiny is determined by you, not by the heavens. Little Nezha exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury, veins bulging on his forehead, as if his rage could ignite the very air around him. In an instant, he surged forward like a whirlwind, seizing the boy's collar with a grip as firm as iron, and shouted, what nonsense about Chu Xiao. You just go ahead. I'll handle that so-called Chu Xiao for you. Chapter 8. Regardless of love. Act first. The bespectacled boy, caught by little Nezha, was utterly stunned. His eyes widened in terror as he gazed at the furious figure before him. His throat felt as if it were stuffed with cotton, rendering him speechless. He could only swallow hard, striving to calm himself, yet his body trembled uncontrollably. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The world reduced to the sound of little Nezha's roar and the boy's rapid breaths. After what felt like an eternity, the bespectacled boy finally snapped back to reality. Almost unable to believe his ears that the revered leader would become so incensed over something so trivial. A warm wave surged through him, and he felt tears welling in his eyes. Just then, someone from the crowd shouted, "Are you still dawdling, you fool? Did you not hear the leader? No matter how grand the so-called Chu Shao is, before our leader, he must behave like a dog with its tail tucked in." This statement struck the bespectacled boy like a hammer, solidifying his previously wavering resolve. Others joined in, encouraging him. "Brother, if you're scared, we will accompany you right now. If you like her, boldly confess your feelings. The outcome is secondary, but at least you won't have regrets, right? Even if she doesn't reciprocate, you should act anyway." Hearing such motivating words, the bespectacled boy took a deep breath, nodded vigorously, his eyes sparkling with determination. Soon, a group led by little Nezha, hands tucked confidently into their pockets, marched resolutely towards the third floor of the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. Witnessing this commotion, even the students of the Intermediate Soul Master Academy felt a twinge of anxiety. The scene exuded an overwhelming intensity. Aren't those students from the Primary Soul Master Academy? What are they doing here? Could they possibly be here to issue a challenge or provoke a brawl? Regarding that group of elementary school students, I could easily take on 5 of them. If they truly dared to issue a challenge, I would accept without hesitation. The intermediate students crowded in the corridor, casting curious glances at the Junior Soul Master Academy students approaching the Intermediate Soul Master Academy, whispering among themselves. Little Nezha, accompanied by a group of followers, made his way to the foot of the Intermediate Soul Master Academy and boldly ascended the stairs. "Boss, what if we provoke those Intermediate Soul Master Academy students?" One boy, his face dotted with freckles, voiced his concern. "Though we appear numerous, we are not on the same level as them. Fear not, with the boss here. Those Intermediate Soul Master students are mere trash," another retorted. "You should have seen how the boss handled dozens of them single-handedly yesterday." The scene was utterly astonishing. In no time, they reached the third floor. Little Nezha swaggered down the corridor, hands on his hips, exuding an air of arrogance. The previously bustling students, upon seeing him, recoiled in terror, parting to create a wide path. "Look at this kid, he's incredibly arrogant," one student murmured. "Indeed, does he not fear retribution for such arrogance?" Another chimed in. "Not only is he arrogant, but he is also quite unattractive. I wonder where his confidence stems from. A character like him is bound to receive a severe lesson someday, perhaps even face dire consequences," another remarked sarcastically. A chorus of whispers filled the air, though subdued. They reached little Nezha's ears. His previously calm demeanor shifted slightly, his brow furrowing in displeasure. Without further ado, he lifted his right foot and delivered a powerful kick forward. A resounding bang echoed as the boy who had just mocked him flew through the air like a cannonball, crashing against the wall at the staircase corner. The impact caused the entire wall to tremble violently, cracking in numerous places, resembling a spider's web. This unforeseen spectacle left everyone in stunned silence, their eyes wide and mouths agape as if time had come to a standstill. No one had anticipated that the seemingly diminutive little Nezha possessed such formidable strength. However, unaffected by the astonishment around him, little Nezha casually tossed his hair and strode over to the girl who had spoken earlier. Coming to a halt before her, he calmly stated, "Hey, my little brother has taken a liking to you. From now on, you shall be his sword sheath." Upon hearing little Nezha's declaration, the girl leaning against the corridor was left in a daze, unsure of how to respond. She pondered the potential consequences of inciting this peculiar creature's displeasure. Fearing she might meet the same fate as the boy moments ago, the girl lightly twirled her hair, her beautiful eyes gazing towards the back of the timid boy. "Why don't you come out? Hiding back there like a scared rabbit?" the girl playfully chided. Just then, a boy, wearing thick glasses and possessing a slightly frail frame, slowly emerged from the bustling crowd. This boy was exceedingly shy and introverted. Even before he could reach the girl, his previously fair complexion flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple, radiating warmth. At last, mustering his courage, he approached her, stammering, "Hello, I'm Lin Dong." Throughout his introduction, he kept his head bowed, avoiding her gaze, his hands fidgeting awkwardly, betraying his nervousness. Upon hearing Lin Dong's self-introduction, the girl arched her brows slightly, intrigued by the bashful boy who seemed ready to sink into the ground, and she chuckled softly, asking, "Oh, so you're Lin Dong? I've heard about you. Do you like me?" Confronted with her direct inquiry, Lin Dong was instantly flustered. He instinctively scratched his head, his face turning an even deeper shade of red, struggling to articulate a coherent response. After all, this was his first time engaging so closely with the girl of his dreams, and his heart raced like a wild deer, rendering him incapable of rational thought. Observing this, the boy standing beside him, little Nezha, could no longer contain his irritation. He snapped, "What on earth are you doing? Can you be any more straightforward?" Amidst the crowd, other voices echoed with urgency. "Lin Dong, you coward. What are you afraid of? Just speak your mind. Don't waste our leader's efforts." Taking a deep breath, Lin Dong seemed to draw in all the courage around him. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning pale from the pressure. After several deep inhalations, he suddenly lifted his head, his gaze unwavering yet tinged with anxiety as he looked at the enchanting Qiuxiang. With trembling lips, he declared, "I like you. Although I know you're already Chao Xiao's girlfriend, you're not married yet." After uttering those words, he felt as though his heart might leap from his throat. Qiuxiang appeared momentarily taken aback, then a gentle smile graced her lips. Her bright, autumn-like eyes fixed on Lin Dong as she softly replied, "Who said I'm Chao Feng's girlfriend? He has merely been pursuing me. However, compared to him, you have certain disadvantages. You lack wealth and background, and I'm not particularly fond of timid boys. I can be brave as well," Lin Dong declared resolutely. "In light of this, I shall grant you an opportunity. Should you succeed in transcending to the Soul Master rank, I will earnestly contemplate the prospect of becoming your girlfriend." With that, Qiuxiang offered a gentle smile, her countenance radiant like blossoms in full bloom on a spring day, vibrant and alluring. "Really?" Lin Dong exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at the enchanting Qiuxiang before him. He felt as though he had been transported into a magnificent dream where everything appeared surreal. It is worth noting that he had mustered the courage to confess his feelings to Qiuxiang solely to avoid future regrets. Yet, at this moment, hearing her affirmative response, his heart brimmed with elation. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he focused intently on Qiuxiang's clear, water-like eyes and declared with unwavering determination, "Rest assured, Qiuxiang. Although becoming a soul master feels like a distant aspiration at this moment, I shall exert every effort to attain this goal. For only then shall I be worthy to stand by your side, safeguarding you for a lifetime." "Boss, class is about to start. We should head to the playground," someone reminded him. "Let us go," little Nezha replied nonchalantly, turning around with his hands tucked into his waistband, surveying the bystanders with a smirk. These individuals seemed utterly feeble, none capable of withstanding even one of his punches. A mundane existence, an invincible loneliness. Who among his family could comprehend such feelings? As the group entered the playground, they found several students already lined up. Suddenly, someone pointed at a cage on the field, exclaiming, "Look, it seems something is contained within that iron cage. A soul beast, and it appears to be a century-old one. Could it be that our practical training partner for this lesson is that century-old soul beast?" Someone speculated with a tone of dread. "That seems improbable. Most of us at this Junior Soul Master Academy are merely soul warriors and soul masters. How could we possibly contend with a century-old soul beast?" Another interjected, "No, that century-old soul beast is indeed prepared for us, and there is more than one. If that beast is slain, they will immediately arrange for another," a voice chimed in among the chatter. Little Nezha, appearing bewildered, inquired, "Is a century-old soul beast truly formidable? And how can you tell it is one?" Lin Dong promptly stepped forward to clarify, "Boss, you may not be aware, but a century-old soul beast is equivalent to a human soul master of the second ring. The highest level among us junior soul master students is likely only around level 20, and we have yet to acquire our second spirit ring. We are certainly no match for a century-old soul beast. Moreover, this particular beast appears to be at least 500 years old. Determining the age of a soul beast is relatively straightforward. One can assess its size and evaluate the color of the soul power it emits during an attack. White, yellow, purple, black, and red correspond to 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, and 100,000 years, respectively. Boss, let us gather over there first," little Nezha suggested with a slight nod. Once everyone had lined up neatly, a middle-aged man dressed in white stepped forward. He cast a brief glance over the assembly and spoke coolly, "I shall refrain from unnecessary chatter. Your task today is to form groups of 5 and defeat a century-old spirit beast. The group that fails will be tasked with cleaning toilets for a month, in addition to having half of their scholarship revoked. You may now freely form your groups. The practical class begins in 10 minutes. How about we form a group, boss?" Lin Dong suggested, approaching Nezha. "Do we really need to form a team for that creature? I could easily crush it with a single step," Nezha scoffed, a smirk dancing on his lips. That spirit beast appears formidable, but in reality, it's not as fearsome as it seems. I haven't fought a spirit beast before, so it would be a good opportunity to stretch my legs, he continued. Lin Dong chuckled awkwardly. I almost forgot. The boss possesses innate strength. That century-old spirit beast might not be a match for you after all. I'll be right back. I need to relieve myself. Call me if something comes up. With that, Nezha turned and walked towards the edge of the training ground. However, the Martial Soul Academy was indeed quite vast. Once he exited the training area, he lost all sense of direction. Glancing around, he walked directly to a cherry blossom tree and unceremoniously relieved himself, entirely unconcerned by the passing students. At that moment, Hulaina happened to stroll by and, upon noticing the small figure beneath the cherry blossom tree, approached him. She gently tapped Nezha's shoulder and inquired, Little Saint, what are you doing here? Isn't it obvious? Can't you see I'm taking a leak? Nezha retorted, turning to pull up his trousers, a hint of disdain in his tone. Seeing that Nezha had not even bothered to fully dress, Hulaina's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. How can you do such a thing here? You're quite chatty. Be careful or I might just give you a beating, Nezha said, narrowing his eyes with a hint of impatience, as he despised incessant nagging. Hulaina, exasperated, crossed her arms and replied irritably, Fine, I won't bother with you. The 10 minutes swiftly elapsed, and the practical class commenced vigorously on the expansive training ground. Nezha, reclining comfortably on a nearby step, fixed his gaze intently on the intense battle unfolding at the center of the field. 5 students were wholeheartedly engaged in combat with the spirit beast they had encountered earlier. However, the scene before him caused Nezha's brow to furrow in dismay, and he muttered under his breath, What a bunch of useless fools. They can't even handle a mere dog. At that moment, a practical instructor nearby overheard Nezha's complaints and couldn't help but chuckle softly. He approached Nezha and earnestly explained, Do not underestimate that wolf, young one. It is no ordinary wild wolf. It is a nether wolf. Moreover, this nether wolf has survived for 500 years. Given the current strength of these students, if they could easily defeat it, that would indeed be a rare sight. Upon hearing this, the young Nezha displayed a face of indifference, even sneering slightly as he remarked, What is so difficult about that? All I need to do is deliver a single kick, and I assure you, I shall send this wretched wolf to its demise. With that, he demonstrated his bravado by swinging his little foot. Faced with Nezha's audacious demeanor, the battle instructor could only shake his head in resignation, choosing not to elaborate further. After all, he was somewhat aware of Nezha's circumstances. This little fellow possessed innate strength, indeed setting him apart from the ordinary. However, this very attribute, in the instructor's eyes, might cultivate an arrogant disposition within Nezha. Such a reckless attitude, devoid of awareness regarding one's limitations, would inevitably lead to significant setbacks on his path to growth. Moreover, the instructor harbored doubts regarding Nezha's claim of being able to vanquish a century-old soul beast with a mere kick. What a preposterous jest. That was a century-old soul beast. After all, even a soul king would not dare to assert that a single move could achieve such a feat if you truly can deliver such a blow. I might as well consume excrement. With this thought, the instructor chuckled dismissively, bemused at the audacity of this immature child boasting without a shred of modesty. Minutes later, a man approached the battle instructor, clasping his fists in greeting as he reported, Respected Master Wang, the frequency of our practical sessions has been excessive lately. Our captive century-old soul beasts may require a period of recuperation before they can continue participating in training with the students. Understood, the instructor nodded. Then addressed the students on the field. Practical training is hereby suspended. All students, assemble. Upon hearing the instructor's words, the students promptly arranged themselves into neat lines. Why the sudden halt? I haven't even had the chance to showcase my prowess yet. My soul power has reached level 17. I was eager to test how much my strength has increased. The battle instructor stood calmly at the forefront of the assembly, his expression serene as he gently said, Dear students, please quiet down. Given the considerable injuries sustained during our recent practical training sessions against the soul beasts, it has become necessary for these unfortunate creatures to take some time for recovery. Consequently, future practical courses will be adjusted. We shall no longer engage soul beasts as opponents, but rather, soul masters shall spar amongst themselves. The structure may involve pairs of students facing off against another pair, or teams of 3 confronting another trio. Additionally, students from the intermediate and advanced Soul Master Academies will join you for training, ensuring the difficulty remains challenging. Before he could finish, the young Nezha could no longer contain his agitation and dashed toward the instructor. His once cherubic face now darkened with frustration, veins bulging on his forehead. He glared fiercely and shouted, What nonsense is this? Are you deliberately trying to thwart me? Just when it was my turn to engage with the soul beast. You tell me there are no soul beasts available? What kind of absurdity is this? Confronted by the inquiries of the young Nezha, the combat instructor felt a tinge of helplessness. With a gentle hand, he massaged his brow and, with a wry smile, elucidated, "Esteemed student, I assure you that my intentions are not directed against you. The century-old spirit beasts have endured prolonged and intense battles, and their physical condition is far from optimistic. If we do not allow them ample time to rest and recuperate, it may adversely affect their future growth." Nevertheless, young Nezha remained unconvinced, his brow furrowed in persistent disbelief. If the century-old spirit beasts require recuperation, so be it. But why can't you arrange for me a millennium spirit beast instead? A millennium spirit beast? The instructor was momentarily taken aback, then a smile graced his face. Rather than being angered by the child's ignorance, he patiently continued, "My dear little one, millennium spirit beasts are formidable adversaries. They correspond to spirit masters of level 30 or above, meaning only those of the spirit sovereign or spirit king caliber possess the capability to contend with them. You have yet to awaken your martial spirit. Mere physical strength will not suffice." Yet, young Nezha was impervious to such reasoning, interrupting with a display of impatience. "Spare me the chatter. If I ask you to arrange it, then do so promptly. We will only know if I can prevail by trying." Faced with such obstinacy, the instructor could only shake his head in resignation, sighing inwardly, "Why is this child so disobedient?" However, he remained steadfast in his position, his expression firm as he declared, "What I say is final. If anything were to go awry, I could not bear the responsibility. After all, this little ancestor's background is anything but ordinary. Should anything happen, the wrath of those behind him would be unbearable." At that moment, they were not the only class engaged in practical training. Other students nearby, upon hearing Nezha's audacious remarks, erupted into boisterous laughter, their jeers echoing across the training grounds. "Did you hear that? A student from class 1 of the Junior Spirit Master Academy wishes to challenge a Millennium Spirit Beast alone. That little brat hasn't even awakened his martial spirit. He has hardly enough to serve as a snack for a Millennium Spirit Beast. He thinks he can battle it based solely on brute strength. What an overestimation. Even students from advanced Spirit Master Academies find such creatures terrifying. Xiaolong, I recall there is still a 900-year-old spirit beast that hasn't been utilized for practical training with the Junior Spirit Master Academy students, right?" Suddenly, a voice as melodious and clear as a lark emerged, captivatingly resonant and compelling one to seek its source. Upon hearing the voice, the instructor swiftly turned, directing his gaze toward the entrance of the training ground. There, a lady clad in a flowing purple gown approached gracefully. Her graceful figure, enveloped in a flowing gown, appeared even more enchanting, exuding an endless allure with every smile and frown, captivating all who beheld her. Upon catching sight of this lady, the previously stern expression of the combat instructor transformed into one of utmost respect. He hastily approached her, clasped his fists in salute, and respectfully uttered, "Wang Feng pays his respects to the esteemed Qiu Bishop." Chapter 11. Are we really going to release it? The dragon-blooded nether tiger Wang Feng's words brimmed with reverence. The woman before him held a position within the spirit hall that surpassed his own, leaving him no room for negligence. Upon hearing Wang Feng's greeting, the Qiu Bishop smiled faintly, gestured for him to forego such formalities, and spoke in a gentle yet authoritative tone. "There is no need for such courtesy. Since our young holy son wishes to engage with the soul beast, you, as the instructor of practical combat, ought to fulfill this modest request." But Wang Feng hesitated, inquiring, "Are we truly to release it?" Noticing his reluctance, the Qiu Bishop's brows furrowed slightly as she questioned, "What troubles you?" Her gaze fixed intently on Wang Feng, awaiting a reasonable explanation. With a troubled expression, Wang Feng replied, "I must report to you, esteemed Qiu Bishop, that while the soul beast is merely a century class, it is by no means an ordinary one, and it may very well ascend to the millennium class at any moment. Although our young holy son possesses innate divine strength, he is yet to awaken his martial soul. Should any unforeseen incident occur during this time, I fear neither of us could bear the consequences." Had the request come from any other ordinary student, he might have reluctantly acquiesced. However, this young lad was no ordinary individual. He was the beloved son of the illustrious Pope. If, by chance, he were to suffer even a minor injury, they would all tremble under the wrath of the Pope. The Qiu Bishop slowly raised her hand and gently patted Wang Feng's shoulder, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she reassured him, "Do not worry. This is a directive from above. Even if we encounter peril, as long as we can act in time, I believe we shall navigate through without significant issues." Hearing this, Wang Feng's tightly knit brows relaxed slightly, though a sense of unease lingered in his heart. Yet, since the order had been issued from above, he felt it unwise to voice further objections. Thus, he respectfully clasped his fists once more and replied, "In that case, I shall make the necessary arrangements immediately." With that, he turned and hurried away. In a mere moment, a thunderous roar erupted, reverberating like the sound of 1,000 galloping horses, shaking the very air around them. The crowd stared in terror, their eyes wide with disbelief as the solid ground began to tremble violently, as if an irresistible force was wreaking havoc beneath the earth. Accompanying this terrifying eruption of power, the once smooth surface of the ground fractured instantaneously, revealing a gaping chasm that was unfathomable in depth, several meters wide, and at least 10 meters long. This fissure resembled a monstrous maw gaping open, sending chills down one's spine. Then, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The split floor appeared to be manipulated by invisible hands, rapidly retracting towards the edges of the crack. Simultaneously, a dense, inky black mist surged forth from the depths of the crevice, swiftly enveloping the surroundings in a dark, oppressive shroud, as if the apocalypse had descended. Amidst this suffocating darkness, a booming, thunderous roar suddenly pierced the air. The sound echoed like the wrathful howl of a demon from the abyss, brimming with boundless fury and murderous intent, striking deep into the very souls of those present and instilling profound fear. In an instant, a thick, sharp claw erupted from the abyssal fissure. This claw was several feet long, covered in impenetrable black scales that shimmered with a chilling glint. Each talon resembled a dagger, exuding an aura of terror. As the claw emerged, a powerful pressure enveloped the spectators, nearly robbing them of breath. The spectral tiger loomed like a moving mountain, its massive form astonishing in size. It was cloaked in a dense coat of fur, the color of the deepest night, rich and shadowy. Yet amidst this seemingly endless darkness, flickers of ethereal blue light occasionally shimmered, akin to ice crystals hidden in the darkest recesses, emanating a cold and mysterious aura. Its colossal eyes, resembling two fiery orbs, blazed with a bloodthirsty crimson glow within their abyss-like sockets, dancing and flickering with an unsettling intensity. When it opened its maw, capable of devouring all, the sharp fangs revealed were akin to glistening daggers, their icy blades draped with viscous drool, sending shivers of dread through onlookers. Moreover, the tiger's powerful limbs caused the ground to tremble with every step, as if the earth quaked in response to its presence. Its claws embedded deeply into the soil, resembling unyielding black steel hooks, effortlessly tearing through any obstacles in its path. The long tail whipped through the air like a thick steel whip, creating a howling wind in its wake, as if it could shatter the very fabric of reality. With the emergence of the spectral tiger, the previously tranquil air transformed into a bone-chilling cold, a potent aura of death and oppression swiftly permeating the space, engulfing all within its grasp. With a sudden, thunderous roar that echoed like a clap of thunder, the creature threw its head back, producing a sound so deafening that even the sturdy iron cage vibrated ominously, seemingly on the verge of shattering. This piercing cry appeared to possess boundless strength, soaring skyward with the potential to pierce the very heavens. Heavens! Could this truly be a century-old soul beast? One of the students exclaimed, his voice trembling with disbelief. Another student immediately countered, "What century-old soul beast? Look closely. This creature is clearly on the brink of advancing to a millennium-level beast. It might even ascend directly into the millennium tier due to some minor mutations." A third student chimed in, Indeed. Our practical training involves beasts merely 400 or 500 years old. If we were to face this colossal being, it's certain that even our entire class combined would stand no chance against it." The multitude of students turned their gazes toward the formidable soul beast, which loomed like a mountain, exuding an aura that sent shivers down their spines. Its sharp claws glinted with a chilling light, and its gaping maw, filled with interlocking fangs, seemed capable of effortlessly tearing through anything. The students turned pale as paper, instinctively retreating, their eyes filled with profound terror. At that moment, Instructor Chiu furrowed his brows, his gaze fixed intently on the soul beast, contemplating. Indeed, this creature possesses a hint of dragon lineage. Its overwhelming presence far surpasses that of ordinary soul beasts. Chapter 12. The young master has yet to exert himself in stark contrast to the other students. Nezha stood out, displaying no fear whatsoever. Instead, he radiated uncontainable excitement. He could be seen swallowing hard, his exhilaration practically bubbling over, his bright eyes sparkling as they fixated on the magnificent soul beast. Wow, this soul beast is exuding such dominance. It's exactly to my liking, he exclaimed, grinning. He had never truly engaged in a proper battle before. Although the elders at the Soul Palace played with him daily, they were overly cautious, always yielding to him, which rendered the experience rather dull. Now, he could finally unleash himself in a genuine fight. One could only imagine his delight. Young master, you must exercise caution. This soul beast is not akin to those ordinary creatures you faced during training with the other students. Its combat prowess is exceedingly fierce and should not be underestimated. Instructor Chiu approached with a concerned expression, gently stroking Xiao Neza's round, fluffy head, offering a gentle reminder with a warm smile. However, Xiao Neza remained unfazed by Instructor Chiu's well-meaning caution. With fiery determination in his eyes, he fixed his gaze upon the imposing phantom tiger before him, resolutely charging forward like an arrow released from its bow. Humph, just a mere soul beast. Watch how I deal with you. Come forth, spirit beast, and experience the unmatched might of my fist. With a thunderous roar, the diminutive Nezha unleashed an astonishing aura, his seemingly delicate fist hurtling forth like a bolt of lightning cleaving through the night sky, astonishingly swift. In an instant, this tiny fist, enveloped in a torrent of overwhelming force akin to a cataclysmic wave crashing against the shore, struck fiercely against the massive and robust form of the spectral tiger. A resounding boom reverberated through the arena, causing the very ground to tremble. The spectral tiger, struck by such a ferocious blow, emitted a deafening roar that echoed through the heavens, resonating in the surroundings long after. Clearly, the spectral tiger, already trapped in this confined space and harboring resentment, was now provoked to the utmost by Nezha's blatant challenge, igniting its fury to a blazing inferno. With a sudden swipe of its paw, a bone-chilling wind surged forth. Piercingly cold, brilliant beams of frigid light shot out like lightning, sweeping toward Nezha in a relentless torrent. Is this all? Nezha smirked disdainfully, his lips curling in a sneer, as his form became as light as a feather, moving with the agility of a released rabbit. As he flickered and darted, he transformed into a blazing inferno, radiating a scorching and dazzling light, maneuvering with breathtaking speed amidst the spectral tiger's ferocious onslaught. This only served to further incite the fury of the spectral tiger. Each of its fierce lunges stirred a cacophony of piercing winds, deafening in their intensity. Its razor-sharp claws gleamed like blades of cold steel, leaving terrifying gashes in the iron-like ground, each mark a chilling testament to its ferocity. Yet, even in the face of such a formidable adversary, Nezha exhibited not a trace of fear or trepidation. His bright, crystalline eyes remained fixed on the spectral tiger's every subtle movement, vigilant for any hint of vulnerability while patiently awaiting the perfect moment to counterattack. With a playful grin, Nezha called out, "Hey, big fellow, are you even capable? I haven't even exerted myself yet." As his words lingered in the air, the spectral tiger was instantly consumed by rage, its massive jaws opening wide to unleash a thunderous roar that seemed to shatter the very heavens. It seethed with internal fury, deeming Nezha's insolence utterly intolerable, a blatant affront to the might of a tiger. Finally, as the spectral tiger lunged forward once more, jaws agape with ferocity, Nezha's gaze sharpened, his eyes glinting with the intensity of lightning, fixating intently on every movement of the spectral tiger. At the very moment the phantom tiger was about to pounce, the young Nezha vanished in an instant, his speed rivaling that of lightning streaking across the night sky. In the blink of an eye, he had closed the distance to the phantom tiger. Just as swiftly, Nezha extended both hands, executing the movement with remarkable precision and grace, effectively blocking the tiger's sharp claws. This maneuver not only showcased Nezha's extraordinary reflexes and agility, but also concealed an immense power within him. What followed was nothing short of astonishing. Nezha's arms bulged with muscle, veins protruding as if an inexhaustible force surged forth from within. With a sudden burst of strength, he twisted the phantom tiger's robust claws with sheer force. The power he wielded was so formidable that the tiger, caught off guard, let out a thunderous roar of pain, echoing like a rolling thunderclap, reverberating through the surroundings and causing fragments of rock to scatter violently, creating a truly spectacular scene. Yet, Nezha remained unfazed. Seizing the fleeting moment of the tiger's disorientation from its agony, he reacted swiftly, propelling himself off the ground with his legs, soaring into the air like a released arrow. In mid-flight, Nezha's form was agile and graceful, akin to a delicate bird. Ultimately, he landed precisely on the broad, sturdy back of the phantom tiger. The instant his feet made contact, he anchored himself firmly, as if rooted, unaffected by the tiger's vigorous thrashing. Simultaneously, Nezha clenched his right fist high above his head and, with a speed that was almost blinding, struck down upon the tiger's colossal skull. Each punch followed in rapid succession, like a tempest, each blow infused with tremendous force, leaving the phantom tiger dazed and utterly defenseless. After enduring such a severe onslaught, the tiger's fury erupted within it. How could it possibly swallow this humiliation? In response, its massive form began to thrash violently, each movement imbued with the might of a natural disaster, as if it sought to overturn the very heavens and earth. Its sole intention was clear, to violently dislodge the little figure clinging to its back. However, despite the tiger's desperate attempts, Nezha remained as steadfast as a mountain. Seemingly glued to its back, he locked his legs around the tiger's broad spine, his small limbs gripping like iron clamps, rendering the tiger's frantic struggles utterly futile. Just as both parties found themselves entrenched in this stalemate, an unforeseen twist of fate unfolded. Chapter 13. The boss is incredible. In the eyes of the spectral tiger, once filled with ferocity and malevolence, a flicker of cunning light unexpectedly flashed, subtle and nearly imperceptible. In the blink of an eye, a thick billow of black smoke began to surge forth from around its formidable form, an astonishing sight that left onlookers aghast. Within mere moments, this black smoke coalesced into a dense mass, resembling dark clouds pressing down ominously, swiftly enveloping little Nezha entirely. Immersed in the suffocating black mist, little Nezha found himself surrounded by an impenetrable darkness, where even the outstretched hand could not discern its own fingers. This boundless void stirred an inexplicable agitation within him, and a wave of dizziness crashed over him like a relentless tide. He clenched his fists tightly, yet the overwhelming vertigo caused his grip to falter. His once firm hands gradually lost their strength. At that very moment, the ever-watchful spectral tiger keenly detected little Nezha's vulnerability. Seizing the opportunity, it unleashed a tremendous force, propelling its massive body with astonishing might. Little Nezha was hurled from the broad expanse of the tiger's back, soaring through the air like a kite severed from its string. After tracing an arc in the sky, he crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Before he could recover from the pain, the spectral tiger, with a maw capable of devouring an elephant, bared its razor-sharp fangs and lunged at the airborne little Nezha with blinding speed. In an instant, the sound of rushing wind filled the air as the tiger unleashed a powerful gust, resembling a swirling black vortex hurtling towards him. Its eyes burned like blazing flames, flashing with a terrifying ferocity, each glimmer seemingly emanating from the depths of the netherworld, chilling to the bone. Simultaneously, the gaping maw of the beast exhaled a foul stench, reminiscent of decaying corpses, which invaded the nostrils of those nearby, stirring nausea within them. "It's too late," a terrified student screamed. "The little sage is about to be devoured by this dreadful spirit beast." Another voice echoed in panic, sharp and piercing, as the crowd descended into chaos and fear. Faces drained of color, many students cried out in horror, utterly unprepared for such a heart-stopping spectacle to unfold before them. Everything unfolded with astonishing rapidity, leaving no time for anyone to react. The crowd merely caught a fleeting glimpse as the terrifying soul beast lunged menacingly toward the young Nezha. In that critical moment, a thunderous roar erupted. "Beast, cease your insolence." It was none other than Master Chiao, who intervened just in time. Her presence radiated an overwhelming aura, and her soul rings shimmered with a brilliant black light, swirling around her like agile black dragons. In the next instant, Master Chiao transformed into a streak of lightning, dashing towards the soul beast with breathtaking speed. However, an unforeseen event transpired. Just as Master Chiao was about to arrive, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst forth from the dense black mist surrounding them. This golden light resembled the rising sun, instantly dispelling the darkness and illuminating the entire space. Following this radiant light, a colossal golden ring shot forth with tremendous force, striking the head of the malevolent phantom tiger. A thunderous crash reverberated through the air, as the ferocious phantom tiger was sent reeling backward, as if struck by a mighty mountain, its massive form crashing to the ground and kicking up clouds of dust. After delivering this powerful blow, the enigmatic golden ring swiftly altered its course, seemingly possessing a will of its own, and returned to rest securely around Nezha's neck. At that moment, Nezha wore an unconcerned smile, the corners of his mouth curling upwards in a playful manner. He extended his right index finger, teasingly beckoning the battered phantom tiger, and provocatively declared, "Well, surprised? Unexpected? If you dare, come at me again. I assure you, I won't kill you today." In that instant, everyone realized that the earlier peril had been deliberately orchestrated by this young scion to toy with the phantom tiger. Witnessing Nezha's formidable strike send the phantom tiger flying, His companions erupted in fervor. "Boss, you're amazing. I want to bear your offspring." "Wow, that's incredible." The phantom tiger, after a few struggles, managed to rise from the ground, seemingly aware of having been played with. Its furious roars echoed, and those who could comprehend the language of soul beasts would surely understand the foul curses it hurled. After catching its breath, the phantom tiger charged at Nezha once more. Nezha grinned widely, his small fists clenched tightly. In the instant the phantom tiger lunged towards him, he delivered a powerful punch. Despite being merely 3 years old, the force behind his strike was formidable. The punch collided with the phantom tiger, unleashing a surge of power akin to crashing waves, sending the creature spiraling backward, blood gushing from its gaping maw. "Take another punch from me." With a light exclamation from the young Nezha, he darted forth like a flash of lightning. In an instant, a formidable aura erupted from his being, compelling those nearby to take notice. Observing this, the previously composed Bishop Chio's expression drastically shifted. She dared not delay for a moment and swiftly appeared beside Nezha with remarkable speed. Subsequently, she placed a steady hand upon his shoulder, softly advising, "Young saint, you must refrain from striking further. The power behind your punch is immense. Should you proceed, that ghostly tiger would surely meet its demise. And then who would be left to engage with you?" Upon hearing this, Nezha abruptly halted his advance, momentarily satisfied with his previous strike. He clapped his hands, seemingly pleased with his own prowess, before slipping his hands into his pockets and allowing a relaxed smile to grace his face. "Very well. I shall spare its life for today." Though he could not fully unleash his abilities, the fierce battle had granted Nezha immense satisfaction, releasing the pent-up restlessness that had burdened him. At that moment, he felt an unparalleled sense of ease. Meanwhile, Wang Feng, who had been observing from the sidelines, exhaled deeply, overwhelmed by the earlier tension. Had it not been for Bishop Chio's timely intervention, the consequences of Nezha slaying the ghostly tiger would have been dire indeed. It is worth noting that this tiger was no ordinary spirit beast. It bore within it a trace of precious dragon lineage, making its life invaluable. Should it perish here, the losses to the spirit hall would be incalculable. As Nezha concluded his combat, a throng of students surged forth like a tide, encircling him. "Wow, boss, you are incredible. That was a ghostly tiger with nearly a millennium of cultivation, and yet it was no match for you. Your strength is truly astonishing," exclaimed one student, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "Boss is amazing. Boss is eternal." Another student chimed in, dancing with excitement. "From this moment on, I pledge my allegiance to Boss, now and forever. Anyone who dares to oppose him shall contend with me," declared Song Xiaxiu, thumping his chest with conviction. In the face of such adulation, Nezha merely waved his hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly, "It's merely basic skill. There's no need for such uproar." However, beneath his calm exterior, he felt a tinge of fatigue from the recent encounter. Once the battle concluded, Nezha trudged towards his solitary villa dormitory, his steps slightly heavy. Upon opening the door, a subtle fragrance wafted through the air, enveloping him instantly. In the next moment, a cascade of rushing water reached his ears, successfully capturing his attention. He followed the sound, ultimately arriving at the threshold of the bathroom. Little Nezha gently pushed open the door, only to be met with the shocking sight of a woman inside. Could a woman really stand to urinate? Little Nezha's mouth hung agape, his expression one of sheer astonishment, utterly transfixed. Just then, a piercing scream echoed throughout the dormitory. At that moment, little Nezha, as if paralyzed by a spell, stood dumbfounded, his gaze fixated on the unclothed woman before him, completely dazed. The woman, both embarrassed and furious, instinctively covered her vital areas with her hands, shouting at little Nezha, "Pervert, get out." Only then did little Nezha snap back to reality, his face flushing crimson as he stammered, "I am so sorry. I didn't know someone was in there. I'll leave right away." With that, he hurriedly turned and fled the scene, leaving the woman fuming in place, stomping her feet in anger. Little Nezha stood there, his mouth agape, his mind a blank slate. The woman in the bathroom was none other than Hulaina. Bibi Dong had arranged for her to share a villa dormitory with little Nezha. Having seen him engaged in combat training earlier, she had returned to the dormitory with the intention of taking a shower, never expecting such an outrageous scene to unfold. "Damn that guy!" Hulaina cursed inwardly. The mere thought that her most intimate secret had been witnessed by that detestable little rascal sent tremors of rage coursing through her body, her ample bosom heaving in indignation as if longing to break free from restraint. Even her pearly white teeth were nearly ground to dust in fury. Hulaina, who had always been the center of attention since childhood, had never before encountered such a mortifying situation. Not only had she been seen in her most vulnerable state, But the fact that someone had also discovered her private act of standing to urinate was utterly intolerable. And that insufferable little rascal had become the first person in history to know of this. If word of this incident were to spread, how could she possibly face her peers at the Spirit Master Academy? Surely she would be subjected to incessant ridicule and gossip wherever she went. With this thought, Hulaina's fury intensified. Yet, despite the raging fire within her, she found herself unable to retaliate against the little imp before her. After all, this oblivious child was the beloved son of her esteemed teacher. Alas, it seemed this was her fate. With a long sigh, Hulaina resigned herself to the situation. At least she did not harbor any dislike for little Nezha, did she? Furthermore, he was merely 3 years old, still innocent and unaware of the world around him. Before long, Hulaina emerged from her bath, elegantly attired, and glanced at the little Nezha seated upon the sofa. She let out a playful huff. "You rogue, little rascal. I did not intend to intrude. I merely caught a glimpse of you bathing. If you desire, I could reciprocate." Little Nezha rolled his eyes in response. "Humph. Who would wish to see you? Yet you have the audacity to speak. Have I ever endured such an experience? You dare to argue with me?" With her beautiful eyes wide open, Hulaina glared at the diminutive Nezha, her voice tinged with playful reproach. However, Nezha remained unfazed by her accusations and scoldings. His cherubic face puffed up in indignation, resembling a balloon, as he retorted, "How bothersome. Why are you being so fierce? I merely happened to catch sight of you. I did not mean to pry. Furthermore, it was you who failed to secure the door while bathing, so how can you blame me?" With hands firmly on his hips and head held high, he asserted, "Isn't that so? I have no desire to engage with you. Kindly move aside and amuse yourself elsewhere. Otherwise, I may be compelled to disclose your little secret." With a vigorous shake of his head, Nezha exhibited impatience. Clearly uninterested in further discourse with Hulaina, did he appear to be one who would relish the sight of her? How dare she confront him? Assuming he could be easily intimidated? Upon hearing Nezha's final words, Hulaina's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly altered her expression, her face brightening with a sweet smile. She hurried to his side and settled close to him, her voice soft and coaxing. "Oh dear, my esteemed little saint, I must confess my earlier misstep. Please, as a benevolent adult, do not hold my youthful indiscretion against me. I implore you, do not remain angry with me." Nezha cast a sideways glance at Hulaina, letting out a cold snort. "Oh, so now you are aware of your mistake?" Hulaina nodded vigorously, her head bobbing like a pestle, as she eagerly replied, "Yes, yes. I understand. I am indeed at fault. I beseech you, noble one, to show mercy and overlook my transgression this once." As she spoke, she feigned a pitiful expression, gazing up at Nezha with hopeful eyes, yearning for his forgiveness. Internally, Hulaina lamented her plight, although she had always been the favored student of her teacher. This individual before her was no ordinary child. He was the very son of her mentor. Within the spirit hall, he was treated as a cherished treasure, safeguarded as if he were a delicate gem, and everyone showed him the utmost deference. Moreover, if the young Nezha were to take matters seriously and divulge all the embarrassing incidents that had transpired, his future at the Soul Master Academy would undoubtedly become untenable. Fortunately, it seemed that he had no intention of pursuing the matter further. With a nonchalant wave of his hand, he adopted an air of magnanimity and remarked, all right. Considering your sincere acknowledgement of your mistakes, I shall refrain from holding it against you this time. However, let this be a warning. Should it happen again, do not blame me." In the afternoon, young Nezha finally roused from his slumber. Familiar yet alien images flooded his mind, accompanied by a voice that was both strange and known, calling out to him. Each time his gaze fell upon those indistinct scenes, he felt as though his heart were being mercilessly sliced by countless razor-sharp blades. The agony surged like a tidal wave, engulfing him in an instant. Each pang of pain rendered him nearly breathless, as if the very air of the world had crystallized in that moment. At that juncture, a melodious voice broke through the turmoil. "Young saint, it is time for us to attend class." Hulaina gracefully approached his bedside, her exquisite visage illuminated by a sweet, enchanting smile, her gentle eyes softly gazing at young Nezha as she reminded him. Yet, at that moment, young Nezha was in a foul mood. Upon hearing Hulaina's words, he merely replied curtly, I know. His tone betrayed a palpable impatience. Subsequently, the two made their way to the classroom together. Throughout the journey, young Nezha remained silent, his head bowed, embodying a demeanor laden with heavy thoughts. His steps appeared burdened, as if he carried an immense weight within his heart. Walking beside him, Hulaina keenly sensed his distress, yet she hesitated to inquire, fearing it would only exacerbate his agitation. Thus, she chose to silently accompany him. occasionally nodding to other passing students in greeting. Good afternoon, senior sister. Senior sister. Good afternoon, senior sister. In response to the students' warm salutations, Hulaina offered a slight nod, her mind wholly occupied with young Nezha, leaving her no room to attend to others. Meanwhile, young Nezha was lost in contemplation of the images in his mind, feeling as though he had lived through them. However, whenever he tried to delve deeper into his memories, sharp pain would ensue. For an ordinary person, such torment would be unbearable, yet young Nezha's willpower surpassed that of most. Noticing the sweat beading on young Nezha's brow and the tension radiating from him, Hulaina promptly placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, "If you cannot recall, then do not dwell on it. Perhaps one day it will naturally resurface." At last, young Nezha managed to regain his composure, taking deep breaths to steady himself. With tender care, Hulaina retrieved a handkerchief from her waist and gently wiped away the sweat from little Nezha's face. Then, she softly grasped his small hand. Although little Nezha clenched his fists tightly, he did not resist Hulaina, silently following her. Just as Hulaina led little Nezha toward the classroom, a figure suddenly dashed in front of him like a gust of wind. It was a boy, his body marred by alarming wounds, gasping for breath as he exclaimed, "Boss, hurry to the playground and save Lin Dong and the others." Upon hearing this, little Nezha's eyes widened in fury, as if flames were about to erupt from them. Without hesitation, he seized the boy's collar, shouting in a voice that resonated powerfully, "Who dares to lay hands on my little brother?" The air around them seemed to tremble in response to his wrath. "It's those upperclassmen," the boy stammered, his face pale with fear. "Lin Dong and the others are on the playground, and they're being beaten to a pulp by that gang. What a bunch of bastards. They're simply asking for trouble." Little Nezha roared, releasing the boy's collar. Without a moment's delay, he shook off Hulaina's hand and bolted toward the training grounds like an arrow released from a bow. "Little saint, please don't act impulsively," Hulaina exclaimed in alarm, fully aware of little Nezha's volatile temper. Given his already foul mood, she feared that if he rushed in, it could lead to a tragedy. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Hulaina hurried after him. As they stepped onto the playground, a cacophonous sound pierced little Nezha's ears, igniting the fury that simmered within him. "Do you really think that just because you're a mere 3-year-old, an infant with barely any hair, you can transform into someone formidable among us? The so-called elite from the Junior Soulmaster Academy? Do you believe you are above the law?" The disdainful words echoed through the air. How utterly foolish. To dare to encroach upon young Master Chu's territory is nothing short of a blatant provocation. Another brash voice followed, dripping with malice and cruelty. The boy, unfazed, erupted into a chilling laugh. Although Lin Dong was on the verge of collapse, he summoned the last of his strength to rasp, "You better watch out. If little Saint Boss finds out about this, he won't let you off easily." However, his voice was so weak it was nearly inaudible. In the face of Lin Dong's threat, the burly boy displayed utter indifference, even tauntingly retorting, "What is little Saint even worth? In this martial spirit academy, I am the true deity." Chapter 16, No one can obstruct my wrath. That little saint possesses merely innate strength. Should our esteemed Chu confront him one-on-one, he could undoubtedly deliver a blow that would leave him utterly humiliated. A male student sneered. As taunting voices echoed around him, Xiao Nezha's expression darkened, his countenance seemingly capable of dripping water, his eyes ablaze, and his hair standing on end. Although Lin Dong and his companions had only recently become acquainted with him, they regarded him as their leader. How could he stand idly by while his subordinates were so brazenly bullied? The provocative remarks only served to inflame his fury further. "You seek death." Xiao Nezha, consumed by rage, roared like thunder, his voice reverberating through the air. In an instant, he shimmered with a brilliant light, as if teleporting, appearing before the crowd. Without hesitation, he swung his fist with the force of a tempest, striking the boy who had been trampling Lin Dong directly on the head. What followed was astonishing. The sheer power of Xiao Nezha's punch was nothing short of extraordinary. With a resounding thud, the boy flew away like a kite with its strings severed, blood spurting from his mouth and splattering on those around him. In that moment, the scene fell into a profound silence. All present were rendered speechless by the sudden and gruesome spectacle, so much so that they forgot to breathe. Wide-eyed and filled with dread, they gazed at Xiao Nezha as if he were a demon risen from the depths of hell. At that moment, Hulaina had just arrived at the entrance of the playground. Upon witnessing this bloody and horrifying sight, she stood frozen in place, as if ensnared by a spell. Unable to move, her beautiful visage turned as pale as a sheet from sheer shock and terror. "You are a monster." The nearest boy finally regained his senses, his voice trembling. Clad in pristine white school attire, with sharp features and short, golden hair, He was tall and imposing, towering over Xiao Nezha. Yet, at that moment, his face was etched with profound fear. Chu, what should we do? One of Chu's subordinates, visibly shaken, asked in a quavering voice. Why panic? With so many of us, are we truly afraid of just him? Chu inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. Few students who ascended to the Intermediate Spirit Master Academy were cowards. They had all emerged from rigorous assessments. It is essential to understand that anyone entering the Martial Spirit Academy must endure a battle to advance to the Intermediate and Advanced Spirit Master Academy, and monthly duels in the Soul Combat Arena were commonplace for them. However, contemplating Xiao Nezha's unique status ignited Chu's fury, though anger surged within him. He did not dare to underestimate the situation and hurriedly stepped forward. He clasped his hands together and bowed respectfully, saying, "Young saint, this matter does not concern you. Please refrain from intervening." Upon hearing these words, the young Nezha abruptly turned his head, his gaze as frigid and merciless as ice. He coldly replied, "Today, none of you shall escape." Before the words had fully left his lips, he reached up to remove the mysterious, glowing Qianquan circle from his neck, firmly grasping it in his hand as he slowly advanced toward the crowd. Seeing Nezha's actions, Chu Tian could not help but clench his teeth, suppressing his fury as he declared, "Young saint, I am Chu Tian. I implore you not to meddle." Nezha remained silent. Chu Tian continued, "Do not think you can act with impunity simply because of your status. Understand that were it not for our respect for the authority of His Holiness the Pope, we would not fear you. Indeed, had it not been for their regard for the Pope's majesty, how could they have taken a mere child seriously? Although this young child possessed astonishing strength, at the end of the day, he was merely a 3-year-old infant, even yet to awaken his martial spirit. In contrast, those present were all distinguished students from mid to high-level Soul Master Academies, each possessing a soul power level of at least 20. Not only that, but the prowess of any one of them was formidable. How could such a powerful cohort be intimidated by an inexperienced child? Just as the crowd harbored their thoughts, suddenly, Nezha swung his arm with all his might, hurling the Qianquan circle with tremendous force. With a whoosh, the circle transformed into a dazzling arc, darting through the air like a bolt of lightning, striking one of the students squarely in the chest. In an instant, a thunderous crash echoed, and the struck student was sent flying, his rib cage shattered, blood gushing from his mouth. He would likely be confined to a bed for the rest of his life. The Qianquan circle traced a graceful arc through the air before swiftly returning like lightning. In the blink of an eye, Nezha's form flickered, and he delivered another kick forward. A chorus of agonized screams erupted, resembling a mournful symphony. With each cry, one after another fell, blood staining the ground, creating a scene of utter devastation. At that moment, Chu Tian's complexion changed dramatically. He understood the unfathomable strength of the figure before him. Acting decisively, he shouted, "Everyone, activate your martial spirits immediately." In this instant, fear gripped the hearts of all, realizing that those who had just been struck down were all advanced soul masters above level 20. They had not anticipated such a swift downfall. Stop this at once. Suddenly, a furious roar resonated through the air like thunder, shaking the entire training ground. Immediately, an overwhelming pressure descended from above, as if the very heavens sought to crush the earth beneath it, enveloping the entire world in its formidable grasp. In that instant, the individuals engaged in fierce combat on the playground felt as though an immense mountain had suddenly been thrust upon them, rendering their bodies helplessly pinned to the ground. No amount of struggle could yield even the slightest movement. Some, unable to withstand the oppressive force, turned pale as parchment, beads of cold sweat cascading down their foreheads. Yet, amidst the suffocating silence of the playground, a small figure stood defiantly against the encroaching might. Little Nezha, with a fierce countenance and an aura of blazing flames, gritted his teeth and pressed his hands firmly against the ground. With astonishing willpower and strength, he gradually rose from the nearly suffocating pressure. Standing tall, his eyes widened. Ignited by a fierce fire of rage, he glared into the void and boldly proclaimed, "Dare you obstruct me?" At that moment, the ghost Douluo, suspended in midair, wore an expression of utter astonishment, his eyes fixated incredulously on the small Nezha below. It was important to note that he was a formidable title Douluo. The pressure he emitted was such that not even an adult soul master could hope to withstand it, let alone a mere child. Yet, this seemingly young Nezha managed to rise defiantly against such overwhelming force, a display of power that was truly terrifying. "Nezha, please heed your elders' advice and withdraw. They are bullying your friends, and I shall ensure justice is served." The ghost Douluo quickly regained his composure, a gentle smile returning to his face as he addressed Nezha softly. Although these students appeared weak compared to Nezha, they were, in fact, among the finest of their peers. Having been nurtured through the extensive resources invested by the Spirit Hall to bolster their ranks for future challenges. Nezha's fiery gaze suddenly shifted towards Lindong, his teeth gritting audibly as he bellowed, "Who else dares to strike at you?" At that moment, a corpulent man lying beside Lindong weakly raised his hand, trembling as he pointed toward the menacing figure of Chu Tian not far away, stammering, "Boss, there's also that one named Chu." He just brazenly claimed he would cripple Lindong. Upon hearing this, the flames of fury in Nezha's eyes flared even more intensely, as if he intended to incinerate everything before him. Undeterred by the terrifying pressure imposed by the title Douluo, he resolutely advanced step by step toward the young Master Chu. As the formidable pressure bore down upon him, little Nezha pressed on with unwavering determination, causing a wave of terror to wash over Chu Xiao, who trembled uncontrollably and stammered, "What do you, this ruthless little demon, truly desire? If you dare lay a finger on me, my grandfather will not let you off easily." Yet, undeterred by Chu Xiao's bluster, little Nezha quickened his pace. "Old ghost, save me." Chu Tian could no longer contain the fear that gripped his heart and cried out hoarsely. Observing this, the ghost elder's expression shifted dramatically, astonished by the unforeseen resilience of little Nezha, who not only stood his ground under such oppressive force but advanced as if undisturbed. In a moment of panic, the ghost elder wasted no time and summoned his soul power. Suddenly, the fifth soul ring around him blazed with a brilliant light, and a formidable soul technique erupted forth. In an instant, a vast expanse of inky shadows surged beneath little Nezha's feet, as if infused with life, rapidly spreading outward. Before long, countless shadowy hands coalesced from the darkness and seized little Nezha's body with a swiftness that left no room for escape. "This little ancestor is truly a monster." The ghost elder gasped in disbelief, marveling at the scene. Little Nezha's inherently tempestuous nature posed an unimaginable threat had he not arrived in time. However, just as the ghost elder breathed a sigh of relief, a blinding golden light shot forth from little Nezha's hand like a bolt of lightning. Unquestionably, it was the Qiankuan circle. The ghost elder barely had time to react as the Qiankuan circle streaked through the air like a meteor, hurtling towards Chu Tian's forehead with terrifying speed. In that moment, silence enveloped the arena, as all present, including the ghost elder and onlookers, stood in stunned disbelief, paralyzed and unable to think or act. Those fortunate enough to evade the wrath of the Qiankuan circle retained their lives, yet Chu Tian was not so fortunate. The instant it struck his head, it burst open like a watermelon, blood splattering across the stunned faces of the surrounding students, leaving them in shock. "Devil!" A collective thought surged through the minds of the crowd, their faces betraying their fear, while the ghost elder was engulfed in horror. Originally, he believed that successfully controlling Nezha's body would effectively thwart his murderous intentions. However, he was utterly unprepared for the oversight that led him to completely forget the indomitable artifact. The universe ring clutched in the hands of the young Nezha. Beside him, Hulaina gaped in disbelief, her expression reflecting the incredulity of witnessing the most astonishing spectacle imaginable. Her enchanting eyes widened in sheer astonishment, fixated ahead, unable to regain her composure. The 3-year-old Nezha had effortlessly slain the third-ring soul master, Chu Tian. Nezha's eyes flared with a chilling ferocity, akin to 2 lightning bolts slicing through the air, sweeping across everyone present. The onlookers were paralyzed by the sudden intensity of his gaze, jolted from their stupor, and instinctively recoiled in panic. Their faces were etched with terror, resembling those who had glimpsed a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell, their bodies trembling involuntarily. "Your Holiness, please see clearly. We truly did not harm your friend. It was that Chu Tian who instigated this mischief. We are merely innocent bystanders, just the so-called onlookers," one individual stammered, his voice hoarse from sheer fright. "Yes, Your Highness. We truly did nothing." Another quickly echoed, fearful of becoming a casualty of Nezha's wrath. At this moment, Lindong, standing beside Nezha, stepped forward respectfully, stating, "Boss, they speak the truth, they did not raise a hand." Upon hearing this, Nezha nodded slightly, although the frostiness in his gaze remained undiminished. He slowly raised his right hand and, with a forceful sweep, proclaimed with commanding authority, "From this moment forth, should anyone dare to bully my brothers again, do not blame me for my ruthless resolve to obliterate them completely." His words reverberated like a thunderclap, causing the surrounding individuals to feel their ears ring. Those who had entertained any lingering hope were now pale with fear, rendered mute as if frozen in place. Just then, a ghostly figure materialized silently on the playground. He immediately caught sight of Chu Tian's lifeless body, and a heaviness settled in his heart, prompting a lengthy sigh. It is essential to recognize that Chu Tian was no ordinary person. He was the beloved grandson of Cardinal Chu Tsanyan. With Chu Tian's tragic demise here, chaos was surely on the horizon. Chapter 18. Bibi Dong protects the young. Have you all understood? Nezha's gaze swept across the crowd once more, his piercing eyes seeming to penetrate the very souls of those before him. The surrounding students, feeling the weight of his formidable presence, bowed their heads, trembling as if caught in a tempest, fervently nodding to affirm their comprehension of Nezha's warning. Boss, from this day forth, you are unequivocally our leader. And Lin Dong and the others are our brothers, as close as kin. One of the students, with a face full of flattery, exclaimed, "Wow, boss. You are simply too handsome. That heroic demeanor of yours leaves us in awe." Another voice joined in, praising, "Indeed, the boss is truly impressive." At that moment, a voice from the crowd rose in indignation. "Humph, that Chu Tian is utterly detestable, relying on his grandfather, the esteemed soul sage, to bully others and flaunt his power. Today, thanks to the boss's intervention, we finally took a breath of relief by dealing with this scourge." The crowd nodded in agreement, extolling the bravery of little Nezha. Indeed, throughout the entire Soul Master Academy, perhaps only you, boss, possessed the courage and strength to punish such villains. Amidst the chorus of admiration and flattery, little Nezha appeared remarkably composed, casually waving his hand and grinning as he responded, "Oh dear, you are all too kind. It is essential to remain humble. I have never been one to seek the spotlight." After saying this, he feigned modesty, yet his eyes betrayed a glimmer of pride. The majestic city of Soul Master City stood proudly at the heart of the continent, emanating a mysterious and imposing aura. The most striking edifice within the city was the soaring, resplendent Papal Palace. At this moment, the atmosphere inside the Papal Palace was heavy and silent. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and an elderly man with graying temples stormed into the grand hall. This elder was tall and vigorous, radiating a formidable presence. He clasped his hands together in salute to Bibi Dong, who sat upon the elevated throne and then knelt on one knee upon the mirror-like floor of the hall. Bibi Dong gradually opened her eyes, her exquisite features displaying a hint of fatigue as she gently rubbed her brow. Her gaze was as cold as the waters of an icy pool, and she spoke softly, "Chancellor Chu, what brings you here in such haste?" Chancellor Chu lifted his head, his face etched with sorrow and indignation, his voice trembling as he said, "Your Holiness, my family has always been unwaveringly loyal to you and the Spirit Hall, never harboring even a trace of disloyalty. Yet now, my poor grandson has tragically perished at the hands of the little saint." As he spoke, tears streamed down his wrinkled cheeks. Bibi Dong frowned slightly, pondering for a moment before responding, "Chancellor Chu, your grandson's name is Chu Tian, correct? I have indeed heard of him. As far as I know, while he possessed considerable talent, he was known for his arrogance at the Spirit Academy, often using his family's influence and his own power to dominate others. He even conspired with fellow students to murder several innocent ones. Are you unaware of these matters? Do you believe those students deserve their fate? The Spirit Hall relentlessly recruits prodigies from all corners of the continent, sparing no expense in dedicating precious resources to their meticulous training. However, the ultimate outcome has been tragically dismal. Do they not have parents or relatives? Furthermore, your esteemed grandson has ruthlessly brought about their demise, resulting in a severe depletion of the reserves that the Spirit Hall had painstakingly accumulated. At this juncture, Bibi Dong's expression turned frigid, and the very air within the grand hall seemed to crystallize with ice. Standing opposite her, the Pope of the Chu family trembled slightly, yet quickly steadied himself, inhaling deeply before speaking. "This matter indeed falls upon my shoulders. I have failed in guiding my grandson, and I implore your holiness to show leniency. My Chu family has been unwaveringly loyal to the Spirit Hall for generations, without a trace of disloyalty." Upon uttering these words, the Pope refrained from continuing, instead casting a gaze towards Bibi Dong, his eyes betraying a hint of trepidation and unease. "Were it not for the unwavering loyalty your family has shown over the years, the repercussions would likely be beyond your capacity to endure. This truth, I trust, the Pope is keenly aware of." Bibi Dong let out a cold snort, her tone chillingly frigid. She continued, "Moreover, as previously stated by Elder Ghost, this incident is entirely the result of your grandson's actions. Had he not acted recklessly, such calamity would not have ensued." Upon hearing this, the Pope understood that there would be no possibility of seeking justice for his unfortunate grandson today. He clasped his fists in salute and declared, "Your Holiness, I apologize for the disturbance." With that, He turned and hastily departed the Pope's hall, his eyes betraying an unending chill. After the Pope's departure, a ghostly figure emerged from the shadows, bowing respectfully to Bibi Dong and stating, "Your Holiness, I fear that the old man Chu Tsungyun will not let this matter rest. Shall we eliminate the Chu family?" Bibi Dong narrowed her beautiful eyes, calmly replying, "There is no rush. After all, the Chu family has contributed, albeit modestly, to the spirit hall over the years. We cannot act without substantiation, lest we sow discord among the other families. However, there are no buts. Elder Ghost, what you must do now is keep a close watch on the Chu family. I trust it won't be long before they make their move." Bibi Dong gazed out of the hall, a glimmer of anticipation sparkling in her eyes. At the Spirit Academy, in a classroom for junior soul masters, the evening self-study session buzzed with excitement. You cannot imagine how formidable our little holy son was. He was like a divine being, effortlessly sending the king of departure flying 50 meters with a single punch, truly terrifying. No wonder he asked the leader. It's astonishing that at merely 3 years old, he can dominate the students of the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would hardly have believed it. Chu Tian thought he would be safe with Elder Ghost present, yet the leader still managed to eliminate him. The leader is truly incredible. Even under the pressure of a tidal Douluo, he could still move. The little holy son is so handsome. The onlookers were utterly captivated. An exuberant, voluptuous girl exclaimed. Little Nezha reclined comfortably against the exquisitely carved sandalwood chair, his body slightly tilted backward, with one foot resting upon the other leg. As waves of praise surged in, an involuntary smile of satisfaction crept upon his lips, revealing his immense pride. At this moment, Nezha was completely immersed in the joy of being lauded, his face radiating bliss and enjoyment, to the extent that he felt as though he might float away like a cloud. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from outside the door, shattering the tranquility that had enveloped the room. "Where's the young master?" A somewhat coarse voice called from beyond, tinged with unmistakable urgency and arrogance. "Humph. Our leader is not someone you can simply meet at will. You should reflect on your own status," came a disdainful retort in response. "If you don't step aside, don't blame me for being impolite." The initial speaker, evidently irked, raised his voice significantly. The argument outside grew increasingly intense. Just then, a slender child, agile as a monkey, rushed into the room and approached Nezha directly. "Boss, it's bad. There's someone looking for you outside." "Understood," Nezha replied lazily, stretching languidly before slowly lifting his head to gaze toward the entrance. At the door stood 2 figures. Leading the way was a youth clad in silver attire. He stood tall and striking, with a neat shock of silver hair shimmering brilliantly in the light. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a resemblance to Hulaina, sharing equally exquisite features and captivating, deep-set eyes. Beside the silver-haired boy stood another young man, markedly more ordinary in appearance. His features were unremarkable, yet his physique was robust, and his vibrant, fiery red hair cascaded wildly over his shoulders. Moreover, his body was adorned with flame-shaped tattoos, and even his round eyes glowed a dark crimson, reminiscent of raging flames, making it difficult for one to gaze at him directly. Without hesitation, the duo strode into the room and approached Nezha. "Boss," they called in unison, and with a resounding thud, they knelt before him, their movements synchronized and their demeanor exceedingly respectful. "Weren't you two supposed to come charging in here to challenge me?" Nezha asked, arms crossed and chin slightly raised, a distinct expression of disappointment adorning his face as he spoke slowly. In response, Yin quickly scratched the back of his head, donning an ingratiating smile, chuckling awkwardly before saying, "Boss, you jest. With our meager skills, how could we dare to match wits with a master such as yourself? Besides, dueling with you would merely be courting disaster. We are not foolish enough to engage in such futile endeavors. From this moment on, you shall be our leader. Simply direct us as you see fit," proclaimed Xiaoyu, thumping his chest. "In the Spirit Soul Academy, strength reigns supreme. The one with the greatest power is deemed the leader, a principle established by the students of the academy. In truth, this rule holds true in any realm. I find myself utterly bored," lamented little Nezha, resting his chin on his hand, exuding an air of disinterest. This is not the life he envisioned, having taken lives today. Should there not be retribution? "If you are feeling unamused, why not accompany us to the Sunset Forest for a soul hunt tomorrow?" suggested Xiaoyu. Little Nezha furrowed his brows and inquired, "Soul hunt?" Understanding that little Nezha had only just enrolled and might not be well versed in these matters, Xiaoyu quickly clarified. "It involves hunting soul beasts to obtain soul rings." "Hunting soul beasts?" Little Nezha's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly exclaimed, "What are we waiting for? Let us go now." However, Xiaoyu interjected, today is already too late. The forest we are headed to is quite distant. It would be wiser to set off at dawn. What do you think? Very well, very well. Little Nezha waved his hand in agreement. The following day, as dawn broke with a grayish hue, a group of 8 or 9 individuals departed from the Spirit Soul Academy. Knowing little Nezha's restless nature, Bibidong permitted him to join the senior Soul Master students on their excursion to the Sunset Forest. In addition to the academy assigning a Soul Douluo to lead, Bibidong had also discreetly arranged for Ghost Douluo to follow for little Nezha's safety. As they journeyed, little Nezha was filled with curiosity about the world beyond, for his safety. He had been confined within the Spirit City for the past 3 years and had grown weary of it. The distance from the Spirit Soul Academy to the Sunset Forest was not as far as one might have imagined. When the sun reached its zenith, the group arrived at the bustling market on the outskirts of the Sunset Forest. Upon entering this lively place, they could not help but exclaim in unison, "Wow! This is truly a vibrant scene." Indeed, compared to the rigid atmosphere of the academy, which felt like a prison of constant study, this place is a veritable paradise of joy. Look over there. That woman has a rather peculiar spirit, resembling a green hat. As they gazed at the throngs of people and the bustling streets, the students animatedly discussed their observations. It was indeed the case that life at the Spirit Soul Academy was filled with strict schedules and militaristic management, leaving little time for personal freedom, let alone leisure activities. Thus, upon arriving at this vivacious market, a wave of freshness and delight surged within them. With great enthusiasm, they ventured deeper into the market, immediately enveloped by a cacophony of sounds. The noises varied in pitch and tone, but upon closer inspection, it became evident that the majority stemmed from Soul Masters recruiting companions. As is widely acknowledged, the Sunset Forest is far from a serene and tranquil realm. It is inhabited by a myriad of formidable soul beasts, concealing countless unknown perils and dangers. Therefore, for Soul Masters aspiring to delve into its depths to hunt suitable soul beasts and successfully procure soul rings, the task is anything but simple. However, by embarking on this endeavor in teams, they can enhance their mutual safety to a certain extent, offering support and care for one another in times of difficulty. Come, we need a healer. We are missing one in our group, as long as your level exceeds 20. You can join us immediately. A Soul Master shouted, his voice echoing through the air. Meanwhile, from another direction came a powerful call. A formidable defensive Soul Master is here. My martial spirit is the turtle shield, unyielding and invincible. Any teams in need, come and take a look. This voice was imbued with confidence and strength, seemingly showcasing its owner's formidable prowess. Is there any esteemed individual willing to guide me? I beseech my foster father to assist me in obtaining a century-old soul ring. Another voice lamented, revealing an endless yearning and anticipation. Suddenly, a wave of angry shouts erupted from the crowd. Damn it, why isn't the healer actually healing? You short-sighted fools. Disregarding me is a monumental loss. The self-proclaimed healer's face flushed with indignation, hands on hips, and eyes wide with fury. Yet, his words swiftly drew retorts from others. You are clearly not a genuine healer. Just a few days ago, I encountered a healer who, upon entering the Sunset Forest, immediately thrust his martial spirit into the ground without a word. My heart, brimming with hope, was instantly crushed. Laughter erupted among the onlookers, clearly amused, yet sympathetic towards the Soul Master's plight. Standing nearby, the Junior Soul Master Academy's students and the young Nezha quietly listened to the cacophony of calls, feeling somewhat dazed and confused. Why do they insist on forming teams? And why must they include a healer? Someone inquired, as among the group were students whose soul power had only just reached level 10. Noticing their bewilderment, Hulaina smiled gently and explained, you must understand. Hunting soul beasts is not a task to be taken lightly. Some soul beasts, despite their relatively short cultivation period, should not be underestimated, as they possess astonishing offensive capabilities. Pausing, she cast her enchanting gaze upon the crowd, continuing, take for instance the nether tiger, which the young saint once faced. This soul beast is inherently formidable. But what is even more terrifying is the trace of precious dragon blood coursing through its veins. Consequently, its combat strength is several times that of an ordinary nether tiger. We are unlikely to encounter the same spectral tiger, some expressed with a hint of optimism. Hulaina gently shook her head, her gaze sweeping over several junior soul masters from the academy, before she continued, you are mistaken. Within my Sunset Forest, there exists an abundance of spectral tigers whose strength far surpasses that of the minor saint you previously faced. Thus, for soul masters lacking formidable backgrounds and powerful abilities, The only route to procure the desired soul rings within the Sunset Forest is to form a team. At this moment, Hulaina raised her voice slightly, earnestly elucidating, however, a truly exceptional soul master team must comprise at least 5 essential components. First and foremost, a food system soul master is indispensable, tasked with managing the team's supplies. Secondly, a recovery system soul master is crucial. They must constantly monitor the health of their comrades and provide timely healing to ensure everyone remains in peak fighting condition. The agility system soul master assumes the role of reconnaissance, identifying potential dangers and relaying information swiftly back to the group. Meanwhile, the strength system soul master must bravely stand firm, absorbing the enemy's fierce assaults. Lastly, it is the opportune moment for the attack system soul master to shine, annihilating the foes with their relentless onslaught. Only when each component fulfills its role and collaborates closely can the team hope to thrive in the perilous expanse of the Sunset Forest. Hearing Hulaina's explanation, the leading instructor, Elder Qin, nodded appreciatively, remarking, "This is the consequence of not taking classes seriously. You all should learn from Laina." As the group continued onward, they observed the vibrant scenes around them with great interest, leisurely making their way toward the mysterious and alluring entrance of the Sunset Forest. It is worth noting that although this forest does not fall under the jurisdiction of any powerful faction, the Spirit Hall has nonetheless dispatched a considerable number of formidable soul masters to safeguard the safety of the innocent villagers in the surrounding areas. At this moment, during the peak of the midday sun, soul masters poured into the Sunset Forest for their adventurous training. When they glimpsed the delicate figure of the young Nezha beside Hulaina in the procession, astonishment spread across their faces. Among the crowd, a weathered middle-aged man could not help but voice his thoughts. "I must say, you young ones possess quite the audacity. Look at this child. He appears to be no more than 3 years old. How could you possibly bring such a young one into the treacherous Sunset Forest? Are you planning to use him as bait for the soul beasts?" His words dripped with a hint of mockery, for to most seasoned soul masters, a child of such tender age entering the depths of the Sunset Forest would undoubtedly become a significant burden to the entire team. He could hardly fathom what use this little child could serve. The only role he could envision was as sustenance for the spirit beasts. Upon hearing the man's words, the young Nezha was instantly engulfed in fury, his large eyes widening in disbelief, cheeks puffed in indignation, and with a face full of wrath. He raised his hand and pointed directly at the man, shouting loudly, "Humph! A scoundrel like you! I alone could easily take on 10. The middle-aged man, taken aback at first, soon erupted into a thunderous laugh, his mirth echoing through the woods, as if the very trees trembled in response. Amidst his laughter, he spoke with a tone laced with disdain and mockery. "Ha! You are but a wet-behind-the-ears little brat, boasting with audacity. With your infantile appearance, I could take on 1,000, even 10,000 of you, truly unaware of your own insignificance." However, before his words could fully dissipate, a shadow suddenly darted past like a bolt of lightning. Immediately following was a resounding thud, as the middle-aged man was propelled backward with astonishing speed. Akin to a cannonball launched into the air, he crashed heavily to the ground, the impact resonating in a dull thud. Involuntarily groaning in agony as he coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood, splattering it across the grass and creating a strikingly vivid scene. At that moment, he felt dizzy and disoriented, utterly bewildered as to what had transpired. Who is it? Who dared to ambush me? Stand forth if you have the courage. Struggling to prop himself up, he scanned his surroundings, roaring in anger. Yet, all that answered him was an eerie silence, accompanied by the astonished expressions of his companions. Is this all? Young Nezha shrugged, hands on his hips, shaking his head in disappointment. Wow, the boss is incredible, truly a godlike presence. Yan's eyes widened, his mouth agape, nearly able to fit an egg inside. He stammered in excitement, desperately swallowing, and raised his thumb high in admiration for young Nezha's prowess. Old Qin, with a calm demeanor, regarded the disheveled man with a subtle smile, a faint trace of bitter amusement playing at the corners of his lips. He then slowly turned to survey the students behind him, softly stating, "All right, let us not waste any more time. We should proceed inside." With that, Old Qin took the lead into the Sunset Forest, followed closely by the others. Chapter 21. A familiar power. As the group stepped into the mysterious forest, they were immediately enveloped by a rich, refreshing aroma unique to the woodland. Towering trees stretched skyward, their dense foliage intertwining like colossal green umbrellas shielding the heavens. A riot of colorful flowers and exotic plants dotted the underbrush, exuding enchanting fragrances that intoxicated the senses. Is this truly the Sunset Forest? As they gazed upon the vast, lush expanse of the forest before them, the students could not help but exclaim in awe. Each inhaled deeply, as if they could sense the essence permeating the air. This essence seemed to ignite every cell within their bodies, causing their blood to surge and banishing all fatigue. Upon entering the sunset forest, it was not as complex as they had envisioned. Perhaps due to years of human presence, the ground had been worn into winding paths, akin to the veins of the earth, leading deep into the woods. Elder Qin, standing at the forefront of the group, slowly closed his eyes. His formidable spiritual energy surging forth like a tide, rapidly radiating outward. After a moment, he opened his eyes and spoke calmly. According to my exploration, your task is to hunt 300-year soul beasts and 1,000-year soul beast. In this sunset forest, locating them is not particularly challenging. A short venture deeper will yield results. However, do not let your guard down, for this place is home to many formidable soul beasts with considerable cultivation years. And you may even encounter terrifying beings of 10,000 years. Therefore, it is imperative that you stay closely aligned with the group and do not wander off. Additionally, I must remind you that I will only assist you in moments of life and death. Elder Qin's solemn warning struck each individual like a heavy hammer, and the previously excited students immediately collected themselves, becoming alert. In truth, there is no need for such anxiety, Yin said with a smile, exuding confidence. Among us, there are 3 soul masters. Your soul ring should pose no issue. Indeed, our 3 senior classmates are genuine soul masters. We can simply relax and go with the flow. Chimed in a student, barely 5 feet tall, grinning broadly. Upon hearing this, Elder Qin couldn't help but smirk slightly, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Oh, you little rascals, your thoughts are rather fanciful. The 3 soul masters have other obligations and cannot assist you in acquiring soul rings. Do not rely solely on others." What? No way, Elder Qin. This is quite a shock, leaving us unprepared for the acquisition of soul rings, lamented one student, his expression shifting dramatically to one of despair. Elder Qin, noticing this, furrowed his brow and scolded, "Humph. Look at you all, frightened like wilted eggplants. How could you possibly be unable to handle a 100-year soul beast? Setting aside the 3 soul masters, there are 4 of you here. Among you, 3 are nearly great soul masters, and 1 is almost a soul master. If so many of you cannot manage even a single soul ring, you might as well pack your things and hastily return home." That's not right, Elder Qin. Besides the 3 senior students, isn't there also the Holy Sun? A short boy, with round, sparkling eyes filled with confusion, inquired. As he spoke, he even stood on tiptoe, seemingly trying to appear taller. Upon hearing this, Elder Qin's expression darkened instantly. He raised his hand and, with no mercy, struck the boy sharply on the head. With a crisp sound, the boy stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. "Humph, do you really expect the Holy Sun to act as your enforcer?" Elder Qin glared, his voice low and filled with anger. "You little rascals, you have no idea of the gravity of the situation. What status does the Holy Sun hold? How can he casually assist you in hunting soul beasts? How dare you have the audacity to suggest such a thing?" Beside them, Yin couldn't help but curse, "Li Mao, you audacious fool. How dare you entertain such thoughts, thinking the boss would personally hunt soul beasts for you? Have you lost your mind?" Faced with the accusations and rebukes, the student named Li Mao appeared somewhat embarrassed. He sheepishly scratched the back of his head, a sheepish grin spreading across his face as he explained, "Oh, come on. Don't be angry. I was just joking. I didn't think you'd take it seriously." However, despite his light-hearted words, the faint blush on his cheeks revealed his inner embarrassment. Little Nezha stood quietly to the side, silent as a shadow. Ever since they entered the sunset forest, an indescribable sensation had enveloped him. For reasons unknown, he sensed a mysterious and familiar force gently calling out to him. As they ventured deeper into the woods, this force intensified, as if it sought to consume him entirely. Suddenly, without warning, little Nezha's speed surged, akin to lightning streaking across the night sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye, too quickly for anyone to react. Damn it, what could possibly attract the Holy Sun so? Elder Qin's face darkened significantly at this sight. Not daring to hesitate, he summoned his martial spirit, and a massive black crow materialized, soaring into the sky, transforming into a dazzling streak of light as it raced toward the direction where little Nezha had disappeared. Yet, to Elder Qin's astonishment, despite his full exertion, little Nezha's speed was unfathomably swift. Even he, a formidable soul master with a crow martial spirit, struggled to keep pace. Before long, little Nezha's figure reappeared within the group's sight. He stood at the edge of a lake, which had been completely frozen over, its surface smooth as a mirror, reflecting a cold, glimmering light. Even more bizarrely, The temperature here is frightfully low. The intensely frigid air seems capable of penetrating one's very marrow, and even the surrounding atmosphere appears unable to withstand such chilling conditions, coalescing into minute ice crystals that gently float downwards. Chapter 22. The Great Being Beneath the Lake. A familiar power without a hint of hesitation, little Nezha stepped onto the ice. The moment his feet touched the surface of the lake, the enigmatic force that had lingered in his heart suddenly intensified immensely. Furthermore, the once calm energy flowing within him seemed to respond to an unseen call, becoming restless and tumultuous, as if it were attempting to break free from its confines within his meridians. What could this be? Driven by curiosity, little Nezha made his way toward the center of the lake, treading carefully upon the ice, each step echoing with a crisp sound. As he approached the heart of the lake, through the thick layer of ice, he faintly discerned a mysterious object deep beneath the surface, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. This extraordinary luminescence resembled a dreamlike dance, at times gentle as gossamer, at others resplendent like fireworks. At that moment, little Nezha noticed that, in addition to the shimmering object, there seemed to be other entities concealed beneath it. Yet, due to the ice's considerable thickness and the lake's water, it was difficult to ascertain precisely what lay beneath. His curiosity intensified. Little Nezha took a deep breath and then swung his fist down upon the ice with great force. With a resounding crash, a fine crack appeared on the surface, yet he was still far from breaking through. Undeterred, he raised his fist once more, summoning all his strength to strike the ice again. With a thunderous roar, the once solid ice began to tremble violently. In an instant, numerous fine cracks spread like lightning, intertwining and connecting to form a vast and intricate web-like pattern. As the fissures emerged, beams of white light spilled forth from the gaps. Shatter! At that moment, a furious shout reverberated through the air. Little Nezha, muscles taut and eyes wide, struck the ice with his right fist, imbued with immense power. At this thunderous blow, the entire lake seemed to tremble, followed by a deafening roar. Before him appeared an unfathomably deep ice cavern, its dark, foreboding mouth resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast, sending shivers down one's spine. Buzz! Almost simultaneously, a dazzling white pillar of light surged from the lake's depths, piercing the heavens. The force it unleashed was extraordinarily powerful, igniting a terrifying tempest. Howling winds swept through, lifting clouds of dust, stones, and broken branches, drawing everything into a frenzied whirl. Faced with such a horrifying spectacle, an ordinary person would likely have fled in terror, yet little Nezha remained undaunted. He swiftly leapt into the lake, akin to a shooting star streaking across the night sky. Had it been anyone else who dared to plunge in so recklessly, they would undoubtedly have succumbed to the bone-chilling cold that could obliterate them in an instant. However, for the young Nezha, the circumstances were entirely different. Not only did this frigid aura fail to inflict any harm upon him, but it also seemed to recoil in terror, as if it had encountered a formidable nemesis. What was even more astonishing was the vibrant crimson energy that surged forth from within Nezha, enveloping him in a fiery embrace. Under the protection of this radiant energy, the lethal cold could not approach him, only raging impotently outside. This seemingly unremarkable lake, however, harbored profound mysteries. As the fearless Nezha plunged into its depths, he realized the lake was unfathomably deep, perhaps rivaling the abyss of the vast ocean. In the blink of an eye, he had descended over 2,000 meters, yet astonishingly, he had yet to reach the bottom. With each meter that he descended, the allure of a mysterious power intensified. At that moment, the latent force within Nezha ignited, bubbling to life as if awakened from slumber. It danced around him like ethereal spirits, transforming into dazzling streams of light that encircled him tightly. Suddenly, a tremendous shadow zipped past like a bolt of lightning. The abruptness of this occurrence sent a jolt of alarm through Nezha. His eyes widened in fury as he shouted, "Who dares to show themselves? If you possess any courage, step forth." No sooner had Nezha's words echoed in the now turbulent waters than two brilliant red beams shot up from the depths, resembling lightning. In the blink of an eye, a colossal shadow materialized before him with astonishing swiftness, moving so quickly that there was no time for reaction. A deafening roar reverberated through the air as the shadow opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of formidable power. In an instant, a blinding white light erupted like a cannonball, hurtling towards Nezha with unimaginable speed. Just as this overwhelming force was about to reach him, Nezha, relying on his extraordinary reflexes and instinct for battle, swiftly regained his composure. Without hesitation, he raised his arms, crossing them defensively over his chest to withstand the tremendous impact. However, The terrifying white light was overwhelmingly powerful, instantly engulfing the entire being of the young Nezha. Unexpectedly, the might of this white light exceeded all imagination. As it swept across the terrain, it forcefully cleaved the entire lake in two. The tumultuous waters surged skyward, unleashing monstrous waves reaching heights of several hundred meters. These colossal waves collided and intertwined, ultimately coalescing into a crystalline curtain of ice. From a distance, this ice curtain resembled a magnificent and awe-inspiring natural barrier, majestically rising above the lake's surface, delivering a breathtaking visual impact. At that moment, Nezha stood as if enchanted, transformed into a lifelike ice sculpture, quietly poised upon the lake's surface. Soon after, a shadow surged forth like a phantom, its assault ferociously potent. Not only astonishing in its destructive force, but also enveloped in an endless chill. In an instant, the moisture in the surrounding air rapidly crystallized into ice spikes, cascading down like a torrential ice rain upon the lake. Each spike was razor-sharp, glinting with a lethal sheen, akin to a multitude of deadly blades, unyielding and indomitable. Chapter 23. Nezha, should I take charge? Suddenly, a resounding explosion erupted. The ice sculpture that had stood in the lake shattered instantaneously, sending forth a towering cloud of white mist. From within the dense fog, Nezha emerged slowly. He clenched his small fists tightly, his expression resolute and steadfast. Although the previous white light had wielded catastrophic power, fortunately, Nezha possessed an extraordinary constitution, far surpassing that of ordinary mortals. Such a terrifying blow had merely left him with superficial injuries to his arms. Had an ordinary person encountered such an attack, they would have undoubtedly been reduced to ashes in an instant. At this moment, Nezha's eyes blazed with fierce fury, as if he intended to incinerate everything before him. He shifted his form, leaping into the lake with the swiftness of lightning. Today, I shall claim your life. The shadow, evidently caught off guard by Nezha's survival against its full-force attack, felt a profound humiliation. In a fit of rage, it unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, shaking the very foundations of the lake as if it were on the brink of collapse. Following this, the shadow darted past like a bolt of black lightning, its speed astonishing. It weaved rapidly through the waters, a blur of motion, as if merging with the lake itself. Where it passed, ripples of water spread outward, while countless droplets splashed into the air, creating a dazzling display akin to a vibrant water firework performance. However, after a few fleeting flashes, the shadow vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed at all. Yet, the young Nezha would not so easily believe that the creature had fled. His eyes, bright as torches, vigilantly scanned every inch of his surroundings, missing not a single suspicious movement. For a time, the surface of the lake was enveloped in a profound silence, eerie enough to send chills down one's spine. The once shimmering waters now resembled a stagnant pool, devoid of even the faintest sound. Just as this stillness persisted, Nezha suddenly pivoted without warning and unleashed a powerful punch. This strike, forceful and resolute, soared through the air like a meteor ablaze with fervent flames, crashing down upon an extraordinarily hard object with an explosive impact. A tremendous roar echoed, and the ice shattered instantly, scattering fragments like a storm across the expanse. As the ice fractured, a colossal shadow erupted from the water, crashing heavily onto the lake's surface. Humph! Nezha had expected a formidable beast, only to find it was a mere mutated serpent. He leaped gracefully from the water, landing firmly on the shore, casting a scornful gaze upon the black-scaled serpent, adorned with dragon-like claws, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, several figures darted forth from the dense foliage. Their forms moved with the swiftness of the wind, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. Upon confirming Nezha's safety, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. The heavy stone of worry finally lifted from their hearts. Undoubtedly, these individuals were the party led by Elder Qin. Elder Qin hurriedly approached Nezha, concern etched across his face, beads of perspiration glistening on his forehead. "Little ancestor, so you are here. We were quite frantic searching for you," he exclaimed, his trembling hand gently ruffling Nezha's hair, a palpable sense of relief washing over him. Since Nezha's sudden disappearance, Elder Qin had been the most anxious among them, tirelessly searching without respite, his countenance now bearing the marks of exhaustion, as if years had been added to his age in mere moments. The others quickly gathered around, their eyes first ensuring Nezha's well-being before being inevitably drawn to the imposing black python not far away. Is that the legendary soul beast? How could this serpent possess such a form, almost resembling the mythical dragon? They murmured in curiosity. Yet, without transforming into a true dragon, it remained merely a python. The crowd buzzed with speculation, their intrigue for the mysterious black serpent palpable. At this juncture, all attention converged upon the great serpent. Elder Qin scrutinized it closely, a flicker of astonishment lighting his eyes as he murmured to himself, "I never expected to encounter a phantom serpent on the brink of mutation into a flood dragon here. This journey has indeed been fortuitous. If I could capture it and bring it back for careful nurturing, it would prove invaluable when the young holy son requires a soul ring in the future." Having said this, an uncontainable joy flickered across Elder Qin's lips. Given his formidable strength, defeating this 10,000-year-old ghost shadow python would be as effortless as a mere breeze. At this very moment, the python's enormous eyes, resembling unfathomable abysses, emitted a chilling light, coldly scrutinizing the intruding humans in its territory. "You all take good care of the young holy son. I shall subdue that ghost shadow python." Elder Qin instructed the group accompanying Hulaina. "Old man, why don't I handle it?" little Nezha suggested. "The holy son merely wishes to observe." With that, Elder Qin vanished in a flash, appearing directly before the ghost shadow python. This soul beast, merely 2,000 years old, posed little threat to him. However, he had no intention of wasting too much time. With a stomp of his foot, 8 soul rings gradually rose beneath him, showcasing the optimal configuration for a soul master. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Isn't it a concern that Elder Qin might struggle against such a mutated soul beast that is cultivated for 2,000 years? One voice expressed worry. A mere 10,000-year soul beast corresponds to the levels of a soul emperor to a soul Douluo. With Elder Qin already being a soul Douluo, he can easily handle it. Yin replied with a gentle smile. Elder Qin's expression turned serious as he focused intently on the ghost shadow python. Taking a deep breath, he slowly raised his hands. To his surprise, his seemingly ordinary palms began to emanate a dark radiance, with strands of soul power coiling like agile black snakes within his palms. Simultaneously, a colossal and enigmatic crow martial spirit subtly materialized behind him, its entire form shrouded in darkness, its wings spread wide as if capable of obscuring the heavens. At that moment, the third soul ring on Elder Qin's body suddenly gleamed with a brilliant purple light, resembling the most resplendent star in the night sky. Following this, he lightly pressed his foot down, transforming into a purple arrow, hurtling towards the ghost shadow python with astonishing speed. Yet, in the face of such a fierce assault, the python remained utterly still, as steadfast as an unyielding mountain. As Elder Qin closed in, the massive serpent suddenly launched its counterattack. Its powerful tail whipped through the air, creating a tempestuous roar, sweeping directly toward Elder Qin. Quick to react, he sidestepped effortlessly, narrowly evading the ferocious strike. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed the dazzling light of his fourth soul ring. Clenching his fist, he summoned forth his soul power, delivering a forceful punch that struck solidly against the body of the ghost shadow python. A resounding thud echoed through the air, followed by an astonishing turn of events. The formidable serpent, the phantom python, remained unblemished, its rigid form not yielding in the slightest. Instead, it was Elder Qin who was thrust backward by a powerful recoil, nearly stumbling to the ground. Before he could regain his balance, the phantom python unfurled its gaping maw, lunging ferociously towards him. In this dire moment, Elder Qin had no time to ponder. He hastily summoned his 7th soul skill, manifesting his martial spirit in its true form. Instantly, his physique swelled and merged with the raven spirit behind him, coalescing into a towering, imposing silhouette of blackness, striving to withstand the lethal assault of the python. Yet, despite his fervent efforts, he felt as impotent as a mantis trying to halt a chariot. In the blink of an eye, his formidable martial spirit was effortlessly breached by the serpent, its razor-sharp fangs sinking mercilessly into his arm. Damnable beast, this power feels wrong. It mirrors the aura of the young saint. Elder Qin seethed with a mix of shock and fury, struggling to free himself from the python's grasp while contemplating the implications. The pivotal foreshadowing, the magical essence of the young Nezha had fragmented, scattering across various realms, leading to extraordinary mutations in once ordinary soul beasts, with even century-old beasts potentially possessing the combat prowess comparable to that of soul Douluo, or even titled Douluo. The onlookers were struck with sheer horror, their faces pale with fear. They yearned to rush in to assist, but the python's robust tail lashed out like a colossal whip, sweeping them away effortlessly. "Do you truly believe you can claim my life?" Elder Qin's eyes blazed with fierce determination, his entire being radiating an immense aura. As his 8th soul ring shimmered with resplendent light, he bellowed a thunderous roar. Before his voice faded, his right hand underwent a miraculous transformation, morphing into 5 transparent, sharp blades resembling black crystals, glinting menacingly. With a swift motion of his arm, these 5 blades, imbued with overwhelming might, surged towards the phantom python with the force of a tempest. In an instant, a series of crackling sounds erupted as the dazzling blades shot forth like lightning, striking the serpent's impenetrable, obsidian scales. Sparks erupted, and a powerful gust swept through the air as if it were being torn asunder. However, to everyone's astonishment, the python not only remained unscathed by Elder Qin's formidable 8th soul skill, but it was also incensed further. Its colossal form trembled violently, fracturing into 3 identical serpentine shadows, each brandishing a gaping maw large enough to engulf a small hill, charging ferociously at Elder Qin. This is dire. We are doomed. How can the phantom python be this powerful? Even the formidable Master Qin is no match for it. Amidst the crowd, a voice, trembling with fear and despair, broke the silence. Surely, we cannot perish here? In an instant, the atmosphere of panic spread like wildfire, enveloping each heart in a shroud of thick shadow. Just as everyone believed Master Qin was doomed, a miracle transpired. His eyes widened as his soul power erupted like a volcanic eruption, surging forth as a torrent of overwhelming energy. Like a specter, he retreated swiftly, moving at an unimaginable speed, and in the blink of an eye, he distanced himself from the 3 ferocious serpent shadows that lunged at him. Yet, he was gravely injured. Moments ago, that terrifying ghostly serpent had sunk its fangs into him, injecting an intensely frigid essence that coursed through his veins with alarming swiftness, as if it would freeze his very blood. Quickly, take the holy sun away, Master Qin bellowed, his voice laced with urgency and resolve. Just then, the ghostly serpent, emboldened by its apparent victory, relentlessly pursued him. It opened its gaping maw, unleashing beams of dazzling white light that shot forth like arrows. The energy contained within each beam was overwhelmingly potent, each capable of delivering a fatal blow. Master Qin understood all too well that should he be struck by that white light, his life would surely come to an end today. However, the ghostly serpent was not only terrifying in its offensive capabilities, but also remarkably swift, akin to a streak of black lightning slicing through the night sky, rendering evasion nearly impossible. In an instant, before Master Qin could even react, he was swept aside by the serpent's powerful tail. With a thunderous crash, he was hurled like a marionette with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, witnessing Master Qin's effortless defeat. Utterly at a loss on how to respond to this unforeseen calamity, they exchanged glances, their faces etched with terror and helplessness. What do we do? Are we truly destined to perish here? The intertwining emotions of fear and despair caused their voices to tremble. This is outrageous. Who could have imagined a soul beast of 20,000 years would possess such strength? Another person cursed the fearsome entity through clenched teeth. At that moment, Hulaina caught a glimpse of a petite figure meandering past. Little holy son? Hulaina gasped, her face a mask of confusion. What are you doing? Come back at once. Yet, the diminutive figure seemed oblivious to her calls, continuing its steady advance while calmly responding. Kill it. Chapter 25. The little Nezha demonstrates his might. Hulaina, in a state of bewilderment, Hulaina's eyes widened, momentarily rendered speechless. Beside her, Elder Qin was in a state of frantic urgency, urgently calling out. Little Saint Son, return at once. This soul beast is no ordinary creature. Meanwhile, standing alongside were Xiaoyu, Yin, and the other students, all casting anxious and fearful glances. They understood well that even Elder Qin, who had reached the level of a soul Douluo, could not vanquish the ghost shadow python. Little Nezha's reckless advance would yield no benefit and could very well result in him being devoured whole by the monstrous serpent. With a slight upward curve of his lips, little Nezha revealed a confident and playful smile, softly declaring, "Watch how I shall defeat this soul beast today." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he vanished in a blur, akin to an arrow released from a bow, charging directly toward the oncoming frigid aura. In the blink of an eye, little Nezha stood before the ghost shadow python, leaving behind Hulaina, whose gaze was interwoven with worry, astonishment, and admiration, alongside the incredulous expressions of the others. How bold he is. That is clearly not an ordinary soul beast. If anything goes awry, we are finished. Yin gritted his teeth, expressing his concern. At that moment, everyone present longed to flee from this terrifying place. Yet, the seemingly diminutive figure advanced fearlessly, resolutely approaching the ghost shadow python. Senior Xiaoyu, do you think our leader can defeat this ghost shadow python? The previously timid student, Wang Mao, trembled with anxiety, desperately gasping for breath as he turned to Xiaoyu. It was well known that this ghost shadow python possessed over 20,000 years of cultivation, having even bested the formidable Elder Qin. Despite little Nezha's extraordinary prowess, the group found it difficult to muster much hope against such a ferocious opponent. Upon hearing Wang Mao's question, Xiaoyu furrowed his brow. After a brief silence, he slowly replied, perhaps. Clearly, even Xiaoyu, who held unwavering confidence in little Nezha, hesitated to make any bold assertions regarding the outcome of this confrontation against such a fearsome soul beast. Each of them was acutely aware of little Nezha's astonishing strength, a force deemed terrifying and unprecedented. Yet, when faced with the enigmatic might of the ghost shadow python, a sense of trepidation lingered amongst them. For the creature's power was truly chilling. Little Saint Sun, come back. Elder Qin, lying on the ground, desperately shouted, his voice strained with urgency. Unfortunately, he found himself unable to move a muscle. Otherwise, with his keen sense of danger and fierce protective instincts, he would have surely led these children to safety in an instant. At this critical juncture, young Nezha confidently advanced to confront the ominous shadow serpent. He lifted his chin slightly, fixing his gaze upon the colossal python before him. One must concede that the overwhelming pressure emanating from such an ancient and titanic creature was suffocating, akin to the weight of Mount Tai pressing down on an egg, instilling an indescribable sense of asphyxiation. In this moment, young Nezha stood resolutely, facing the terrifying soul beast, the ghostly shadow python. The air around them seemed to freeze instantly, and the atmosphere thickened with tension, heavy with murderous intent, spreading like a tidal wave and sending shivers down the spine of every onlooker. The python's massive form was astonishing, stretching an estimated several dozen yards in length. Its robust body resembled a towering black hill, with hardened scales reflecting a dim and chilling light under the sun. Most fearsome of all were its cavernous jaws, from which protruded two formidable fangs, sharp and glistening with a deadly sheen. The venom dripping from the tips of these fangs was highly corrosive, instantly eroding the ground beneath it into bottomless pits that exuded wisps of acrid smoke. In that moment, the ghostly shadow python's eyes burned like two blazing infernos, flickering with a sinister light as they fixated on young Nezha, who stood unwavering before it. The python's low, thunderous roars echoed ominously, resonating as if from the very depths of hell, filled with unquenchable rage and malice, proclaiming its unassailable dominion over this seemingly insignificant adversary. Meanwhile, in Nezha's grasp, the Qianquan circle radiated a soft yet resplendent golden light, casting an aura of majesty around his diminutive frame. Despite his youth and the stark contrast in size against the massive serpent, he stood firm, his back straight as a rod, his small visage reflecting an unwavering courage. His bright, clear eyes betrayed no hint of fear, remaining resolute even in the face of the python's imposing figure and terrifying presence. In an instant, the tension escalated to its zenith, and a heart-stopping contest of life and death was imminent. Just then, the ghostly shadow python lunged forward, a streak of black lightning slicing through the air, racing towards Nezha with astonishing speed that defied comprehension, leaving no time even to blink. Accompanied by a howling gale, the python's gaping maw opened wide, releasing a nauseating stench that assaulted Nezha as it aimed to strike down upon him. However, young Nezha's reflexes were equally remarkable. He swiftly pivoted on his agile feet, and in an instant, his entire being darted aside like a golden meteor streaking across the sky. His movements flowed seamlessly, executed with such grace that there was no hint of hesitation. The menacing specter of the serpent lunged ferociously, yet it unexpectedly struck nothing but air. The frigid aura was overwhelmingly intense, and the fractured ice rapidly reformed. At that moment, the colossal head of the ghostly serpent crashed violently against the solid ice surface, shattering it instantly and sending countless shards flying like snowflakes in all directions. In that critical moment, the clever and astute little Nezha seized the opportunity, exclaiming with a resounding voice, "Behold my skill." Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled the Qianquan circle, which he had tightly grasped in his hand. Once released, the Qianquan circle soared forth like a brilliant golden sun, slicing through the air with a thunderous force, its might akin to an unstoppable tidal wave, directly aimed at the ghostly serpent. Chapter 26. How remarkable! The ghostly serpent instantly perceived an unprecedented threat descending upon it. Its elongated body twisted with astonishing speed in an attempt to evade the lethal strike of the Qianquan circle. However, the speed of the Qianquan circle was as swift as lightning. Despite the serpent's agile reflexes, it could not completely escape. A sharp, crisp sound echoed as the Qianquan circle grazed its scales, causing several sturdy scales to shatter and vanish like fleeting glimmers in the air. The serpent, struck by such a powerful blow, let out a roar filled with rage and indignation. It then unleashed its robust tail, akin to an indomitable steel whip, slicing through the air with a fierce whoosh, aiming a devastating strike at little Nezha. In a blink, facing this ferocious attack, little Nezha deftly maneuvered, executing a graceful somersault in midair to effortlessly evade the serpent's violent tail. Subsequently, with a swift motion of his right hand, he summoned the Qianquan circle back into his grasp. At that moment, the Qianquan circle spun rapidly in his hand, radiating a dazzling golden light that mesmerized the eyes. As if brimming with boundless power, poised to deliver another fatal blow to his adversary. With a sharp, piercing sound slicing through the air, little Nezha swung his arm, and the Qianquan circle transformed into a blinding golden streak, propelled with thunderous might, hurtling toward the ghostly serpent once more. This time, it seemed to embody all of little Nezha's strength and determination, blazing like a fiery comet, racing towards the ghostly serpent. As it traversed the air, the atmosphere was ripped apart, producing haunting, heart-stopping howls. Confronted with the impending Qianquan circle, the ghostly serpent was resolute and unwilling to succumb passively. Its cold, sinister gaze flickered with a ferocious glint as it suddenly opened its gaping maw. A thick, inky black flame, exuding a nauseating stench and imbued with lethal venom, surged forth like a terrifying black dragon, clawing and snapping as it lunged toward the approaching Qianquan circle, attempting to intercept it in one fell swoop. In an instant, toxic mist enveloped the air, shrouding the entire space in darkness. Yet, the golden radiance of the Qianquan circle remained utterly unscathed, growing even more resplendent. Like an indomitable sword, it effortlessly pierced through the dense toxic haze, continuing its relentless advance. The ghostly serpent, witnessing its venomous assault fail, was struck with dread. It hastily maneuvered its massive yet agile body, striving to evade the Qianquan circle's formidable onslaught. However, the Qianquan circle seemed to possess an all-seeing eye, unwaveringly locking onto the serpent's form, regardless of how it twisted and turned. At that moment, the tumultuous battle by the lake stirred significant commotion, drawing the attention of nearby soul masters who were hunting soul beasts in the sunset forest. They rushed to the scene, and upon witnessing the breathtaking clash between human and beast, they were left utterly speechless. Among the crowd, a burly man stood in astonishment, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. In disbelief, he rubbed his eyes and stammered, This little one looks no more than 3 years old. How could he possess such terrifying strength? To be able to engage in such a fierce life and death struggle with a soul beast of 20,000 years of age? And look at his speed and power, it's beyond imagination. Indeed, having lived for more than half a lifetime, he had never witnessed such an intense battle. Although this child was young, his prowess was not to be underestimated. A nearby beautiful woman responded, her voice trembling as she widened her eyes in shock, seemingly unable to comprehend the spectacle before her. I'm already captivated. If he grows up, he will surely be even more formidable, remarked another woman, her eyes shimmering with admiration. How astonishing. To think he is merely 3 years old and possesses such immense strength. I must wait until he turns 18 to marry him, declared another girl. Meanwhile, the battle raged on with fervor, as both the young Nezha and the ghostly serpent unleashed their full might. The serpent struck like a bolt of black lightning, clawing and snapping ferociously with every attack. Each of its lunges carried the weight of a cataclysm, causing the ground to tremble violently as if it were about to be torn asunder. Yet, in the face of such relentless ferocity, young Nezha displayed no semblance of fear. He moved with an ethereal grace across the battlefield, the Qianquan circle in his hands soaring and spinning, transforming into a golden halo that enveloped him completely. Whenever the ghostly shadow python's attacks drew near, he deftly evaded them with unparalleled agility, seizing the opportunity to counterattack. As time progressed, this heart-pounding battle reached an intense crescendo. Despite the ghostly shadow python's ferocity, the continuous resistance from the young Nezha caused its wounds to multiply. Scales, hard as armor, fell away in the heat of combat, scattered across the ground like twinkling stars. Moreover, due to its injuries, its movements gradually became sluggish, the once mighty aura now diminished. In contrast, Nezha grew ever more valiant in battle. Within his diminutive frame lay boundless strength, and his resolute gaze radiated an unwavering determination to triumph. At last, after another round of fierce exchanges, Nezha astutely discerned a fatal flaw in the ghostly shadow python's defenses. Without hesitation, He shouted, "Soul beast, meet your end." Immediately, the Qian Kuan circle shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, targeting the python's vital points. In that moment, Nezha's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and his entire being emanated a dazzling light, flowing like a tide toward the firmly grasped Qian Kuan circle. As the power coalesced, the circle began to tremble violently, its runes gleaming with resplendent golden light, as if yearning to break free from its confines. Suddenly, the Qian Kuan circle expanded dramatically, resembling a golden sun rising swiftly, its brilliance so intense that it was nearly blinding. Then, the circle spun rapidly, transforming into an enormous golden ring that surged forth with cataclysmic force toward the python. Chapter 27. Hulaina. Nezha, my brother, is truly a prodigy. Is this even possible? As the python sensed impending danger, it desperately twisted its massive body to evade the lethal strike. However, it was all too late. The golden ring struck with a speed that defied perception, crashing down upon it with a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens and earth, causing the very space around to tremble. The ghostly shadow python, unable to withstand such a blow, found its iron-like scales rendered futile. The golden ring effortlessly breached its defenses, embedding itself deep within its form. Accompanied by a deluge of blood and carnage, the python's body was instantly reduced to a gruesome state, unrecognizable. The once mighty titan now seemed to lose its support, slowly collapsing and sending up a flurry of ice shards. Yet, Nezha did not relent in his assault. He darted forward, like a specter, and landed firmly upon the still-twitching corpse of the ghostly shadow python. Clutching the Qian Kuan circle tightly, a glimmer of fierce resolve flashed in his eyes. At this moment, the Qian Kuan circle continued to radiate a blinding brilliance, as if yearning for the nourishment of more blood. Without a hint of hesitation, the young Nezha swung the Qian Kuan circle, unleashing a tempest of ferocious strikes upon the corpse of the ethereal python beneath him. Each impact erupted in a shower of blood and flesh, while the ground beneath bore the brunt of such formidable force, cracking deeply under the strain. Before long, the once dreaded ghostly ethereal python lay flayed and disassembled, reduced to a chaotic heap of remnants. The scene was grotesquely bloody, evoking a chilling horror. The onlookers were rendered speechless by the spectacle before them, especially a young soul master who could not contain his astonishment. My heavens, this little one is astonishingly ruthless. Such methods were truly horrifying, instilling a profound dread. This seemingly tender child would undoubtedly grow into an extraordinary figure of immense power that would shake the very foundations of the world. Is this even human? Do we even need to ask? Surely not. Have you ever seen a 3-year-old so formidable? Perhaps even a titled Douluo would pale in comparison. 3 years old? Could it be? Indeed, it must be the little saint of the spirit hall. It is said that he possesses innate divine strength and extraordinary prowess, and today, it is indeed confirmed. This is terrifying, comparable to a titled Douluo. No, I believe he surpasses even a titled Douluo. The crowd stood in awe, their eyes wide with shock, as they gazed at Nezha, their expressions filled with deep fear and reverence. Nezha stood resolutely upon the remnants of the massive ethereal python, resembling an indomitable mountain. With an air of nonchalance, he tucked his hands into his pants pockets and casually turned his back to the crowd. Yet, even from that mere silhouette, he emanated an unparalleled aura of majesty. At that moment, waves of astonished exclamations surged from behind him, akin to a tumultuous tide. Wow, the boss is incredible. This is utterly astounding. Goodness gracious, who would have thought a 3-year-old could take on a millennia-old soul beast? Is this even scientifically plausible? Perhaps it is simply a matter of individual constitution. Hearing the praises, Nezha tossed his adorable, rosy face slightly, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Exuding confidence, he found it puzzling why these people were so excited. To him, this was merely a basic exercise. This is truly the true power of the little saint. Elder Qin's eyes widened in disbelief, his throat involuntarily constricting as he gulped down saliva. At that moment, a tempest of emotions raged within him. It is crucial to recognize that among all those present, none understood the terrifying and formidable power of the ghostly ethereal python better than he. As the aura emanating from the ethereal python dissipated completely, a soul ring, dark as ink, gradually materialized around its immense form. The soul ring floated serenely in the air, emanating an aura of mystery and profundity, as if it harbored boundless energy and secrets. Alas, what a pity! The young saint had yet to awaken his martial soul, rendering him incapable of absorbing such a formidable soul ring. Yin shook his head gently, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he sighed. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu let out a soft sigh, Otherwise, with the power of such a high-quality soul ring, the young saint's strength would surely experience a significant enhancement. Hulaina remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on the young Nezha, her delicate visage filled with incredulity as she murmured to herself, "The young saint is truly a prodigy." After all, 10,000-year soul beasts are exceedingly rare, their numbers akin to a phoenix's feather or a unicorn's horn. Moreover, even if one were fortunate enough to discover their traces, successfully hunting them down is no easy feat, often requiring an immense investment of time, effort, and resources to achieve the goal. Yet at this moment, before everyone's eyes, lay an extraordinarily precious soul ring left behind by a 10,000-year soul beast, which could only be mournfully gazed upon, wasted due to the young saint's unawakened martial soul. How could this not evoke profound regret in every onlooker present? Is this truly the soul ring of a 10,000-year soul beast? Young Nezha blinked his bright, inquisitive eyes. Fixated on the black halo, curiosity brimming within him, he instinctively raised his small hand, cautiously reaching out towards the soul ring, seemingly eager to experience the marvel of this enigmatic entity. However, in the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded, leaving the entire assembly dumbfounded and utterly shocked. Just as young Nezha's fingertip lightly grazed the mysterious soul ring, an unexpected event occurred. The soul ring, as if drawn by an invisible force, flew directly towards him and settled firmly above his head. Witnessing this spectacle, all present were momentarily stunned. Then, to their astonishment, the soul ring seamlessly integrated into young Nezha's body. Goodness, what on earth? How is this possible? A gasp of disbelief erupted from the crowd, filled with incredulity and astonishment. Wasn't he the young saint supposed to have an unawakened martial soul? How could this phenomenon occur? How could he absorb the soul ring? Another voice joined in, laden with confusion and perplexity. This is truly unbelievable. What is happening today? Yet another individual exclaimed, unable to contain their shock, clearly rendered speechless by the unfolding events. Chapter 28. Subversion of Soul Master Soul Ring Absorption Rules. At this moment, everyone present stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, fixed in a daze upon young Nezha. Their minds seemed to turn blank in an instant, utterly unable to comprehend the extraordinary scene before them. In the realm of Douluo Continent, successfully absorbing a soul ring is no trivial endeavor. Firstly, one must ascend to the status of a genuine soul master to qualify for such an attempt. Secondly, one's soul power must reach a certain pinnacle. Moreover, to absorb a formidable 10,000-year soul ring, it generally requires one to possess at least a fifth soul ring. Of course, in the realm of possibilities, there exist exceptional individuals, gifted beyond measure, who can absorb a 10,000-year soul ring even at the fourth soul ring stage. However, such extraordinary talents are exceedingly rare throughout the extensive annals of Douluo Continent as history, and few have ever borne witness to such feats. Yet, at this moment, young Nezha shatters conventions, effortlessly completing the soul ring absorption without having awakened his martial soul, leaving others oblivious to his soul power. This occurrence is truly beyond the realm of imagination. Even young Nezha himself, upon feeling the soul ring merge within him, could not help but furrow his brow slightly, clearly taken aback by this unforeseen situation. As the soul ring gradually integrated into his being, Nezha acutely sensed an extraordinarily familiar surge of energy. This sensation was akin to reuniting with a long-lost friend or reclaiming a precious treasure thought to be forever lost. This power seemed intrinsic to his existence, intricately connected to him, as if it had always belonged to him. At this moment, it merely returned to its rightful place. A profound sense of warmth and belonging welled up within Nezha's heart, as though he had been in pursuit of this very force all along. Just then, Nezha inadvertently caught sight of a faintly glowing object nestled within the massive corpse of the ghost shadow serpent. Driven by curiosity, he unhesitatingly extended his right hand, cautiously delving into the gory remains to excavate this mysterious entity. After a thorough exploration, he finally unearthed the enigmatic object, a dazzling, multicolored crystal no larger than a thumbnail, yet radiating an enchanting luster. Upon gently cradling the crystal in his palm, an exhilarating surge coursed through his veins, igniting his blood as if it were a flame. Simultaneously, this diminutive crystal, much like the preceding soul ring, seamlessly integrated into his body. The potent energy emanating from both the formidable soul ring and the peculiar crystal felt remarkably familiar to Nezha, as if they were inherently his own. As these two sources of power continuously flowed into him, Nezha distinctly perceived a gradual enhancement of his strength, albeit at an imperceptible pace. Even the slightest increase was enough to fill him with exhilaration. It felt as though he had become stronger, Meanwhile, Elder Qin pondered a perplexing question. He had just sensed a peculiar aura emanating from the soul ring, one that bore an uncanny resemblance to the essence encapsulated within that enigmatic crystal. Even more astonishing was the fact that the auras of both were indistinguishable from that which resided within the young saint. Could it be that the root of the soul beast's mutation lay within that strange crystal? If others could also harness the power it contained. The mere thought sent a thrill of excitement coursing through Elder Qin as he inhaled deeply, unable to conceal his elation. At that moment, the onlookers were filled with astonishment, struggling to comprehend how the young Nezha could absorb the soul ring without having awakened his martial soul. Yet, only Elder Qin, with his keen insight and vast experience, discerned the underlying reason, becoming enraptured by his momentous discovery. Suddenly, young Nezha dove headlong into the lake, moving with the agility of a nimble fish as he plunged deeper. After a challenging exploration, he finally reached the lakebed at a depth of 3,000 meters, where he discovered the source of the relentless summons that granted him boundless strength. Upon closer inspection, he found yet another crystal concealed in this abyss, one noticeably larger than the previous, though only slightly larger. The energy it radiated far surpassed that of the crystal within the ghost shadow python. Faced with such a powerful lure, young Nezha hesitated not a moment, decisively claiming it for himself. As he began to absorb the immense power from the colossal crystal, he could distinctly feel his strength escalating at a visibly rapid pace. Each drop of energy that fused with his being felt like a burning flame, continuously igniting the latent potential residing within him. Before long, young Nezha joyously realized that his power had further increased. In the ensuing days, Elder Qin led the group tirelessly through the dense forest, diligently assisting those students in desperate need of soul rings to achieve their breakthroughs in locating suitable targets. Remarkably, their fortune shone brightly. Within a mere 3 days, all students seeking to enhance their strength with soul rings had fulfilled their desires with satisfactory results. However, throughout this arduous quest for soul beasts, Elder Qin remained ever vigilant. He persistently unleashed his formidable spiritual power, meticulously scanning the surroundings for any signs of mysterious and elusive mutated soul beasts akin to the ghost shadow python. His dedication stemmed not only from a wariness of these aberrant creatures, but also from harboring a bold hypothesis, eager to confirm its validity through further observation and discovery. Should this conjecture come to fruition, it would undoubtedly herald an unprecedented and extraordinarily rare zenith for the entire Spirit Hall. The mission of this journey has been successfully accomplished. The children have packed their belongings, and it is now time to return to school, smiled Elder Qin as he addressed the group of students. Upon hearing these words, although the students felt a touch of fatigue, it was overwhelmingly overshadowed by joy and excitement. Thus, they all began to gather their things and followed Elder Qin on the journey back. Meanwhile, far away in the majestic and imposing hall of the Pope in Spirit City, a conversation unfolded. Elder Gue, are your words truly to be believed? Has Jadar indeed succeeded in hunting down a soul beast of 20,000 years of cultivation? Bibi Dong exclaimed, abruptly rising from her seat, her face a portrait of astonishment as she gazed at Elder Gue, who was reporting the situation below. Her enchanting eyes were now filled with incredulity. Chapter 29, Bibi Dong. My Jadar truly possesses unparalleled might. Elder Gue nodded and recounted the ghost shadow python. With its colossal and serpentine form, exuded a chilling aura. Despite its mere 20,000 years of age, its terrifying strength was astonishing. Even Qin Muin was at a loss when facing this giant python, unable to contend with it. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The ghost shadow python was ultimately no match for the young holy son and was slain on the spot. Elder Gue had remained hidden in the shadows, silently guarding little Nezha, reflecting on the scene he had witnessed, even with his extensive experience and calm demeanor. He found it hard to believe, for this miraculous young hero had not yet reached the age of 3. A faint smile unexpectedly surfaced on Bibi Dong's typically icy visage. Internally, she mused, my Jadar truly possesses extraordinary might. At such a tender age, he has already exhibited such astonishing strength. Capable of slaying a 10,000-year soul beast, truly the mark of my son, Bibi Dong. At that moment, Elder Gue seemed hesitant to speak further. Noticing this, Bibi Dong raised an eyebrow and gently urged, Elder Gue, please feel free to say what is on your mind. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Elder Gue continued. After successfully slaying the ghost shadow python, it would be expected for the 10,000-year soul ring to gradually dissipate due to the lack of timely absorption. However, astonishingly, the young holy son effortlessly incorporated this 10,000-year soul ring into his being and successfully absorbed it. Such extraordinary talent is indeed rare. What? Bibi Dong felt as if struck by lightning, her body shuddering in disbelief. Her expression was one of utter astonishment as she exclaimed, "Elder Gui, surely you must be mistaken. Zhar has not yet awakened his martial soul. How could he possibly absorb a soul ring, especially one as exceptionally rare as a 10,000-year soul ring? In my understanding, such an incredible occurrence is nothing short of fantastical, simply inconceivable. Even within the vast and eclectic ancient tomes of the Spirit Hall, there exists no account of such a peculiar historical event." Gui Mei furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating for a moment before raising his head to speak slowly. "I assure you with my life that I have not erred. The young saint has indeed succeeded in absorbing that Millennium Soul Ring." However, at this juncture, Gui Mei abruptly paused, as if hesitating to continue. "However, what?" Bibi Dong inquired impatiently. Gui Mei took a deep breath and continued, "I have observed a rather strange phenomenon. The aura emanating from this Millennium Soul Ring is indistinguishable from that of the young saint himself. Moreover, the young saint extracted a mysterious crystal from the body of the ghostly shadow python, and the energy contained within this crystal is similarly identical to the essence within the young saint. Thus, I suspect that it is perhaps this very reason that enables the young saint to absorb the Millennium Soul Ring." Crystal? Upon hearing this unfamiliar term, Bibi Dong narrowed her beautiful eyes, pondering deeply. Could it be that within the body of soul beasts, alongside the rare soul bones, there exist such extraordinary treasures unknown to the world? It seems plausible that the mutation of soul beasts could indeed be attributed to this enigmatic crystal. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow. Lost in thought, she speculated that if the formidable power contained within that crystal could be harnessed and transformed into energy for cultivation. At this thought, a flicker of excitement danced in her gaze. After a brief moment of reflection, Bibi Dong raised her head, her eyes turning decisively towards Gui Mei, instructing him with unwavering authority. "Elder Gui, you must immediately go and slay 2 of our captive soul beasts. Examine them closely to determine whether they too harbor the same crystal as previously observed. This matter is of utmost importance and must not be taken lightly." Gui Mei, upon hearing this, slightly bowed and replied, "As you command, Your Holiness, I shall attend to it at once." The twilight of the sunset forest seemed to have congealed, heavy and oppressive, as if the entire space were enveloped in a thick shroud of leaden clouds. These clouds hung low over the treetops, rendering the already dim light even fainter, making it nearly impossible to discern the path ahead. Ethereal mists rose continuously from the depths of the forest, swirling like an invisible host of phantoms, undulating freely among the trees. The stout trunks stood like colossal stone pillars, yet could not halt the advance of the mist. The eerie fog slithered like vivacious serpents, tightly coiling around the tree trunks before slowly ascending, pausing only at the drooping branches. In this manner, everything around became adorned in a dreamlike haze, shrouded in mystery. At this moment, the forest was enveloped in an extraordinary silence. Even the chirping of birds had vanished without a trace. However, occasionally a gentle breeze would sweep through, rustling the leaves to produce a whispering sound. This should have been a trivial noise, yet in the profound silence, it was magnified infinitely, resembling the presence of countless eyes lurking in the dark corners, observing. Just beyond a thicket of towering shrubs, shadows clad in deep black attire flickered in and out of sight. They lay quietly hidden, perfectly blending into the somber twilight. Without meticulous observation, one could hardly perceive their existence. At the forefront stood an elderly man with graying temples, his brow furrowed deep with an expression that seemed to bear an endless burden of worry. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, continuously rolling down his cheeks. Each droplet rapidly absorbed into the ground littered with decaying leaves, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The old man occasionally lifted his gaze, peering anxiously into the distance, his eyes betraying a sense of urgency and tension. "Everyone, stay alert." At last, the old man could no longer contain his inner turmoil. His voice lowered, yet resonating with a tremor that revealed his inner unrest. "They will soon pass this way. This mission must succeed. There is no room for failure." Though his tone was subdued, the resolute intent and fierce anger within it seemed capable of igniting all in its path. Upon hearing him, the group instantly steeled themselves. Their expressions were grave and resolute, as if forged from iron. Some soul masters gripped their weapons tightly, their knuckles whitening from the strain, the veins on their hands bulging grotesquely. Others closed their eyes, silently channeling their inner soul power, a faint aura gradually emanating from their bodies. This halo flickered amidst the mist, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. At that moment, The air was thick with a damp, decaying scent, reminiscent of ancient tombs or rotting wood buried deep beneath the earth for millennia. Coupled with the acrid stench of sweat born from their anxiety, it created an overwhelming atmosphere of oppression and unease. Just then, a relatively youthful soul master could no longer suppress his fear, swallowing hard as he tremulously inquired, "Are we truly going to take action? If His Holiness the Pope finds out, the Chu family may be finished." His eyes were filled with profound dread and hesitation. At that moment, a voice emerged from within the forest. "Elder Qin, with your vast experience and knowledge, could you enlighten me? Given my qualifications, do you think I have the potential to achieve divinity in the future?" "You?" The elder scoffed. "I think that possibility is rather slim. With your talent, reaching the rank of Soul Douluo would be quite the pinnacle for you." As Elder Qin spoke, he unceremoniously rolled his eyes, his demeanor as direct as it could possibly be. Upon hearing his words, the young man could not help but exclaim, "Come on, could you not be so blunt? At least show me a little respect." However, Elder Qin remained unfazed. He gently patted the little Nezha's head, a faint smile gracing his face as he softly inquired, "Little one, tell me, in your view, who possesses greater talent, you or the young saint?" Without a moment's hesitation, the boy replied, "Is that even a question? The older one is merely 3 years old, yet he can already slay a 10,000-year-old soul beast. Such talent is beyond the reach of ordinary mortals like us." At that moment, Elder Qin's previously calm expression shifted slightly. He abruptly turned his gaze towards the dense forest ahead, his eyes sharp as a blade as he coldly commanded, "Stop hiding and come out." No sooner had he spoken than a series of faint rustling sounds emerged from the woods. Soon after, dozens of dark figures surged forth like phantoms, swiftly surrounding Elder Qin and his companions. Upon recognizing the leader among them, Elder Qin's brows furrowed in surprise, and he solemnly addressed the figure, "Chu Xiong, what brings you here?" "You are aware of my intentions. There is no need for further inquiry," replied Chu Xiong, his demeanor icy and detached. His chilling gaze, as deep as an unfathomable abyss, fixated on the young Nezha, brimming with unfathomable malice and fury. He parted his lips slightly, letting slip a low, chilling declaration, "You, little beast, this day shall be your last." Each word seemed to carry a biting coldness, instilling fear in the hearts of his listeners. Yet, in the face of Chu Xiong's oppressive aura, the young Nezha stood unafraid. He raised his brows, a smirk playing on his lips, exuding an air of disdain. His bright, star-like eyes sparkled with confidence and provocation, entirely dismissing Chu Xiong. "Kill me? Do you think you are worthy? You, an old fool, shall witness what true power is today. I will dismember you into pieces." With arms crossed and chest held high, Nezha spoke with an air of arrogance and audacity. At that moment, Elder Qin, who had remained silent until now, finally interjected. He slowly surveyed the dozens of menacing figures surrounding them, among whom were several soul saints, the least powerful being Soul's own. Before fixing his gaze on Chu Xiong and slowly remarked, "Chu Xiong, you truly have assembled quite the force. Do you genuinely intend to plunge the entire Xiong family into an abyss from which there is no return for this matter?" Upon hearing the words of the venerable Qin, Chu Xiong was momentarily taken aback, only to be engulfed by a fit of rage that twisted his features into a grimace of fury. With clenched teeth, he glared at Qin and thundered, "Qin Muin, how would you feel if it were your grandson who perished today?" Qin, shaking his head gently and letting out a deep sigh, responded with a weighty tone, "Alas, this world is inherently cruel and merciless, governed by the law of the jungle where the strong prey upon the weak. I have long warned you that if the boy, Chu Tian, is not properly disciplined, calamity would surely follow. Yet, you chose to disregard my counsel, and now you reap the bitter fruits of your negligence." At that moment, Chu Xiong was consumed by an unquenchable fury. His bloodshot eyes were fixated ahead, his body trembling with the ferocity of a beast poised to unleash its wrath. With his hair bristling and teeth bared, he roared, "But now my grandson lies dead, and this blood feud cannot be left unavenged. Today, no one shall hinder my quest for retribution." Across from him, Qin wore a bitter smile, sighing in resignation as he said, "Brother Chu, you must understand my position. I bear the grave responsibility of protecting the young saint, and I cannot allow you to lay a hand upon him. Given our years of friendship, I implore you once more, leave with your men, and let us consider today's events as if they had never transpired." Upon hearing this, Chu Xiong's countenance grew even colder, and with a disdainful huff, he retorted, "Qin Muin, it is too late for words. Let the bonds of our past be severed here and now." With that, he pivoted sharply and barked at his watchful subordinates, "I shall deal with Qin Muin personally." As for the rest of you, leave no one alive." Before his command could fade, a palpable aura of lethal intent enveloped the air. Chu Xiong and Qin Muin locked eyes, the atmosphere charged with palpable tension. In that moment, all Chu Xiong desired was to avenge his grandson, Chu Tian. "Old fool, I remind you once more, have you truly considered your resolve?" Qin Muin stated matter-of-factly. "Enough of this chatter," Chu Xiong bellowed, as a radiant white light surged from within him, transforming him into a towering figure, akin to a majestic mountain. Simultaneously, a layer of ethereal blue light spread rapidly, enveloping his form, as fine white fur erupted from beneath his skin, swiftly cloaking his entire being. His legs thickened, firmly rooting him to the ground like two ancient pines. Unyielding, his arms expanded, morphing into colossal paws, with razor-sharp claws glinting menacingly, capable of rending any obstacle apart. His head contorted dramatically, jaws extending to reveal rows of sharp fangs, while his ears shrank to pointed tips. In his azure eyes burned an indomitable fighting spirit, as if capable of incinerating his foes. Behind him, a pair of immense, translucent wings unfurled slowly, adorned with mysterious runes that shimmered, stirring the surrounding air into a frenzy and resonating with a haunting howl. In stark contrast, Qin Muin appeared slender and specter-like, a shadow moving through the night. As the martial spirit enveloped him, a dense mass of black mist surged forth from his body, completely shrouding him. Within the haze, a pair of blood-red eyes flickered with a chilling, murderous intent, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. Moments later, the mist gradually dissipated, revealing his horrifying visage. His body was cloaked in feathers as dark as ink, each quill as hard as iron, glinting with a sinister sheen. His arms transformed into enormous raven wings, spanning several meters, their edges sharp as blades, capable of slicing through the air with a mere flick. His legs, slender yet brimming with strength, ended in claws that curved sharply, resembling finely crafted steel hooks, seemingly able to pierce through any defense with ease. His head assumed the shape of a raven, a sharp beak slightly ajar, emitting a low, haunting cry that sent shivers down the spine. "Since you are so obstinately unyielding, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Qin Muin's voice rang out, icy and chilling, as if echoing from the depths of a bottomless abyss, instilling terror in all who heard it. In an instant, he unleashed his massive wings, and countless black feathers shot forth like arrows, raining down upon Chu Xiong with an overwhelming ferocity. These dark quills, infused with immense soul power, tore through the air with a piercing whistle that was ear-splitting. Yet, faced with this onslaught, Chu Xiong displayed no fear. He let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the skies, akin to a ferocious bear echoing through the forest. Immediately, he raised his colossal paws and began to swing them wildly, conjuring a tempest of unparalleled ferocity. This storm resembled a monstrous beast with an open maw, engulfing the rapidly approaching black feathers and hurling them far away. "Even if the King of Heaven himself were to descend today, he shall not hinder me," Chu Xiong bellowed, his eyes wide and hair bristling. Before his words could settle, he suddenly flapped his wings with tremendous force, propelling himself forward like a cannonball, exuding an unparalleled might and astonishing speed as he charged directly at Qin Muin. His velocity was astonishing, leaving spectators dizzy and awestruck. However, Qin Muin, light as a swallow and agile, evaded Chu Xiong's thunderous strike with ghostly ease, just as the latter was about to pounce. He spiraled in the air before diving down, his wings resembling two massive black scythes, aimed viciously at Chu Xiong's neck. In a swift response, Chu Xiong raised his bare paw to block Qin Muin's attack. The resulting clash echoed like thunder, a deafening sound that resonated through the air. In an instant, an unparalleled force surged forth like a tumultuous wave, radiating outward with tremendous impact, causing the very air around to warp under its might. Observing this, Chu Xiong's eyes glimmered with a cunning light. With a sudden burst of energy, he propelled himself forward. The next moment, Qin Muin was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, retreating several dozen meters before barely regaining his balance. At this juncture, Chu Xiong exuded an overwhelming aura, as his sixth soul ring erupted in resplendent brilliance, reminiscent of the most dazzling star in the nocturnal sky. Concurrently, his soul power surged forth like a powder keg ignited, forming a visible vortex of energy swirling around him. As the soul power roiled, the surrounding air began to oscillate violently, akin to a tranquil lake disturbed by a colossal stone. In the blink of an eye, Chu Xiong swiftly brought his hands together with remarkable speed, conjuring a blue storm sphere with a diameter of several meters between his palms. This sphere, Deep azure like a pearl from the ocean's depths, harbored a terrifying energy that sent shivers down one's spine. It spun rapidly, emitting a low, ominous hum, reminiscent of a ravenous beast growling softly, poised to strike. Sixth soul skill, storm-shattering strike. Chu Xiong bellowed, hurling the storm sphere towards Qin Muin with ferocious intent. The sphere, imbued with cataclysmic force, whistled through the air, creating minute fissures in the very fabric of space itself. Faced with such a ferocious assault, Qin Muin's countenance turned as pale as parchment. He could distinctly sense that the power contained within the storm sphere was capable of inflicting mortal harm upon him. In that moment, he had no time to contemplate alternative strategies. He relied solely on his agile movements to dart through the forest, attempting to evade the onslaught. Yet, despite Qin Muin's remarkable speed, the storm sphere pursued him relentlessly, like an unyielding shadow. Just as peril loomed, the storm sphere narrowly grazed his body, whipping up a fierce wind that stung his cheek painfully. Moments later, a thunderous crash echoed as the storm sphere collided violently with a massive ancient tree nearby. This tree, boasting centuries of age and a trunk so robust that it would require several individuals to encircle it, was obliterated in an instant, shattering into countless fragments. Wood shavings swirling through the air in a nightmarish spectacle. The surrounding trees, overwhelmed by the sheer force of the impact, were uprooted entirely. What was once a lush, orderly grove transformed into chaos, with broken branches and fallen leaves scattered in disarray, some even swirling in the air. The ground itself, ravaged by this terrifying force, cracked deeply, resembling a spider's web extending in all directions. At that moment, Qin Muin seized the fleeting opportunity following Chu Xiong's attack and, without hesitation, struck once more. He opened his mouth wide, emitting an extraordinarily sharp and piercing cry. As the sound reverberated, a flock of crows, as black as ink, raced toward him from afar. These crows were no ordinary birds. They were enveloped in blazing black flames, resembling fallen black meteors from the heavens. With astonishing speed, they surged toward Chu Xiong, their dense mass nearly obscuring the sky. Upon witnessing such an overwhelming and fierce onslaught of crows, Chu Xiong immediately flapped his wings, unleashing an incredibly violent storm. The howling wind swept up, forming a powerful vortex of air, seemingly intent on dispersing the crows in one fell swoop. However, to his astonishment, the crows displayed no fear of the storm's might. It appeared as though they were driven by some unfathomable force, charging bravely into the tempest. Regardless of how fiercely the storm raged, they maintained their tight formation, pressing forward relentlessly toward Chu Xiong. Faced with this fearless flock, Chu Xiong soon found himself embroiled in a grueling battle. He was compelled to vigorously swing his massive, powerful paws, fiercely striking at the crows that dared to approach him, all while diverting his attention to fend off Qin Muin's continuous assaults. The crow's sharp claws and beaks left gaping, alarming wounds on Chu Xiong's formidable body. Blood gushed from the lacerations, yet he showed no sign of retreat. His eyes widened, radiating unwavering determination, and he let out ear-splitting roars, each accompanied by a more potent counterattack. Do you truly believe, Qin Muin, that your trivial tricks can defeat me? Such thoughts are but the musings of a fool. Chu Xiong glared with fury, his roar echoing as if to shake the very heavens. As his roar resonated, the eighth spirit ring on his body erupted in brilliance. Eighth spirit skill, Storm Sovereign. In an instant, Chu Xiong's already formidable figure began to levitate slowly in midair, emanating soul power akin to an erupting volcano, intense and tumultuous. Simultaneously, the broad wings behind him began to flap with astonishing speed. Each stroke generated a powerful airflow, causing the surrounding air to flee and compress as if startled. Under the influence of this force, a colossal vortex, several dozen meters in diameter, rapidly formed and expanded at an almost imperceptible pace. This terrifying vortex resembled a ferocious beast, opening its gaping maw to mercilessly devour everything in its vicinity. Whether it be the towering trees that scrape the heavens, the colossal stones weighing 1,000 pounds, or the soft, fertile soil, any slight approach would result in an immediate engulfment, ultimately reduced to mere powder amidst the tumult of fierce winds and chaotic currents. Confronted with such a terrifying spectacle, Qin Muin, positioned at the eye of the storm, felt an unprecedented weight of pressure bearing down upon him. He was acutely aware that retreat was no longer an option. Should he fail to muster every ounce of strength to resist, only a path to demise awaited him. Contemplating this, Qin Muin's gaze sharpened with newfound resolve, his teeth clenched as he summoned his inner soul power to its utmost limits. In an instant, the black feathers adorning his body ignited with a fierce blaze, emitting an eerie, azure flame that flickered and danced in the darkness, casting an enigmatic and mysterious glow. He then opened his mouth wide, unleashing a column of black flames as thick as a barrel, propelled forth like an arrow released from a bow, surging directly towards the tempestuous vortex conjured by Chu Xiong. The immense, inky pillar of fire collided with the swirling storm in a cataclysmic clash, resonating with a thunderous boom that echoed through the skies, startling the birds in the forest into frantic flight. This overwhelming surge of energy radiated outward like a roaring tide, wreaking havoc in every direction. Trees fell, the ground trembled violently, and even the vast expanse of the setting sun forest shivered under the weight of such terrifying impact. The storm and flames engaged in a fierce aerial duel, intertwining and entangling in a struggle that was resolutely indecipherable. It was as if two peerless masters were locked in combat, each refusing to yield, devouring one another. In that moment, the flames soared skyward, and the winds howled in fury, creating a scene of breathtaking grandeur. This fierce battle had now reached its most critical and intense phase. Both Chu Xiong and Qin Muin had expended all their soul power, yet neither exhibited a hint of retreat. The unyielding light in Chu Xiong's eyes reflected his unwavering determination as he meticulously commanded the forces of the storm, repeatedly adjusting its trajectory and intensity, seeking an opening to shatter Qin Muin's seemingly impregnable defenses. On the opposing side, Qin Muin gritted his teeth, veins protruding on his forehead, channeling every ounce of his concentration to control the raging black flames. No matter how ferociously Chu Xiong attacked, he staunchly defended his position. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, Chu Xiong astutely detected a minuscule flaw in Qin Muin's technique. Seizing the fleeting opportunity without hesitation, he amplified the storm's fury once more, directing the rampaging vortex straight towards Qin Muin's position with pinpoint accuracy. In a moment of unforeseen calamity, Qin Muin was utterly unprepared, unable to execute an effective evasive maneuver before being mercilessly engulfed by the tempestuous vortex. Within the furious onslaught of the storm, his fragile form resembled a solitary boat adrift upon turbulent seas, swaying precariously amidst the surging waves. Each piercing gust of wind sliced through his body like a cruel dagger, leaving a trail of crimson blossoms in its wake. The overwhelming pressure of the winds descended upon him like a relentless hammer, pounding repeatedly against his frame, causing even his once resilient feathers to begin shedding. At this moment, Qin Muin was a mere shadow of his former self, blood staining his once pristine body, rendering him akin to a valiant warrior drenched in battle's aftermath. Yet, confronted by this fearsome adversary, his heart was not only filled with shock and rage, but also a profound sense of bewilderment. This is impossible. We are of the same rank. How could you wield such terrifying power? Have you absorbed the strength of the crystal? Qin Muin's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping from their sockets as he bellowed furiously at the imposing figure of Chu Xiong. During the recent, intensely fierce and exhilarating clash, Qin Muin, drawing upon years of accrued experience and keen perception, discerned a subtle yet unmistakable anomaly within the soul force emanating from Chu Xiong. That soul force rippled across the tranquil surface of a lake, seemingly trivial, yet the energy it contained was distinctly extraordinary. Upon closer inspection, Qin Muin was astounded to uncover that this soul force harbored a trace of the unique energy fluctuations typically associated with crystals. This energy was exceedingly elusive and faint. Were it not for Qin Muin's profound understanding of soul power and his meticulous nature, it would have likely gone unnoticed. However, upon truly sensing this anomaly, a tempest of turmoil surged within him. The existence of such a mysterious and potent treasure as the crystal had long remained an obscured secret. Even in the realm they inhabited, few had heard whispers of its existence, let alone comprehended its true purpose and value. Thus, when Qin Muin realized that Chu Xiong might possess the power of the crystal, an involuntary wave of deep-seated dread coursed through him. At that moment, hearing Qin Muin's incredulous inquiries, Chu Xiong, who had been wholly absorbed in the battle, momentarily paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Clearly, he had not anticipated that Qin Muin would be aware of the crystal's existence. After all, to most, the crystal was but an ethereal legend. His own knowledge of the crystal and his ability to harness its power had been imparted to him by a mysterious figure hailing from a world beyond Douluo Continent. Chapter 33. Resolute little Nezha on the other side. Hulaina gazed in disbelief at the dozens of formidable soul masters before her, her exquisite face paling and contorting into a mask of concern. Her brows knitted tightly, and her delicate frame trembled slightly as she urgently turned to Nezha beside her, exclaiming, "Nezha, this place is perilous. Quickly, step behind us." However, upon hearing her words, the young Nezha exhibited not a trace of fear. Instead, a smirk graced his lips. Radiating nonchalance, he strode confidently forward, dismissively waving his hand and declaring, "A mere swarm of ants. Watch how I single-handedly vanquish them all. You need only to retreat." With that, Nezha surged ahead with the speed of a specter. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over the encroaching Soul Masters, revealing unabashed disdain and contempt. The Soul Masters, incensed by his derisive stare, felt their anger boil. Such an arrogant child. Even at death's door, he dares to be so defiant. Today, he shall learn the true meaning of power. Before the words had fully left their mouths, the Soul Masters swiftly fanned out in a semicircle, encasing Nezha within their ranks. In an instant, a torrent of soul power surged from them, akin to a raging tempest. A mesmerizing tapestry of vibrant colors intermingled, creating a scene that was both breathtaking and terrifying. Simultaneously, a palpable aura of murderous intent emanated from them, chilling the very air. Yet, in the face of this formidable onslaught, Nezha remained unfazed, even letting out a scornful laugh. He raised his right hand, and the Qianquan circle in his grasp erupted with blinding golden light, resembling a radiant sun suspended in the sky. Inscribed with countless ancient and mysterious runes, the Qianquan circle pulsated as if alive, exuding an overwhelming pressure that was nearly suffocating. At that moment, the Soul Masters, no longer hesitating, unleashed their signature soul techniques. In an instant, a kaleidoscope of colors surged toward Nezha like bolts of lightning. These techniques transformed into fierce sword energies, ferocious flames, and colossal ice spikes, each powerful enough to shatter mountains. Nevertheless, Nezha faced the deluge of attacks with serene composure. With a commanding shout, he swung his arm fiercely, and the Qianquan circle swept outward with the force of a thunderclap. A resplendent golden barrier materialized before him. The oncoming soul techniques collided violently with this impenetrable shield, erupting in a cacophony of sparks and thunderous roars. Yet astonishingly, despite the frenzied fury of their assaults, none could breach the defenses of the golden barrier, much less harm the young Nezha sheltered behind it. Is this all they can muster? Watch closely, for you shall witness. As the thunderous shout reverberated, the diminutive figure stamped his foot, causing the ground to tremble ever so slightly. Immediately, with a flick of his right wrist, a beam of golden light shot forth from his arm. Upon closer inspection, it was the renowned Qianquan ring. At that moment, the ring spun rapidly through the air, resembling a golden wheel of fire, its whistling sound echoing continuously. Its speed was akin to lightning, soaring into the sky in the blink of an eye. Wherever it passed, the air was violently torn apart, emitting a chilling hissing sound. An experienced soul master, witnessing the formidable approach of the Qianquan ring, understood that confronting it head-on was unwise. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned all his soul power. With his hands clasped together, he shouted, "Sky Wall." Moments later, a massive shield of soul power materialized before him. The shield shimmered with a brilliant blue light, inscribed with flowing runes, clearly a product of meticulous craftsmanship. However, in the face of the oncoming Qianquan ring, this seemingly invulnerable barrier appeared alarmingly fragile. Suddenly, an earth-shattering crash echoed, akin to a thunderclap, deafening in its intensity. The Qianquan ring struck the shield with tremendous force. Instantly, the radiance of the shield dimmed, and it shattered into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. The Soul Master, who had exerted himself to create the shield, was thrown back by the tremendous impact, soaring dozens of meters away. He expelled a mouthful of blood mid-flight, his body plummeting like a kite with severed strings, ultimately crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious and unresponsive. The surrounding Soul Masters, upon witnessing this scene, were taken aback, their faces paling in shock. However, being seasoned warriors, they quickly regained their composure. Exchanging glances, they unleashed their most powerful techniques. In an instant, a myriad of soul skills surged toward the young Nezha like a tidal wave. These skills were a riot of colors and forms. Some blazed like fierce flames. Others radiated an icy chill, while still others resembled lightning streaking across the heavens. Yet, amidst this dazzling sea of soul techniques, the young Nezha showed no fear. He darted between the dense barrage of attacks with uncanny agility, appearing almost spectral. Those seemingly formidable soul skills could scarcely graze the hem of his garments. Moreover, the Qianquan ring in his hand fluctuated in size. At times, it expanded to colossal proportions, resembling a small mountain, crashing down upon his foes with overwhelming might. At other moments, it shrank to the size of a bracelet, whirling around him at astonishing speed, deflecting every approaching assault. In an instant, harrowing cries of despair rose in a cacophony, sending chills down the spine. The gruesome scene unfolded before the eyes like a bloody tapestry, with blood splattering and dismembered limbs strewn across the battlefield. The Qian Kuan circle sliced through the sky like a bolt of lightning, sweeping across with unparalleled might. With each pass, figures fell as if harvested like wheat, collapsing one after another. Blood gushed forth from their bodies, resembling a crimson fountain, instantly staining the earth beneath into a shocking scarlet. This all transpired with such swiftness, merely within a fleeting moment, the once imposing throng of soul masters lay annihilated. Their once invincible forms now lay amidst the pool of blood, some retaining expressions of terror from their last moments, while others had long since exhaled their final breath. Amidst this sea of blood, the diminutive Nezha stood proudly, akin to a war deity descended upon the battlefield. His small frame radiated an undeniable aura of power. The Qian Kuan circle in his grasp gleaming with a chilling light, the bloodstains upon it enhancing its ruthless majesty. The wind rustled his garments, yet could not sway his resolute stance. Chapter 34. The small figure, infinite divine might. Damn it. How can that little beast be so formidable? Chu Xiong's eyes widened, fixated on the scattered corpses strewn across the ground, his face a tumultuous blend of astonishment and rage, disbelief surging within him like a tide, nearly breaking free from his chest. Old fool, it seems even you cannot escape this place today. It is a fine graveyard, Qin Muan murmured, clutching his chest tightly, a trace of blood escaping his lips, yet his demeanor remained calm and composed. Humph, with that damned little beast? As a formidable soul Douluo, taking his life would be as effortless as crushing an insignificant ant. Chu Xiong trembled with fury, his facial muscles contorted in extreme ire, rendering him a fearsome sight. Before he could finish his words, he suddenly swung his right claw, unleashing a fierce gust of wind that charged straight toward Qin Muan, roaring with a thunderous voice. But before that, allow me to send you on your way. In an instant, Chu Xiong's claw transformed into a glimmering blade of cold light, hurtling towards Qin Muan with thunderous force. Yet, just as that sharp claw, seemingly capable of rending the very fabric of space, was about to reach Qin Muan, a brilliant golden light surged forth like lightning, striking Chu Xiong with unparalleled force. With a resounding crash, Chu Xiong was sent flying as if struck by a mountain, crashing heavily to the ground dozens of meters away, sending dust swirling into the air. Soon after, a small figure approached leisurely. "It's your turn now, old fool," Nezha said, arms crossed, casting a disdainful gaze at the fallen Chu Xiong, speaking slowly. Hearing this, Chu Xiong struggled to rise, his copper bell-like eyes ablaze with fury, gritting his teeth as he bellowed at Nezha, "Little beast, return my grandson's life." As his roar resounded, the 8 soul rings adorning him radiated a dazzling brilliance in succession, unleashing a terrifying wave of soul power. In an instant, the surrounding trees swayed violently under the impact of this formidable force, their leaves rustling as if they could be uprooted at any moment. "Is that all you've got?" Little Nezha's lips curled slightly, a hint of disdain blossoming on his delicate yet youthful face. His eyes, bright as stars, sparkled with confidence and scorn. With a subtle lift of his right hand, the faintly glowing Qiankuan circle was firmly grasped within his grip. Meanwhile, standing opposite him, Chu Xiong's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed, "Kill!" At the sound of his roar, the 6th soul ring on his body blazed with brilliance, akin to a radiant golden sun. Following this, a colossal bear-shaped soul beast phantom emerged slowly from behind him. This massive bear, cloaked in darkness, had bristling fur like steel needles and blood-red eyes filled with ferocity, opening its gaping maw to unleash a series of thunderous roars. It then charged forward with immense power, bearing down on little Nezha like a mountain. Yet, in the face of this fierce adversary, little Nezha remained remarkably calm and composed. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the Qiankuan circle upward. In an instant, the circle expanded rapidly as if responding to some mysterious command, transforming into a colossal golden ring with a diameter of several yards, racing toward the oncoming bear phantom with a fierce rush. In a blink of an eye, a deafening crash echoed through the air as the Qiankuan circle collided forcefully with the bear phantom. A moment of brilliance ensued, with golden light and darkness intertwining, erupting into countless dazzling sparks and ripples of energy. Under this violent impact, the once menacing bear phantom crumbled like paper, dispersing into a multitude of black fragments that vanished into thin air. The recoil sent Chu Xiong staggering backward, struggling to regain his balance. How is this possible? Chu Xiong's face was etched with astonishment, disbelief flooding his gaze as he absorbed the unfolding scene. He could hardly fathom that a seemingly frail and diminutive child could effortlessly withstand the full force of his soul skill attack with merely a weapon. At that moment, a flicker of trepidation towards little Nezha began to take root within him. However, he would not concede so easily. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he resolutely activated his soul skills once more. In an instant, the remaining soul rings shimmered with brilliant light, resembling the resplendent stars in the night sky. Soon after, a torrent of powerful and fierce attacks surged toward little Nezha like a tempest. Confronted with an overwhelming onslaught, the young Nezha remained undaunted. Gripping the Qianquan's circle tightly in his hands, he maneuvered through the dense barrage of attacks with a ghostly agility. Under his masterful control, the Qianquan's circle transformed at will, at times morphing into a razor-sharp golden blade, cleaving through the ferocious strikes of Chu Xiong with astonishing swiftness. At other moments, it became an impregnable shield, steadfastly resisting wave after wave of Chu Xiong's brutal assaults. As seconds ticked by, the intensity of this fierce battle continued to escalate. Gradually, Chu Xiong began to feel overwhelmed, slipping into a disadvantageous position. His already battered body was now adorned with countless new wounds, blood gushing forth and staining the earth beneath him. Simultaneously, the soul power within him was rapidly depleting, his breath growing increasingly faint. This is impossible. It cannot be like this. Chu Xiong let out a desperate roar that resonated through the heavens, shaking the leaves of the surrounding trees. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength to unleash his eighth soul skill, his ultimate technique and last glimmer of hope. Instantly, a terrifying surge of destructive power erupted from Chu Xiong's being, expanding tumultuously in all directions. Wherever this immense force traveled, towering trees and solid boulders were effortlessly reduced to dust. The entire forest was enveloped by this unparalleled power, the skies darkening as if the apocalypse were imminent. At this critical juncture, Nezha's gaze sharpened, revealing a resolute determination. He clasped the Qianquan's circle tightly, pouring every ounce of his strength into it without reservation. In an instant, the Qianquan's circle radiated an unprecedented brilliance, resembling a golden sun rising majestically, exuding boundless divine might that was blinding to behold. Chapter 35. The selection process of the Golden Generation begins as Chu Xiong's ferocious attack, imbued with relentless murderous intent, surged forth like a tempest. Nezha's keen and steadfast eyes flickered momentarily. Without hesitation, he thrust the Qianquan's circle forward with great force. In that instant, the Qianquan's circle shone with a dazzling golden light, akin to a sun slicing through the firmament, propelled by an overwhelming momentum. In the blink of an eye, the golden circle collided violently with the soul skill unleashed at full strength by Chu Xiong. A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very foundations of the world. Immediately after, an intensely brilliant light exploded, reminiscent of the most magnificent fireworks in the night sky, captivating all who beheld it. Concurrently, a ferocious shockwave of energy radiated from the point of impact, sweeping outward in all directions. As it passed, sand and stones were thrown into chaos, and clouds of dust billowed forth. As the radiance gradually faded, the onlookers focused their gaze and beheld Chu Xiong soaring through the air like a kite severed from its string, hurtling several dozen meters before crashing heavily to the ground. At that moment, he was drenched in blood, his breath shallow, and the once imposing demeanor had completely vanished. No, this is impossible. This little wretch clearly had not even awakened his martial spirit. How could he possess such terrifying power? Chu Xiong's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the proudly standing young Nezha not far away, muttering to himself. His gaze was filled with profound fear and intense resentment, and tumultuous waves surged within his heart. It must be noted that he was a formidable soul Douluo. In his rank, he had never encountered a rival for many years. How could he accept such a crushing defeat at the hands of a mere child? However, before Chu Xiong could recover from his shock and despair, as young Nezha stepped forward to bring an end to his life, a shadow as swift as lightning suddenly emerged from the side without warning. With the appearance of this shadow, an overwhelming pressure, as heavy as a mountain and as magnificent as the ocean, descended like a crushing weight, instantly enveloping everyone present. In that fleeting moment, it felt as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was breaking apart, as an irresistible force surged forth. They were unable to react in time, and like leaves caught in a tempest, they were forcefully pinned to the ground. Blood involuntarily erupted from each person's mouth, creating a scene of unspeakable horror. Even young Nezha, endowed with divine power, felt an unprecedented sense of suffocation. The crowd, in terror, gazed towards the source of this overwhelming power, where stood a mysterious man clad in a black robe and adorned with a strange mask. He emanated a chilling aura, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of the abyss. The black-robed man slowly extended his right hand, and a dense black mist surged forth from his palm. This mist, wild and untamed, rushed out frenetically, swiftly enveloping the nearby Chu Xiong. Subsequently, the black-robed man took a seemingly casual step. Yet that act appeared as if he had traversed the boundaries of time and space, instantly manifesting in the void above. Standing amidst the emptiness, he slightly turned his head, casting a cold glare at young Nezha below. A sinister smile crept upon his lips, and his voice echoed as if from the depths of the netherworld. "Heh, young one. You possess some skill. We shall meet again." No sooner had he spoken than the black-robed man lingered no longer, vanishing with the enveloped Chu Xiong in the blink of an eye, as though merging into the boundless darkness, leaving no trace behind. "Where do you think you're going?" Upon witnessing the black-robed figure abducting Chu Xiong and departing, young Nezha shouted in anger, preparing to pursue. However, at that moment, an aged yet powerful hand rested upon his shoulder. Little Nezha turned to see that it was Elder Qin who had intervened to stop him. At that moment, Elder Qin's complexion was as pale as parchment, with a trace of blood still lingering at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with an unmistakable terror, and his body trembled uncontrollably. "There is no need to pursue him, my child. That individual possesses unfathomable strength, far surpassing anyone I have ever encountered in my lifetime." Elder Qin managed to swallow hard, his voice quivering as he spoke. Just a brief exchange of glances with that person had left his very soul feeling as though it were about to freeze. The fear he experienced was indeed beyond description. The most formidable individual he had previously witnessed was merely Qian Douluo. Yet, the power displayed by the person before him was terrifying by dozens or even hundreds of times more. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that even those esteemed as the strongest beings in the Douluo Continent would appear insignificant as mere ants in the presence of this individual. "Elder Qin, are you all right? Do you need to rest for a moment?" Yin rushed over anxiously, extending his hand to support the swaying Elder Qin. Not long before, Elder Qin had engaged in a breathtaking battle with Chu Xiong, and at this moment, he was severely wounded. Elder Qin waved his hand slightly, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body as he said, "I am fine. We should hasten back to the academy." Before long, the figures of little Nezha and his companions slowly emerged before the magnificent and grand gates of the Wuhuan Academy. As they stepped into the academy, they were instantly enveloped by an atmosphere so dense it was nearly suffocating. It was a blend of tension and fervor, akin to a roaring flame that permeated every corner of the academy. Yin could not help but furrow his brow, questioning with a look of bewilderment. Why is the Wuhuan Academy so extraordinarily lively today? It is quite astonishing. As he spoke, he scanned the bustling crowd around him, seeking to glean some insight from the throng. At this moment, Elder Qin calmly explained, "It is likely that the selection examination for the Golden Generation has officially commenced. You must understand that this assessment pertains to the future and fate of you all. It is a significant turning point in your lives." Upon hearing this, Yin nodded thoughtfully, a confident smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "I see. So this truly is an exceptional opportunity for us to shine and make our mark." His eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly brimming with confidence regarding the forthcoming examination. "Given this, do not delay any further. Swiftly make your way to the examination venue and prepare yourselves. My condition has improved considerably, so there is no need to worry about me." Elder Qin smiled as he waved to the group, urging them to set off promptly. In the examination arena, Bibi Dong sat gracefully in the principal seat, her cold, piercing gaze sweeping across the array of exceptional Soul Master students below like a flash of lightning. Today marked a pivotal moment for the selection of the Academy's Golden Generation. Those chosen would represent the Wuhuan Academy with unwavering determination in the impending Continental Soul Master Elite Competition. This event held immense significance for the Wuhuan Academy, as it not only pertained to the institution's supreme honor, but also profoundly influenced the future exalted stature of the Wuhuan Hall on the Douluo Continent. However, as the intense and fervent assessments unfolded vigorously, a petite yet striking figure appeared silently before the grand entrance of the Wuhuan Academy, akin to a phantom. The Wuhuan Academy? Quite impressive indeed. Let me see if there is anyone here worthy of a challenge. The young lady donned an exquisitely ornate purple gown, the fabric seemingly woven from the most resplendent hues of a sunset. Intricate golden patterns, enigmatic in their design, adorned the dress, with each gentle step or graceful turn. The previously still golden motifs seemed to come alive, subtly flowing and emanating a mesmerizing, faint glow. Her slender, graceful silhouette perfectly delineated the formidable power hidden within. Despite her seemingly delicate arms and legs, they were imbued with an astonishing explosive strength capable of shattering mountains. Around her slender waist was tied a resplendent golden ribbon, adorned with a precious gemstone radiating a soft blue luminescence. This gem resembled a pearl from the deep sea, translucent and warm as jade, inscribed with incomprehensible yet mystically ancient runes. Below, she wore sheer black stockings, the fabric brushing lightly against the ground like ripples on a lake stirred by a gentle breeze. Her striking purple boots served as the pièce d'arrestance of her ensemble, embellished with rows of sharp silver spurs that chimed melodiously like wind chimes with each step she took. Yet, the most captivating aspect that drew all eyes was her exquisitely crafted silver mask, intricately engraved with a lifelike, formidable dragon design. This dragon roared with ferocity, its imposing presence suggesting it could break free from the mask's confines at any moment. Particularly striking were the two large golden gemstones set at the dragon's eyes, shimmering with a chilling brilliance, resembling sharp gazes capable of piercing through to the very soul, rendering the true visage concealed behind the mask utterly inscrutable. A group of novices. How can the people of this world be so ordinary? It's utterly pathetic. Her voice, as clear as silver bells, rang out, imbued with an undeniable authority that spoke of her extraordinary status. After all, only a person of remarkable caliber could exude such a refined aura. Furthermore, it was evident that without absolute power, such a demeanor could not be manifested. Upon hearing her words, the crowd displayed expressions of astonishment, casting incredulous glances at the audacious girl in the purple dress. They found it hard to fathom how such a young girl dared to speak so boldly in such a talent-rich environment. Soon, however, a few arrogant and self-assured students, unable to contain their fury, stepped forward. They glared at the naive girl before them, their eyes wide with indignation. Who do you think you are? How dare you act so brazenly in our Spirit Soul Academy? This is no place for your wild antics. Humph. You truly are ignorant of your own insignificance, little girl. Given your bravado, you must be quite powerful, right? Come, let me teach you why flowers bloom so brilliantly. Step aside, let my brother educate her properly. In the face of their taunts and provocations, the girl merely smiled lightly, a hint of disdain flickering in her eyes. She slowly raised her head and spoke in a tone that was both cold and distant. Ha! How utterly laughable. You, a bunch of insignificant underlings, dare to challenge me? However, if you insist on seeking humiliation, I might graciously oblige and teach you a lesson, so you may understand that there are realms beyond your comprehension and people beyond your reckoning. At that moment, the commotion in the crowd caught the attention of a cardinal clad in red. He hurried to Bibi Dong, bowed respectfully, and whispered, "This person dares to cause a ruckus in our Spirit Soul Academy, Your Holiness. Shall I take her down?" As he spoke, he made a gesture across his throat, indicating his intent. Bibi Dong furrowed her brows slightly, her beautiful eyes rising to gaze at the girl in the center of the commotion. After a moment of silence, a faint smile graced her lips as she said with interest, "Let us not rush. Let us observe for now." Arrogant, a student from the Advanced Soul Master Academy, his face contorted with rage, widened his eyes and stepped forward, veins bulging on his forehead. He pointed vehemently at the girl and shouted, "Today, let me see what grounds you have for such arrogance." However, the outcome of the ensuing conflict left everyone present utterly dumbfounded and unprepared. The first student to charge forth swiftly unleashed his martial spirit. In an instant, a brilliant light enveloped him, and 3 soul rings, yellow, and purple, hovered around him, shining with dazzling brilliance. A powerful and fierce aura erupted from him, surging forth like a tumultuous wave, aggressively crashing toward the girl. Yet, in the face of such a ferocious assault, the girl remained calm and composed, showing no signs of panic. She gently raised her toes, lightly touching the ground, her entire figure vanishing in an instant like a specter, as though she had never existed. Just as the crowd stood in astonishment, the young girl appeared silently behind one of the students, like a ghost. Then, she gracefully lifted her delicate hand, seemingly indifferent, and struck out with the palm. This seemingly gentle blow, akin to a breeze caressing the willows, concealed within it a terrifying force that erupted with the might of a raging tide. A deep, thunderous sound resonated, and the student had no time to react before he was launched into the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. Upon landing, he trembled violently, spitting blood, struggling for a long while but failing to rise again. "Is this all?" the girl observed, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of her mouth. She slowly raised her petite thumb, then forcefully swept it downward, gently shaking her head in mockery. You are truly pathetic. Is there not a single worthy opponent among you? Before her words had fully settled, several students charged forward in unison, their shouts echoing fiercely. Third soul skill, 8 extremes collapse. Second soul skill, wraith entanglement. Third soul skill, mountain-shattering fist. Their coordination was evidently seamless, launching a fierce assault from various directions. In an instant, fists blurred and soul power surged, transforming the scene into a chaotic and intense melee. The girl's soft pink lips curled slightly, forming a subtle yet clearly visible arc, her disdainful smile resembling a fleeting meteor in the night sky, brief yet brilliant. Her snow-white hands danced swiftly like agile butterflies, her fingers intertwining to form intricate and mysterious seals. In that fleeting moment, a powerful purple cyclone erupted from her, surging forth like a volcanic explosion. The force contained within this cyclone was formidable, spinning at an astonishing speed, coalescing in the blink of an eye into an indomitable cyclone shield. This shield radiated a dazzling purple light, almost blinding, resembling a purple sun hanging in the air, shimmering and breathtaking. Within this brilliance lay an endless reservoir of mysterious energy, as if anything daring to approach would be mercilessly devoured. Just as the crowd was processing this, the girl blinked and vanished from her original position like a lightning bolt cutting through the night sky. In the next instant, she surged into the densely packed throng, her fists flying and legs executing a flurry of precise and fluid kicks, her movements as graceful as flowing water, each strike sharp and exact to perfection. With each strike, an ear-splitting thunderous roar accompanied her actions, exuding a momentum akin to an overwhelming tidal wave, instilling fear in the hearts of all. Each assault appeared to be executed after countless meticulous calculations and rehearsals, landing with unerring precision upon the target, leaving no room for evasion or resistance. As the girl in the purple dress relentlessly launched her rapid attacks, those unfortunate students struck by her blows fell as helplessly as leaves caught in a tempest, succumbing to the ground in disarray. Some coughed up blood, while others fell into unconsciousness, intermittently emitting agonizing groans, transforming the once orderly and tranquil examination arena into a scene of chaos, as though a heavy bomb had detonated. The air was filled with clamorous shouts and the fierce sounds of combat, rendering the atmosphere utterly tumultuous. Yet, astonishingly, amidst such turmoil, and in the face of numerous formidable adversaries, the girl clad in purple displayed neither fatigue nor fear. On the contrary, she resembled a fearless and majestic tiger, weaving through the crowd with unparalleled agility and ferocity. Wherever she went, her opponents hastily recoiled, as if confronted by an insurmountable force. Anyone daring to impede her relentless advance was inevitably vanquished with a mighty and swift blow. Her movements were fluid and varied, each strike imbued with unmatched power and fervor. In that brief moment, every single student from the Martial Soul Academy, who typically held themselves in high regard, found themselves utterly defeated. They either lay on the ground, groaning in pain, or retreated, disheveled and despondent. Meanwhile, this enigmatic girl in purple, akin to an undefeated general on the battlefield, maintained an unwavering spirit and formidable resolve. At this very moment, she had undoubtedly become the most radiant focal point of the entire examination arena. All eyes were irresistibly drawn to her seemingly delicate yet immensely powerful form, marveling at her extraordinary prowess, their curiosity and admiration for her growing ever stronger. Truly, she was a prodigy, and it seemed that only the young saint could rival her. Such terrifying strength was nearly comparable to that of a soul sage. Watching the scene unfold, Bibidong furrowed her elegant brows slightly. Her deep and piercing gaze was fixed intently upon the girl in purple, as if seeking to uncover some hidden insight from her. The girl's exquisite visage appeared as though sculpted with meticulous care, her skin as fair as snow, and her features as finely crafted as a work of art. At this very moment, an astonishing expression of disbelief flickered across the captivating visage, as if she had witnessed something beyond comprehension. Her exquisite eyes widened in incredulity, staring at the mysterious little girl who had suddenly materialized before her. It was utterly unfathomable that this seemingly delicate and fragile child possessed such extraordinary prowess. How intriguing it was that she could effortlessly sweep through the Spirit Academy solely with her physical strength. Such capability, I dare say, rivals even that of Zha. Bibidong murmured softly, her voice a melodious whisper akin to celestial music, yet the astonishment and admiration she felt were unmistakably evident. Meanwhile, The girl clad in a purple dress stood serenely at the center of the arena. The purple vortex that had once surrounded her began to dissipate gradually, as if swept away by an invisible breeze. As the vortex faded, her figure became increasingly distinct, appearing exceptionally enigmatic and formidable under the radiant sunlight, shrouded in mystery, with no one knowing her true identity or origins, as if she had materialized from thin air. At this moment, Nezha and his companions were en route to the assessment grounds. As they walked, they overheard some passing students discussing the events that had transpired at the arena. Did you hear? That girl is simply incredible. To this day, no one has managed to defeat her. She is nothing short of a monster, exclaimed one student in awe. Isn't it outrageous? This is beyond exaggeration. Among all the students of the Spirit Academy, only the little saint could contend with her. The rest would likely meet a grim fate if they faced her, another student remarked, a look of astonishment etched on his face. It's as if everyone falls victim to a single strike. What is the point? He lamented. Indeed, what was supposed to be a straightforward selection for the golden generation has been thrown into chaos by her presence, another student chimed in, a sense of helplessness evident on his countenance. Even more terrifying was the fact that she had not utilized a smidgen of soul power, relying solely on her sheer physical might to exhibit such overwhelming dominance. It was truly frightening. A third student couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, a deep sense of trepidation gleaming in his eyes. These remarks reached the ears of Hulaina and her companions, causing their hearts to constrict with anxiety. As students of the Spirit Academy, they were acutely aware of the capabilities of their peers. Among them were many formidable soul masters. Yet, this elite group found themselves utterly powerless against the enigmatic girl in the purple dress. Most astonishingly, she did not even need to employ soul power, effortlessly overpowering soul sovereigns with her raw physical strength, leaving them utterly at her mercy. Is this for real? Without even needing to harness soul power, one can manipulate a soul master with the ease of molding dough? This is utterly outrageous. Yan, upon hearing this, could not restrain a violent twitch of his lips, shaking his head in disbelief, expressing his incredulity at the information he had just received. Chapter 38. This is too arrogant. You lot halt. Yan called out to the group of students who had just passed by him, his brow furrowed and his expression rife with suspicion. What exactly did you just say? Clarify it for me. Upon hearing Yan's voice, the students turned their heads in unison. Their expressions shifted to surprise when they beheld Yan, Hulaina, and Xiaoyu. A girl among them, marked by acne, hastily explained, "Greetings, senior students. It's great to see you back. However, it appears your return is of little consequence." What do you mean by of little consequence? Speak up, Yan urged impatiently. Taking a deep breath, the girl continued, "Although your strengths are the most formidable among us students, compared to her, I fear you may still fall short. She is simply too powerful, so much so that it defies belief." It is worth noting that Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yan are acknowledged as the most gifted and strongest students within the Martial Soul Academy. Yet, at that moment, in the eyes of these ordinary students, they found themselves overshadowed by the enigmatic girl in the purple dress, which left Yan feeling profoundly astonished and vexed. What? How dare you claim we are not her match? Humph. Today I shall witness firsthand the extent of this woman's prowess. Yan felt a surge of indignation, as he was clearly underestimated, igniting a fire of fury within him. Such words were undeniably a significant blow to his pride. At that moment, another male student, standing nearby, could not help but chuckle and counsel, "Yan, hold your horses." Many students have spoken with such bravado before, only to find themselves lying on the ground, unable to rise. It would be wise to exercise caution. Just then, the female studentess' gaze gradually shifted to Nezha, and a faint smile appeared on her face as she softly remarked, "In my opinion, only our little saint child stands a chance of exchanging blows with her. As for the rest of us, it's best not to seek humiliation by joining in." However, no sooner had she spoken than Yan erupted, "I can no longer endure this. Xiaoyu, come, let us swiftly confront this arrogant individual and ascertain her true capabilities." With that, he resolutely grasped Xiaoyu's arm, and the two dashed towards the assessment arena. At that moment, the girl in the purple dress, yawning broadly, wore an expression of irritation, muttering incessantly, "Humph, is it not said that the Martial Soul Academy is the mightiest institution on the entire continent? How utterly detestable! How dare anyone deceive me? What so-called geniuses are present here? They are nothing but a group of incompetent fools, utterly worthless." As these words echoed in the ears of the onlookers, the expressions of all the students and teachers from the Soul Master Academy turned grim, their faces ashen, as if they had just swallowed a steaming heap of excrement. filled with boundless anger and shame. At that moment, Bibi Dong gracefully rose to her feet, a faint smile gracing her exquisite features, her gaze fixed intently on the charming young girl clad in a purple dress on the assessment stage. She softly inquired, "My dear little sister, might you be interested in joining our spirit hall? Should you choose to accept, from this moment forth, you would become the esteemed saintess of the spirit hall. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, the girl in the purple dress curled her lips into a slight disdainful smirk. Hands resting on her slender waist, she haughtily replied, "Ha! With the current state of your so-called academy, I can only imagine that your spirit hall is not much better off. Therefore, I believe I shall pass. However, if someone can withstand a few of my moves, I might consider it further." No sooner had her words fallen than a voice from the crowd rang out in fury. "Let me give it a try. I wish to see just how formidable you truly are to be so brazen here at our Soul Master Academy." The crowd turned to see Yin, his expression stern, striding with steady and powerful steps towards the assessment arena. As the girl in the purple dress heard his voice, she leisurely turned around, casting a dismissive glance at Yin, her lips parting in a scornful laugh. Do you believe yourself worthy to challenge me? Whether I am worthy or not, you shall soon pay the price for your audacity," Yin declared, unleashing his martial spirit. Scalding currents surged forth from within him, deep crimson flames igniting the dark patterns upon his body, as the visage of a demonic flame lord emerged from behind. In the next moment, an otherworldly radiance began to shimmer beneath his feet. Subsequently, dazzling soul rings began to rise in succession. The first two rings, bright yellow, radiated a soft and luminous glow. Following closely, the third ring emerged, cloaked in a deep and mysterious purple, akin to the most resplendent star in the night sky. Yellow, yellow, purple. A total of 3 soul rings. This signified that the individual before them was a formidable soul master of the soul respect rank. Such overwhelming power left the onlooking students in utter astonishment. Waves of gasps and cheers erupted from the crowd, many faces alight with excitement and fervor, as if they had glimpsed a ray of hope. "It's Senior Yin. We are saved," someone shouted. The name Yin resonated throughout the Soul Master Academy, for he not only possessed exceptional talent and formidable strength, but was also a prominent figure within the institution. At that moment, his mere appearance captivated the attention of all present, as an overwhelming aura emanated from him, rendering him impossible to overlook. A subtle smile, tinged with confidence and a hint of mockery, graced Yan's lips. As a prominent figure at the Martial Soul Academy, he was acutely aware that his every entrance would ignite a fervor. He relished the sensation of being the center of attention. In that instant, his prestige soared to unparalleled heights, and he radiated brilliance akin to a dazzling star. "Little sister, I have heard of your prowess, but do not blame me for the warning. Once I make my move, it shall be without restraint," Yin declared, extending his right hand. In an instant, a roaring inferno materialized in his palm, its searing flames seemingly intent on incinerating everything in proximity. In response to Yan's provocation, the girl in the purple dress merely furrowed her brow, silently contemplating his ostentatious display with a touch of disdain. However, before she could react further, Yin had already initiated his attack. First soul skill, Hell's Magma Eruption. With a thunderous roar, the ground began to tremble violently. Subsequently, torrents of scalding dark red magma erupted from the earth, surging toward the girl in the purple dress with an unstoppable force. Wherever the magma flowed, the ground fractured, releasing plumes of thick smoke, and the surrounding air became unbearably heated, making breathing a laborious task. Evil Moon slightly knitted his brow, his handsome, stern visage reflecting a newfound gravity. A throng of exhilarated academy disciples surrounded them, their voices raised in fervent excitement. "Senior Yin is truly formidable," exclaimed one student, flushed with enthusiasm, waving his arms in the air. "Indeed, just look at his entrance. It's absolutely breathtaking." Another chimed in, admiration glimmering in their eyes. Amidst the rising cheers, an unexpected scene unfolded, leaving the crowd momentarily speechless, as if time itself had frozen. The surging magma advanced like a roaring fire dragon toward the stunning girl in the purple dress, fierce and unyielding. Yet, in an astonishing turn of events, she merely raised her hand with nonchalance, delicately pointing forward with her jade-like fingers. In that instant, a radiant barrier, pure as snow, materialized before her, acting as an impregnable shield between her and the magma. The magma collided violently with the barrier, but it was as if it had struck an unyielding wall. Not a tremor was felt, nor a ripple disturbed its surface. "How is this possible?" Gasps of disbelief echoed through the crowd. Witnessing this spectacle, Yin felt a sudden heaviness in his heart, a profound sense of unease surging through him like never before. He had never encountered such a terrifying adversary. Quickly, begone. You are utterly feeble. In an instant, the girl clad in a flowing purple dress swayed slightly, vanishing like a wraith from her original position. Upon witnessing this, Yan's heart jolted, and he swiftly heightened his vigilance, scanning every corner around him. Just then, an overwhelming sense of impending doom surged within him, and he abruptly realized that an immense force was barreling towards him from behind. Almost instinctively, he turned around, only to find the purple-dressed maiden had silently appeared before him. She slowly raised her porcelain-white right hand, her slender fingers curling into a fist, and seemingly with casual indifference, she unleashed a punch towards Yan. At that moment, he found himself unable to evade. With gritted teeth, he summoned all his strength to brace for the impending impact with his arms. However, what transpired next left him utterly astounded. The girl's seemingly feeble punch landed upon his arms, and he felt an irresistible force crash into him, akin to a colossal mountain striking him with ferocity. In the blink of an eye, he was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, flying several dozen meters before crashing heavily onto the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. What on earth was happening? How could this be? Struggling to rise from the ground, he wiped the trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth while staring incredulously at the girl in purple, his eyes wide with disbelief. It was astonishing to think that she had not even unleashed a fraction of her soul power. Merely a nonchalant punch had rendered him utterly defenseless, a notion beyond comprehension. The girl in the flowing purple dress stood gracefully, her attire fluttering like blooming violets in the breeze, her beautiful eyes slightly raised, locking onto Yin with unwavering focus. A subtle smile played at the corners of her lips, hinting at a mockery, as if she viewed him as nothing more than an inconsequential ant. Then, her melodious voice, akin to the sweet song of a lark, drifted through the air, laced with an unmistakable disdain. Humph, yet another powerless fool. How utterly uninteresting. I had expected some formidable figures at this so-called Martial Soul Academy, but it appears to be nothing more than this. As she spoke, she gently shook her head, her expression reflecting profound disappointment. Before this unfathomably powerful foe, whose presence loomed like a mountain, Xieyu's heart involuntarily raced with intensity. Yet he still feigned composure, taking a deep breath to quell the inner turmoil before stepping forward with deliberate and unhurried strides towards the assessment arena. As he finally set foot upon the testing grounds, all eyes converged upon him. The expression on Xieyu's face was grave, his gaze unwavering as he fixed his eyes upon his adversary, and then, in a deep yet distinctly audible voice, he slowly proclaimed, "Let me give it a try." Upon hearing these words, the girl in the purple dress, standing at the sidelines, disdainfully turned her head. She cast a scornful glance at Xieyou, the corners of her mouth curling up in a mocking smile as she coldly retorted, "Humph. You are as weak and pitiful as that previous one, utterly unworthy of being my opponent. Spare yourself the embarrassment and do not waste my precious time here." Nevertheless, Xieyou was not dissuaded by her cutting remarks. He clenched his jaw tightly, his hands instinctively forming fists, and resolutely replied, "No, even if I am aware that I may not prevail, I still wish to try, to ascertain the extent of our disparity." Upon hearing this, the girl in the purple dress paused in surprise, then erupted into laughter as if she had heard the greatest joke in the world. After her laughter subsided, she shook her head, exhaling a sigh of exasperation. "Oh dear, I have never encountered someone so oblivious to their own limitations. Since you are so eager to seek a beating, I shall, out of goodwill, grant you a punch." With that, she flexed her wrist, adopting a stance that suggested she was preparing to strike. At that moment, Hulina hastily approached Bibi Dong, bowing respectfully and softly addressing her, "Teacher." Bibi Dong slightly raised her head, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she calmly regarded Hulina and inquired, "What is it?" Hulina took a deep breath, steadied herself, and began to report in detail the series of events that transpired during their journey to the Sunset Forest to acquire soul rings. After listening, a profound and palpable killing intent flickered in Bibi Dong's otherwise tranquil eyes, a stark contrast that shattered the surrounding calm like lightning in a frigid night, sending chills through the air. She slightly turned her head, her gaze piercing as she fixed her stare upon Elder Yuguan standing nearby. Speaking in an icy and unquestionable tone, "Elder Yuguan, I entrust this matter entirely to you. I trust that with your capabilities and methods, you know how to resolve this appropriately. Remember, do not disappoint me." After delivering her command, Bibi Dong slowly withdrew her piercing gaze. Yet the intangible pressure lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. Chapter 40. Young Master, Nezha. The atmosphere in the assessment arena was taut with tension. All eyes focused intently on Xiaoyu and the girl in the purple dress. With an air of confidence, Xiaoyu strode onto the arena, secretly devising a strategy to instill a sense of dread in the seemingly fragile young lady clad in purple. Xiaoyu's martial spirit was a top-tier offensive and agile weapon, manifesting as two blood-red blades that resembled crescent moons. Senior Xiaoyu has entered the fray. He is undoubtedly the strongest among our upperclassmen. A chorus of cheers erupted from all directions, filling the atmosphere with excitement. However, reality diverged sharply from the expectations of the onlookers. As the battle commenced, Xiaoyu had scarcely registered the movements of the girl in purple when an overwhelming force surged forth, propelling him like a cannonball. The speed was astonishing, akin to a bolt of lightning streaking across the sky, leaving the spectators in disbelief. Senior Xiaoyu has been defeated. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Was it truly that swift? Xiaoyu soared through the air, the wind howling past his ears, his eyes wide with terror as he attempted to discern the nature of his opponent's strike, but all was in vain. Ultimately, he crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, and a spurt of blood erupted from his mouth, staining the earth beneath him. Overwhelmed by shock and fear, his body trembled with pain. Struggling to lift his head, he fixed his gaze upon the girl in purple, who stood with her hands on her hips, a disdainful smile gracing her lips, as if she had merely swatted away an annoying fly. "I told you to leave early, yet you insisted on seeking a beating," she remarked, her words laced with sarcasm. Gritting his teeth, Xiaoyu fought to rise, filled with a sense of indignation. Yet, he recognized the insurmountable disparity in their strengths. To persist would only invite further humiliation. As he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, he muttered, "She is far too powerful. Only the leader stands a chance against her." At that moment, a stir swept through the crowd as Nezha, hands tucked nonchalantly in his waistband, sauntered onto the testing grounds. His large, bright eyes shone with determination as he boldly fixed his gaze upon the girl in purple, devoid of any fear. "Come, let us exchange a few moves, and allow me to gauge your true strength," he provocatively beckoned with a flick of his finger. In response, the girl in purple rolled her eyes dramatically, her expression one of utter disdain. "Little brat, perhaps you should first wean off your milk before addressing your elder sister." Her words dripped with contempt. Just then, a deep, furious voice rang out, "Enough chatter. Prepare to receive my punch." With that exclamation, Nezha, who had been standing a short distance away, suddenly vanished from view, darting forward at lightning speed, transforming into a mere blur in an instant. With the swiftness of a lightning bolt, he charged directly toward the maiden clad in purple, his speed astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the young Nezha was upon her, his right arm swinging fiercely. His clenched fist, propelled by a fierce gale, resembled a cannonball discharged from its barrel, striking with the force of thunder aimed squarely at the maiden's face. The might of this blow was extraordinary. The air around it tore apart, emitting piercing explosions with each movement. If struck by such a fist, even the hardest boulder would be reduced to mere dust in an instant. Caught off guard by Nezha's sudden and fearsome assault, the maiden's beautiful pupils widened in shock, clearly unprepared for the terrifying power possessed by this seemingly youthful figure. Yet, there was no time for contemplation, as Nezha's fist, laden with overwhelming force, descended upon her. She summoned her strength and retreated swiftly. Almost simultaneously, a resounding boom echoed as an immense surge of energy erupted from within her being. This magnificent and unparalleled force surged forth from her back like a volcanic eruption, swiftly coalescing into a pair of resplendent purple wings. In the next moment, the maiden unfurled her wings and, with a graceful turn, ascended into the sky like a delicate butterfly in flight. Did she possess a flying martial soul? The crowd gazed in astonishment at the maiden, their expressions filled with disbelief. What manner of martial soul was this? Why had they never encountered it before? Whispers began to circulate among the onlookers, each filled with curiosity and confusion regarding this enigmatic power. At this juncture, the entire assessment arena erupted into a frenzy. Every gaze fixated on the radiant wings gleaming behind the purple-clad maiden. Even the formidable Pope Bibidong of the Spirit Hall, usually the epitome of authority, wore an expression of shock. With her vast knowledge and experience, she found herself momentarily unable to categorize the type of martial soul displayed by the maiden. Moreover, she keenly sensed that the energy surging within the maiden was not ordinary soul power, but rather a force more potent and mysterious than soul energy itself. In that moment, the maiden floated gracefully above, looking down upon the young Nezha with a playful lilt in her voice. She inquired, "Little one, what is your name?" "Young Master Nezha," he retorted, his lips curling into a disdainful smile. "I must admit, Your strength is indeed formidable. Even I am quite taken aback. It appears I must take you seriously. Nezha, unyielding, responded with a challenge, his tone dripping with provocation. Humph. If you possess the courage, descend and engage me in close combat. I assure you, I shall bring you to your knees, begging for mercy and crying for your father. In the face of the small Nezha's provocation, the girl in the purple dress did not show any anger. Instead, she let out a light laugh and confidently replied, "Very well, since you are so self-assured. Let us compare whose strength prevails." As her voice faded, her figure surged forward with the swiftness of lightning, arriving before Nezha in the blink of an eye. Following this, she swung her right fist with tremendous force, enveloped in a rich purple aura, akin to a thunderous strike, aimed directly at Nezha's face, while exclaiming, "Little brat, brace yourself." Nezha, confronted with the girl's fierce attack, maintained an air of calm, unperturbed. The slight upturn of his lips formed a confident arc, as though he held complete control over the situation before him. In a swift motion, Nezha lightly tapped his foot, reminiscent of a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, causing his entire being to float backward with the grace of willow catkins in the wind. The girl in the purple dress's ferocious onslaught was thus effortlessly evaded. Not even the hem of her garment grazed. "Is that all you've got?" Nezha chuckled, his words laced with disdain and mockery. However, before the last syllable had escaped his lips, he suddenly propelled himself forward with the force of a spring, transforming into a streak of lightning that surged toward the girl in the purple dress at an astonishing speed. At that moment, a formidable power was gathering within his small, clenched fist. Despite its diminutive size, the energy contained within it was astonishing, possessing the ability to obliterate any obstacle in its path. The girl in the purple dress was taken aback, fully aware that this punch could not be underestimated. Instantly, her expression hardened, and she sidestepped without hesitation, aiming to evade Nezha's thunderous strike. Simultaneously, she swiftly raised her left arm, channeling her immense inner strength and forming an impenetrable defensive barrier before her. A resounding bang echoed as Nezha's fist collided forcefully with the girl's defensive shield. In that instant, a tremendous shockwave radiated outward, distorting the surrounding air as if it were being twisted by the sheer force. The girl in the purple dress, unable to withstand such a violent impact, involuntarily staggered back several steps before managing to stabilize herself. Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she silently marveled. This little brat appears no older than 3, yet possesses such terrifying strength? Remarkable. Nezha, firmly planted in his position, emanated a composure that belied his tender years. In response to the girl's surprise, he merely raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a subtle smile, as if brimming with confidence in his own abilities. "Humph, you do possess some skill." The girl in the purple dress huffed, a flicker of defiance dancing across her delicate features. Her bright, large eyes ignited with fierce determination as they fixated intently on Nezha before her. Taking a deep breath, the girl in the purple dress felt her inner energy surge like a tumultuous tide. With each inhalation, this spiritual power rapidly coalesced in her fists, causing them to shimmer with a layer of purple light, reminiscent of 2 resplendent gems. In the next moment, the girl darted forward, akin to a bolt of purple lightning streaking across the sky, launching herself towards Nezha with astonishing swiftness. In the blink of an eye, she was upon him, delivering a punch that generated a fierce gust of wind, aimed directly at his face. However, little Nezha remained undaunted. With a gentle push of his foot, he deftly evaded the oncoming strike, elegantly retreating to safety. Simultaneously, the golden ring in his hand was propelled forward, transforming into a streak of radiant light that hurtled toward the girl's back. Sensing the imminent danger, she quickly sidestepped to avoid the attack. "Hey, little brat. I thought we agreed on a fair fight," the girl exclaimed, hands on her hips, her beautiful eyes wide with indignation. With a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Nezha replied, "I was simply bored and wanted to tease you a bit. Since you're so eager, I suppose I shall stop playing with you." Before his words had fully settled, Nezha vanished from sight, reappearing before the girl like a wraith. "You dare treat me like a mere plaything? Watch as I teach you a lesson today." The girl's anger flared, her fury igniting like a wildfire. With a fierce shout, her energy erupted forth, enveloping her entirely. In an instant, this energy converged upon her right fist, coalescing into an enormous purple fist exuding an overwhelming pressure. It loomed large, akin to a small mountain, radiating a blinding light that distorted the surrounding space with its formidable power. Clenching her silver teeth, she summoned every ounce of her strength to wield this colossal fist, bringing it down upon Nezha with cataclysmic force. Yet, in the face of such a formidable strike, Nezha displayed no sign of trepidation. He stood still, his gaze tranquil as a still lake, as if this earth-shattering blow were of little consequence. Just as the massive purple fist was about to make contact, Nezha finally moved. He casually raised his right arm, unleashing a punch of his own. With a resounding crash, it was as if the very fabric of space trembled. The two fists collided violently, sending a cascade of light and shockwaves through the air. In that instant, the girl's once beautiful visage turned pale as paper, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at her opponent before her. At that very moment, as her fist made contact with her opponent, she felt as though her hand had struck an indomitable mountain, utterly incapable of making even the slightest dent. In the next instant, an overwhelming force surged forth from her adversary's fist, crashing into the girl in the purple dress with a thunderous impact that was almost suffocating. The magnitude of this power was beyond imagination, propelling her away like a cannonball. As she was thrust into the air, her body sliced through the atmosphere, leaving behind a series of deafening sonic booms that echoed into the heavens. With a heavy thud, the girl in the purple dress plummeted to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Struggling to regain her composure, she covered her mouth with her hand. Yet a trickle of crimson blood seeped from the corner of her lips. Her eyes were wide with horror and disbelief, her entire being stunned into silence. How infuriating! Could this being truly be human? How could one possess such terrifying strength? Her heart surged with tumultuous waves, a tempest of emotions she could not quell. Shall we continue? Little Nezha strolled leisurely to the girl in the purple dress, his gaze fixed intently upon her enigmatic mask, a strong curiosity blossoming within him. Tilting his head with a smirk, he remarked, "You are impressive, far superior to those others. I quite like you." The girl in the purple dress huffed lightly, dismissively brushing off the dust clinging to her attire, her expression one of defiance as she retorted, "Consider this a reprieve, but next time we meet, I shall undoubtedly triumph over you, little brat." Upon hearing this, little Nezha stroked his chin, his keen eyes locked onto hers, and suddenly broke into a mischievous grin. "In that case, why not remove your mask? It would allow me a glimpse of your true visage. Get lost. Who cares to show you?" She shot back, rolling her eyes with irritation, her frustration palpable after having just been bested by him. Little Nezha, unfazed by her ire, casually slipped his hands into his pockets, a sly smile playing on his lips as he replied, "Oh, you make it sound as though I am particularly eager to see. But I am curious. Your aura is unlike that of others. They exude a power commonly referred to as soul energy, yet from you, I sense none of that. Could it be that your soul energy is of a higher grade? Not at all. The power I possess originates from combat energy, which surpasses what you refer to as soul energy by 100-fold or more." The girl in the purple dress declared proudly, her hands on her hips, a triumphant smile illuminating her face beneath the mask. Upon hearing the unfamiliar term Duki, the little Nezha blinked his big eyes, displaying a look of utter bewilderment, and curiously inquired, "Duki?" Observing the adorable, perplexed expression on Nezha's face, the girl in the purple dress could not help but find it exceedingly amusing. With great enthusiasm, she began to elucidate. "Duki is an immensely mysterious and powerful force. Through relentless cultivation, one can continually enhance their own strength and prolong their lifespan." Pausing momentarily, the girl in the purple dress continued her spirited explanation. "Moreover, in my world, Duki is the dominant force. It not only significantly amplifies our attack power, but also greatly enhances our speed and strength. As cultivators advance to different realms, they unlock a variety of extraordinary abilities. For instance, upon reaching the Douluo realm, one can condense Duki into wings, allowing for free flight, and upon attaining the Douluo realm, the prowess becomes even more impressive, enabling one to traverse the void as if walking on solid ground." However, despite the girl's vivid descriptions, Nezha remained utterly confounded, his cherubic face displaying a look of complete incomprehension as he scratched his head in frustration, exclaiming, "Oh dear, this is so vexing. I just don't understand." Given the vast disparities between their worlds, each with its own distinct language, culture, and understanding, it was entirely natural for them to struggle with one another's words. The girl in the purple dress nodded slightly, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she responded. At that moment, the inquisitive little Nezha, with his sparkling eyes, leaned closer and asked, "By the way, I still don't know your name." Upon hearing Nezha's question, the girl in the purple dress arched her slender eyebrows and replied serenely, "My name is Zian." Chapter 42. Zian, I wish to cohabit with little Nezha young lady. Do your previous words still hold true? With a sudden ripple in the space around them, Bibi Dong materialized before Zian. A subtle smile, previously absent from her frosty visage, now graced her features as her gaze fixed intently upon Xian, softly inquiring. It is crucial to note that this mysterious girl exhibited extraordinary strength. If she could be successfully recruited into the Spirit Hall, it would undoubtedly provide a tremendous boon towards the Hall's grand ambition of unifying the Douluo Continent. While the Spirit Hall may be contentious in various aspects, one thing remains indisputable: it has always been generous in nurturing talent, especially for someone as exceptionally gifted as Xian. Her inclusion under the Spirit Hall's banner would guarantee access to the finest cultivation resources and comprehensive guidance. In response to Bibi Dong's inquiry, Xian furrowed her brow slightly, seemingly lost in a moment of contemplation. After a considerable time, she finally lifted her head, casting a casual glance at the little Nezha beside her. With a languid yawn, she uttered, "Very well. For the sake of this adorable little child, I shall temporarily join your Spirit Hall." However, at this juncture, Xian paused slightly, a mischievous glint flashing across her face as she continued. "That said, I have a small condition. Since I have decided to join the Spirit Hall, you must take responsibility for my meals from now on. If there comes a day when I find myself hungry, I shall not hesitate to turn my back on the Spirit Hall. Naturally, as long as you are willing to join us, whatever culinary delights you desire, the Spirit Hall shall endeavor to fulfill your wishes." Bibi Dong's lips curled into a subtle smile, revealing a rare, gentle expression from the usually aloof and regal Pope. It is noteworthy that very few have had the fortune to witness such tenderness grace her countenance across the entire continent. "Do not speak so confidently," Xian retorted lightly. Waving her hand casually, she retrieved a precious herb exuding a rich medicinal fragrance from her storage ring, unhesitatingly tossing it into her mouth and savoring it with delight. Meanwhile, her lively eyes cast a sidelong glance at Bibi Dong as she languidly spoke. "My tastes are rather unique, you see, entirely different from the fare you typically indulge in." Upon witnessing this, Bibi Dong couldn't help but raise an eyebrow momentarily, though she quickly regained her elegant composure and inquired softly, "Oh, what sort of special foods do you enjoy? Perhaps the Spirit Hall can find a way to accommodate your preferences." "Hee, it's nothing much really. My favorite is a variety of herbs," Xian replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this little girl's preference for herbs, Bibi Dong was taken aback for a moment. But then she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, on the mystical land of Douluo Continent, countless rare herbs abound, although some possess immense value. For the affluent and resource-rich Spirit Hall, they are not particularly rare commodities. Thus, she quickly nodded with a smile, assuring her, "In that case, I shall promptly instruct someone to prepare ample herbs for you, ensuring your heart is content." In this wondrous world of Douluo Continent, soul masters typically enhance their strength through two primary methods. One is meditation to condense soul power and refine mental fortitude. The other is to immerse themselves in intense and brutal combat to gain valuable experience and skills. However, what is surprisingly unexpected is despite the vast array of precious medicinal herbs with diverse properties found here, few have delved into their potential applications. This has resulted in the deep recesses of the Soul Beast Forest harboring many rare and exquisite herbs, quietly concealed within the mountains and forests, overlooked by all. Given that most individuals are unaware of the marvelous effects these herbs possess, it is only natural that no one dares to venture forth to harvest them. Thus, when Xian made her seemingly trivial request, it was a mere trifle for the formidable Spirit Hall, requiring little effort to fulfill. It is noteworthy that under normal circumstances, no one would dare to speak so casually to the illustrious Pope Bibi Dong, a figure of immense authority. After all, Bibi Dong, as the Pope of the Spirit Hall, holds an unparalleled and revered status, commanding deep respect from all. Xian, unfazed, waved her hand nonchalantly and remarked, "In that case, please arrange for my accommodation without delay." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong smiled gently. She then elegantly raised her delicate hands, as tender as mutton fat jade, and gestured towards the surrounding opulent villas, softly saying to Xian, "Within the entire Spirit Academy, you may choose any villa you desire. From this day forth, it shall belong to you." Xian casually surveyed the nearby villas. To her, they seemed quite indistinguishable. However, just as she was about to retract her gaze, a small figure unexpectedly captured her attention. It was the adorable little Nezha. A smile graced her lips as she reached out to gently pat Nezha's shoulder, speaking in a leisurely tone, "I have decided to reside with this little one. It promises to be quite entertaining." Upon hearing this, Nezha's eyes widened in shock, his face adorned with an expression of disdain as he exclaimed, "Hey, hey, with so many houses here, why must you squeeze in with me?" He waved his small hands animatedly, seemingly attempting to push Xian away. At that moment, Bibi Dong gracefully knelt down, tenderly stroking Nezha's head, and softly chuckled, "Jar, dear, I will trouble you to personally escort Miss Xian to your residence shortly." Nezha, puffed up with indignation, swatted Bibi Dong's hand away, retorting irritably, I know. You're so annoying." Observing this exchange, Bibi Dong nodded with satisfaction, rising elegantly to return to her seat. Today, her mood was exceptionally bright, her enchanting eyes continually fixed on Nezha and Xian, occasionally betraying a gentle smile that rendered her even more charming and graceful. Chapter 43, Bibi Dong's mental breakdown. At this moment, Dean Arnold approached Bibi Dong, respectfully bowing his hands in greeting and cautiously inquiring, "Your Holiness, might I ask whether the selection for this golden generation is to continue?" "Proceed," Bibi Dong replied calmly, her exquisite visage revealing no hint of emotional fluctuation. Time swiftly passed, and before long, a day had slipped away like a fleeting shadow. As the final assessment concluded, Dean Arnold stood upon the platform. His authoritative gaze swept over all the teachers and students present, and he solemnly announced the final list of the golden generation. Following rigorous evaluation and selection, the following students have successfully passed this trial and become members of the golden generation: Yin, Xiaoyu, Hulaina, Ziyin, and Nezha. Dean Arnold's resonant voice echoed throughout the martial Soul Academy. As night gradually fell, the academy maintained its usual tranquility and order. The classrooms were brightly lit, filled with the spirited voices of students engrossed in their studies. For these young minds, continuous self-improvement and strength was essential, yet a solid foundation of cultural knowledge was equally indispensable. However, it appeared that most children lacked a significant interest in academic pursuits. Were it not for the teacher's strict supervision on site, a considerable number of students might have chosen to skip class. Despite the presence of teachers overseeing each evening study session, some audacious students dared to defy the norm, stealthily slipping out through the back door, vanishing into the night. Meanwhile, atop a luxurious villa within the academy, several figures were seated. They lounged about, some snacking, occasionally erupting into laughter and conversation. A gentle breeze tousled their hair, while the moonlight cascaded over them, casting an air of mystery and harmony upon the night. "Little Nezha, others refer to me as the Princess of Brute Strength, yet it seems you truly embody that title," Ziyin exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at the diminutive figure of Nezha. "Just look at the incredible power contained within your tiny frame. It's utterly terrifying. This little child is indeed a marvel. At merely 3 years of age, possessing such astonishing strength is beyond comprehension." At that moment, young Nezha lay comfortably to the side, seemingly indifferent to Ziyin's astonished gaze, too lazy to even respond. His demeanor exuded the essence of a proud, willful, and defiant little rascal. Just then, a soft, melodious voice broke the air. "Nezha, why are you not attending evening study?" This voice, akin to celestial music, carried a hint of concern. "I simply did not wish to go, so I did not," came Nezha's nonchalant reply. Little Nezha nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders, still failing to lift his gaze towards the speaker. He was leisurely chewing on a sprig of blue-silver grass, exuding an air of indifference and nonchalance. However, in stark contrast to little Nezha's demeanor, the others present, aside from him and Xian, promptly rose in unison upon hearing the voice, respectfully greeting the newcomer. "We pay our respects to Your Holiness the Pope." Each of them wore a solemn expression, showing utmost reverence, not daring to exhibit the slightest hint of negligence. In response to their homage, Bibi Dong merely nodded slightly, acknowledging their greeting. This pope possessed a graceful figure and an elegant demeanor, radiating an aura of noble authority with every gesture. "Teacher, we shall return to the classroom now," Hulaina said nervously, her voice slightly trembling as her hands unconsciously twisted together. She lowered her head, unable to meet Bibi Dong's gaze, as if she had committed a grave error. Bibi Dong gently shook her head, a faint smile gracing her lips as she softly replied, "Let it be for today. But do not let it happen again." After speaking, she turned and walked towards the rooftop. Upon reaching the rooftop, Bibi Dong noticed Xian quietly seated there. The gentle breeze caressing her hair, sunlight bathing her in a warm glow, creating a picturesque scene. Bibi Dong slowly approached Xian and sat beside her, softly saying, "Sister Xian, I have a question I would like to ask you. Would you mind helping me with it?" At this, Xian turned her head, looking at Bibi Dong with a slight furrow in her brow, inquiring curiously, "What is your question?" Bibi Dong gazed intently at Xian and asked, "You previously mentioned that you are not from the Douluo Continent. So, from where do you hail?" After a moment of silence, Xian took a deep breath and replied, "I come from the Douluo Continent." A flicker of curiosity flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes as she pressed further, What kind of world is that? Could you share it with me? It is quite similar to your continent, governed by the law of the jungle, Xian stated candidly, her tone devoid of any ambiguity. However, I never imagined that upon entering this world, my strength would render me one of the most formidable beings here. Bibidong's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Xian, her throat instinctively swallowing in astonishment. A tempest of emotions surged within her, making it difficult for her to remain composed. After much hesitation, she finally mustered the courage to cautiously inquire, "If I may ask, in your original world, what level would your immense strength correspond to?" Xian slightly raised her chin and replied casually, "To be frank, with the strength I currently possess, I would only be considered average in my world." "Ah, indeed. I recall hearing someone remark that in your realm, even those formidable beings who have attained the esteemed title of Douluo face the peril of falling to their demise should they attempt to soar through the skies." At this revelation, Bibidong fell momentarily speechless, a hint of embarrassment gracing her features. It is essential to recognize that in her mind, the prowess of Xian was nothing short of unfathomable. Yet now, she is informed that in her original world, Xian's strength merely ranks at an intermediate level. If there exist even more powerful entities beyond that, to what terrifying heights might their abilities ascend? In an instant, Bibidong felt her previous understanding of power utterly shattered, plunging her into profound confusion and astonishment. Indeed, Bibidong was grappling with a collapse of her mindset. After an indeterminate period, she regained her composure and earnestly inquired of Xian, "Sister Xian, may I cultivate as you do?" Chapter 44. Are Do kings stronger than Douluos? Not even worthy of guarding the gates on the continent of Do Qi? Xian furrowed her brow, lost in contemplation. After a brief pause, she began to speak. "Based on my conjecture, if all goes as anticipated, the inhabitants of your continent seem to be bound by certain rules. This restriction is precisely why you cannot cultivate Do Qi as we do on the Do Qi continent. Conversely, we are unable to harness what you refer to as soul power." After a slight pause, Xian added, "Nevertheless, it is important to acknowledge that not all circumstances are entirely immutable. Through exploration and experimentation, it might be possible to discover a way to transcend these limitations and successfully cultivate Do Qi. You might dare to take the plunge. Perhaps fortune will smile upon you." At these words, Bibidong's previously calm demeanor shifted to one of gravity. She raised her gaze towards the vast sky, her eyes reflecting a depth that seemed to pierce through the clouds to the horizon beyond. Biting her lip, she murmured, "Rules? Humph. Are they not meant to be broken by the strong?" Then, as if resolved to a decision, Bibidong took a gentle breath, a subtle smile gracing her lips, exuding an air of poise and confidence as she softly asked, "By the way, could you share with me the particulars of the Do Qi continent?" Upon hearing this, Xian instinctively furrowed her brows, tightening her grip around the luscious red fruit in her hand. After a brief hesitation, she replied in a measured tone, "Since you wish to know, it would not hurt to divulge some information. After all, it is of little consequence to me." Upon receiving this affirmation, Bibidong's face brightened with joy. She promptly seated herself before Xian, gracefully folding her hands in front of her, her expression focused and eager to absorb the tales from the Do Qi continent. Despite having stood at the pinnacle of Douluo Continent, becoming a figure of great renown, she remained eager to listen. Yet, upon hearing Xian speak of the distant and enigmatic continent of Duqi, a profound curiosity and an insatiable desire for exploration surged within her. The essence of Duqi constitutes the very foundation of cultivation on this continent. Once an individual successfully condenses Duqi within their body, they officially embark upon the arduous journey toward becoming a formidable champion. Along this path, they will progress through various stages such as Dozhong and Doshi, ultimately striving to reach the legendary and exalted realm of duty. It is said that upon attaining the duty level, the power embodied in their every gesture is capable of annihilating the very heavens and earth. Xian recounted this softly, her voice melodious and enchanting. Yet the unwavering conviction she conveyed was indisputable. Upon hearing this, Bibidong slightly furrowed her brows, and a fleeting expression of disbelief crossed her beautiful eyes. She had traversed the Douluo Continent for half her life, thoroughly acquainted with the myriad techniques and systems of soul power cultivation. Yet, the unique cultivation methods of this Duqi continent seemed to shatter all her previous understandings. Could it be that merely by absorbing the specific energies of the world, one could acquire such astonishing power? Bibidong could not help but voice her doubts, her words tinged with skepticism. Such claims were truly preposterous, standing in stark contrast to the cultivation path she had always known. Xian nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed, on our Duqi continent, The exquisite combination of combat techniques and cultivation methods enables practitioners to maximize the formidable power of Duki. It is no exaggeration to state that a high-level combat technique possesses the capability to assist a Douluo-level powerhouse in challenging even more formidable Douluo adversaries. As her words fell, she raised her delicate fingers, and a faint violet Duki swiftly coalesced at her fingertip. Although this wisp of Duki appeared rather feeble, its mere presence seemed to freeze the surrounding air, causing the temperature to plummet several degrees. Bibi Dong, who had been intently observing the Duki, felt as though a cataclysmic tide was surging within her heart. It is worth noting that on the Douluo Continent, while the cultivation of soul power also emphasizes technique and personal talent, the power disparities between individuals of the same level are typically stable and difficult to transcend. The notion of challenging those of a higher tier was nearly fanciful. However, in this moment, amidst the mysteries of the Duki continent, Bibi Dong sensed an abundance of infinite possibilities. If I could successfully integrate this extraordinary Duki cultivation method into my martial soul training, she murmured softly, her beautiful eyes glimmering with an unwavering determination. Subsequently, she rose abruptly, her steps light as she paced back and forth upon the rooftop. Meanwhile, her mind raced at an astonishing pace, contemplating various feasible plans to seamlessly merge these two distinctly different cultivation systems. Was it possible? Suddenly, Bibi Dong halted, her gaze fixed intently upon Xian, her eyes reflecting both doubt and uncertainty, as if silently inquiring for an answer. Yet, beneath that exterior lay a thread of contemplation and hesitation, as if she were also internally questioning herself. Xian gradually retracted the surging energy in her hands, her expression turning particularly solemn and earnest. She began to respond. Fundamentally, both soul power and fighting spirit are merely different manifestations of energy. Thus, on a theoretical level, there indeed exists the possibility for their mutual integration. However, the specifics of how to achieve such a fusion, alongside the challenges and difficulties that may arise during practical implementation, necessitate further in-depth research to ascertain. At this juncture, Xian paused briefly before continuing. It is imperative to remind you that the unique characteristics of martial souls in the Douluo Continent starkly contrast with the cultivation systems present in the fighting spirit continent. Should one recklessly attempt this integration, considerable dangers may ensue. May I inquire what level of strength corresponds to a title Douluo in the fighting spirit continent? Bibi Dong's pupils contracted slightly as she earnestly questioned. I have encountered a woman named Poseidon from your Douluo Continent. She seemed to possess greater strength than you do now, yet she is merely equivalent to a fighting king in our realm, Xian replied casually. Is a fighting king truly strong? Bibi Dong swallowed hard, astonished. In remote corners, they might be considered strong. However, in a central region, they would lack even the qualifications to stand guard, Xian remarked. Chapter 45. Bibi Dong cultivates fighting spirit, destined to shake the entire continent. What? Upon hearing this, a bright spark flickered in Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes, shining like the dazzling stars in the night sky. Does this imply that a title Douluo lacks even the credentials to serve as a gatekeeper? She found it hard to contain herself. It is known that among the entirety of the Douluo continent, titled Douluo-level powerhouses are exceedingly rare, and yet they are so weak? I must change. Bibi Dong clenched her teeth, well aware of the inherent risks. Nevertheless, the intense yearning for greater power burned within her heart like an unquenchable flame, making it increasingly difficult to suppress the surging impulses deep within. She tightened her fists and declared resolutely, regardless of the circumstances, I must attempt it myself. In her view, relying solely on soul power for cultivation rendered her combat effectiveness too feeble when confronted with truly top-tier opponents. If one could truly succeed in integrating Do Qi into their own cultivation system, it might just pave an unprecedented path. Since you wish to attempt this, I shall not hinder you. I can offer you a thread of Do Qi to enhance your perception. Xian extended her finger, infusing a strand of Do Qi into Bai Dong's being. Is this what Do Qi is? Bai Dong swallowed hard, realizing this energy far surpasses soul power in magnitude. She inhaled deeply. I shall enter seclusion immediately. No sooner had she spoken than she hastily departed. In the depths of a dim chamber, seemingly engulfed by darkness, the damp air clung like a viscous veil, while the stench of decay spread like an insidious plague. Bai Dong, in tattered garments, appeared as a shadow of her former self, her once resplendent attire now in tatters, reminiscent of leaves caught in a tempest. Her lustrous black hair had become disheveled, caked with dust and grime, clinging to her pale, haggard cheeks. She seemed to have lost all vitality, collapsing weakly upon the cold, unyielding floor. The surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of any sound save for the heavy and rapid rhythm of Bai Dong's breath echoing in the vast cavern, akin to a lament from the depths of hell. In that moment, she appeared to be engaged in a harrowing cultivation process, one that could determine her very existence and future destiny, striving to summon the legendary Do Qi said to possess world-shattering power. Yet, this endeavor was akin to a perilous ascent through the infernal abyss, each step forward fraught with unending agony and torment. As she gritted her teeth and summoned every ounce of strength to channel the mysterious and tempestuous Do Qi into her body, an indescribable pain surged forth. It felt as though thousands of razor-sharp needles were simultaneously piercing every inch of her flesh, penetrating to the marrow, a torment that seared her very soul. This wild Do Qi surged like a horde of enraged beasts, heedless and merciless, wreaking havoc within her fragile form, rampaging uncontrollably. Wherever it coursed, her once resilient meridians shattered like fragile strings of a lute, a sight too gruesome to behold. Her flesh was battered and broken, blurring into a crimson haze as blood gushed forth in torrents. In that moment, she felt as though her body was being relentlessly sliced by countless sharp blades, the heart-wrenching pain piercing to her core. Simultaneously, it was as though she had been cast into a raging inferno, the searing flames greedily licking at her skin, consuming her inch by inch. The waves of agony surged relentlessly, each crest higher than the last, threatening to engulf her remaining flicker of consciousness entirely. Soon, Bai Dong's exquisite visage contorted in extreme suffering, becoming unrecognizable. Beads of sweat the size of pearls cascaded from her smooth forehead, soaking a large swath of ground beneath her. Yet, even amidst such inhuman torment, she showed no sign of retreat. "I will never give up." Dong gritted her teeth so tightly that her gums bled from the strain, yet she resolutely endured the bone-chilling agony, steadfast in her refusal to surrender. Each labored breath felt as though she were forcibly dragging her already shattered body, accompanied by heavy, pained groans, as if the very air around her was saturated with despair and struggle. Time in this endless ocean of suffering seemed to stretch unbearably slow, with each second dragging on like a century. She felt as though she had been wrestling in this dreadful purgatory for eons, yet the indomitable spirit within her sustained her, urging her to persevere through the engulfing darkness. The sensation of living a fate worse than death shadowed her, tempting her to relinquish her fight, to seek liberation. Yet the fierce unwillingness and yearning for power flickered like a glimmer of dawn in the darkness, propelling her to persist through the abyss of pain. Just as she felt on the brink of being devoured by suffering, a mysterious surge of energy suddenly emerged. This essence bore a resemblance to the fighting spirit that Xian had imparted to her. A faint trace of fighting energy finally coalesced within her dantian. Though this flicker of energy was as fragile as a candle in the wind, it ignited her willpower in an instant. Upon witnessing this spark of fighting spirit, a flicker of uncontainable joy and excitement shone in Dong's eyes. 2 months swiftly passed. Within the secret chamber, peculiar waves of energy ebbed and flowed, at times tumultuous like crashing waves, and at others, serene and silent as the stillness of night. Each attempt felt like a daunting journey through a pitch-black chamber, devoid of light, as she sought the path filled with uncertainties. Despite countless setbacks and meticulous adjustments, Dong never faltered. With unwavering faith and indomitable resolve, she ultimately succeeded in condensing a strand of fighting energy that belonged solely to her. "I did it. So this is fighting energy?" A gleam of brilliance danced in her beautiful eyes, her excitement palpable. Subsequently, she infused the condensed fighting energy into her soul power. Just as she prepared to merge the fighting energy with her soul power, a tremendous backlash struck her, causing her to spit a mouthful of blood and collapse onto the ground. The collision of the two energies was akin to the clash of water and fire, leaving her with a profound sense of having narrowly escaped death in that fleeting moment, an experience most intense. A month later, when Dong stepped out of the chamber once more, those present were astonished to discover that the aura surrounding her had undergone subtle yet undeniable changes. The originally fierce soul power now radiated an extraordinary charm, infused with an unyielding resilience and an unparalleled sharpness akin to that of a blade. In this moment, she resembled an exceptional weapon, hidden deep within its sheath, poised yet not fully revealing its brilliance. Anyone could sense the immense power it contained. Awaiting the right moment, it would burst forth, astonishing the world. Dong stood firm, gazing up at the vast, boundless sky, silently vowing within her heart, "This is merely the beginning. I shall ensure that all soul masters on the Douluo Continent witness and experience firsthand the overwhelming force unleashed when the power of martial souls merges with fighting spirit. Xiaojing, that day is not far off. I will make those who have wronged you pay a heavy price. Chapter 46. Is Yaolao really so stingy? Bibi Dong took a deep breath, having gone 2 long months without inhaling such fresh air. During her seclusion, she endured much torment, only to emerge with a modest gain. Yet, this small advancement elevated her strength to a new echelon. Your Holiness, the ghostly figure stared wide-eyed, his throat convulsing as he swallowed desperately, his face a mask of disbelief, as if he had witnessed something utterly inconceivable. He fixated on Bibi Dong, his lips trembling, unable to articulate a coherent thought for what felt like an eternity. Noticing the ghost's uncharacteristic demeanor, Bibi Dong's elegant brows furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of displeasure. Yet her voice remained calm and composed. There is no need for such alarm. Elder Ghost, please take your time to speak. Upon hearing her words, the ghost seemed to awaken from a state of shock. He inhaled deeply several times, his chest heaving, struggling to regain his composure. Once his breath steadied, he spoke in a tone laced with reverence and astonishment. Your Holiness, your strength has increased so rapidly and to such an extent. It is truly terrifying, almost beyond imagination. Bibi Dong merely smiled gently, akin to a flower blooming in spring, and softly replied, as long as you all diligently practice and do not grow lazy or complacent, your strength will naturally improve over time. Your Holiness speaks the truth. The ghost eagerly nodded, affirming his respect for her teachings. Then, Bibi Dong shifted the conversation, inquiring, by the way, how has the matter I entrusted to you progressed? Her gaze fell upon the ghost, seemingly casual yet imbued with authority. Reporting to your Holiness, my investigation reveals that the crystal is not present in every soul beast. According to Qin Muan, it may only exist within mutated soul beasts, though a definitive conclusion has yet to be reached. Please allow me to continue my inquiries. Bibi Dong pondered to herself, contemplating the potential enhancement of her strength if she were to acquire crystal stones for cultivation. To her astonishment, you have indeed succeeded. It appears your talent is truly remarkable. Suddenly, a melodious voice floated through the air. A purple figure gracefully descended from the heavens. Bibi Dong lifted her gaze, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she softly remarked, this is all thanks to you, Sister Xian. Without your assistance, I would not have been able to take this crucial first step so swiftly. Xian's lips curled into a playful smirk, a glimmer of cunning in her eyes as she cheerfully replied, indeed, but how do you intend to repay me? Bibi Dong maintained her serene smile, her tone tender yet sincere. What does Sister Xian desire? Whatever is available in the spirit hall, feel free to take it without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Xian furrowed her brow slightly, contemplating before she suggested, how about a few 10,000-year medicinal herbs? 10,000-year medicinal herbs? Surely, that refers to the 10,000-year plant-type spirit beasts? Among the crowd, some gasped in astonishment, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Bibi Dong remained composed, a soft chuckle escaping her lips as she assured, it's merely 10,000-year herbs. Give me 3 days, and I shall prepare them for you. This was not a daunting task for the deeply rooted spirit hall. It merely required a bit of time. At that moment, Bibi Dong slowly raised her gaze, her eyes sharp as a sword as she scanned the crowd before settling on Douluo. She inquired softly, Elder Yueguan, where is Xiao Nezha? Has he caused any trouble during my absence? It had been a long time since she had seen him, and she often thought of the mischievous child. Despite his unruly nature, he remained her son. Upon mentioning Xiao Nezha, Yueguan's brow furrowed slightly as he addressed Bibi Dong, Your Holiness, during your absence, the young saint has not caused any trouble. Rather, he has been quite well behaved, remaining indoors without venturing out. Oh, Bibi Dong's delicate brows knitted together, a hint of incredulity flickering in her eyes, entirely unexpected. After all, based on her understanding of Xiao Nezha, he was not one to remain idle. Convincing him to stay quietly within the confines of their abode would require the sun to rise from the west. Could something have transpired? With this thought, Bibi Dong's expression grew serious as she swiftly soared towards the Spirit Academy. Meanwhile, within a resplendent villa adorned in gold and jade, Xiao Nezha was curiously toying with an ancient ring, his eyes sparkling with wonder. Is there really a vast space inside this ring? Can I reside within it as well? Xiao Nezha murmured to himself. Just then, a gentle yet aged voice resonated in the air, laced with a hint of amusement. The space is indeed considerable, but you cannot reside within it. Xiao Nezha pouted in discontent and retorted, Old man, you are far too stingy. I merely wish to indulge in some amusement during moments of boredom. Before him, a translucent apparition of an elderly man floated, Though the figure was somewhat elusive, it was still evident that he donned a flowing white robe, its sleeves gently swaying in the breeze, and his visage exuded both kindness and depth. The elderly man's eyes, weathered by the passage of time, betrayed an undeniable wisdom, as if they had borne witness to countless transformations through the ages. He shook his head, a hint of resignation in his tone. It is not that I am miserly, but to enter this ring, one must first become a spiritual entity. Only souls can traverse this realm. The young Nezha, with a semblance of understanding, nodded, then suddenly broke into a broad grin, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Well, when I die in the future, I shall come in to keep you company, lest you feel lonely. The elder, upon hearing this, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye and could not help but chuckle. I believe you not. You little rascal. Do you think I am unaware of your intentions? You merely wish for me to accompany you in a game of ball, do you not? Despite his words, the elder harbored a fondness for the little imp. Aside from his somewhat mischievous nature, Nezha's talent and potential were truly astonishing. At merely 3 years of age, he possessed a formidable divine power, an unprecedented occurrence. Even more surprising was the revelation that this little fellow was a prodigy in alchemy, a rare gem in a century. Even his current disciple paled in comparison to the innate gifts of this young child. The elder mused, if he could take this little one as his apprentice and nurture him carefully, he might very well set the record as the youngest alchemist in the annals of medicine. Alas, this young child adamantly refused to acknowledge him as a teacher, no matter how much persuasion he employed. It is worth noting that in the past, countless individuals clamored to be his disciple, only to be turned away. And now, when he extended an invitation, he was instead dismissed by this little one. Contemplating this, the elder's eyes sparkled with mischief as a sly smile graced his lips. Little one, if you agree to learn the art of alchemy from your grandfather, I shall bestow upon you a magnificent treasure. What do you say? Nezha rolled his eyes and retorted without hesitation. You old codger, do you think I would believe you? What kind of magnificent treasure could you possibly possess? There are few things that could entice me. The elder, taken aback, chuckled heartily. Yet his resolve to take this little rascal as his apprentice only strengthened. Well then, keep your eyes peeled. Chapter 47. The Legendary Deceiver, the Alchemist. The tales of the Fighting Qi continent are the legends of Yao Chun. At that moment, the elder smiled slightly, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes, as he retrieved a stone from his sleeve and softly proclaimed, Little one, if today you are willing to become my apprentice, I shall gift you this invaluable crystal. Look at it, is it not resplendent and colorful? When the time is ripe, I shall personally craft a weapon that suits you perfectly and intricately embed this crystal within it. In this way, you shall undoubtedly command respect and exude charm. The elder paused for a moment and then continued, Moreover, if you dedicate yourself to studying the art of alchemy under my guidance, you may one day become a renowned alchemist, basking in unparalleled glory. Wherever you go, you shall be admired and cherished by countless young ladies, and you will be treated with utmost respect. At this point, a proud smile crept onto the elder's face as he boasted furthermore, I possess a unique and invincible technique to impart to you. With diligent practice, you will surely soar to greatness and become a master of unparalleled skill. Just then, the young Nezha's gaze was firmly captivated by the colorful stone in the elder's hand. Noticing the intense longing in Nezha's eyes, the elder's lips curled into a subtle smirk. Internally exclaiming, I've got him. Nezha took a deep breath, as the familiar mysterious aura sensed in the sunset forest surged back into his heart. In that moment, he felt as if the very blood coursing through his veins ignited, roaring with fervor, while the formidable power lying dormant within him stirred restlessly, akin to a wild stallion breaking free. Do you truly possess a rainbow stone? Nezha's eyes widened in disbelief as he leaned closer to the elder, his face a portrait of astonishment, eagerly extending his small hand in an attempt to grasp the captivating crystal. However, the elder reacted with remarkable swiftness, deftly twirling his wrist, and in the blink of an eye, the crystal was concealed. His movements were fluid and graceful, devoid of any hesitation. To think that you recognize this object. Have you encountered it before? The elder's face was a mask of astonishment, incredulity etched across his features. It was this mysterious artifact that had inexplicably transported him to this unfamiliar realm. The means to return to his original world remained an unsolved enigma, and for now, he could only proceed step by step in uncertainty. Give it to me now. Nezha's eyes blazed with intensity as he roared, resembling a furious beast, instilling a sense of trepidation in those who beheld him. Hearing Nezha's urgent plea, the elder's eyes gleamed with mischief, and a sly smile graced his lips as he replied, if you desire this treasure, you must first become my disciple. Fine. I shall become your disciple, but quickly, hand over that stone. Nezha could no longer contain his anxious impatience, nodding vigorously in agreement. At that moment, he resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption, emotions teetering on the brink of explosive release. Seeing Nezha's fervent eagerness, the elder's smile deepened as he continued at a leisurely pace. Very well, we have a deal. Once I hand over this stone, you must obediently become my disciple and diligently study the art of alchemy, without a hint of defiance. Can you commit to this? Oh, spare me the lengthy discourse. I shall comply with your wishes. Now swiftly deliver the stone. Little Nezha, having reached his limit, let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens, causing the surrounding leaves to rustle in response. Observing this spectacle, the elder hesitated no longer. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the much-admired stone materialized in the palm of his hand, as if by magic. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his arm, casting the stone towards little Nezha while muttering to himself, "Humph, who would have thought that this worn-out stone could so effortlessly deal with this little rascal? Had I known, I would have revealed it much sooner." Nevertheless, with his profound and inscrutable abilities, he was well aware of the extraordinary potential concealed within the stone. It seemed to harbor an inexhaustible and immense energy within, akin to an ocean of power. If harnessed for cultivation, it would undoubtedly yield remarkable results. Unfortunately, he was currently in a spectral state, rendering him incapable of absorbing the energy contained within. Thus, even if he kept the stone close, it appeared to hold little practical value. Furthermore, the possibility of returning to his original world remained uncertain. In his view, little Nezha's fondness for the stone stemmed merely from its aesthetic appeal. Surely, once the little one grew weary of playing with it, the stone would eventually find its way back to him. He mused, his heart swelling with delight. What a satisfying thought. At that moment, the elder's face lit up with joy, nearly bursting into laughter. However, in the very next instant, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. Little Nezha extended a chubby hand, firmly grasping the crystal, then closed his eyes, concentrating intently on perceiving the energy fluctuations within. Suddenly, an unbelievable occurrence transpired. The energy within the crystal surged forth like a torrential flood, pouring relentlessly into little Nezha's small frame. Witnessing this, the elder was left utterly speechless. As if struck by lightning, his jaw dropping to the ground in shock. "You can absorb the energy within the stone?" he gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief. Mouth agape as if an egg could fit inside. The composure he had maintained moments ago evaporated, replaced by profound astonishment and horror. In an instant, the entire space fell into an eerie silence, with only the elder's rapid breaths piercing through. At that moment, his mind felt as if it had been struck by a thunderbolt, leaving it blank. This event was far too sudden and extraordinary, entirely beyond his comprehension. However, just as this void persisted for a brief moment, the elder seemed to suddenly regain his senses, beginning to reassess the scene before him. It was then that he became acutely aware that the energy emanating from the crystal, which radiated an overwhelming aura, bore an uncanny resemblance to the essence residing within the young Nezha, who stood not far off. It was as if a mysterious connection existed between the two, akin to being of the same root and source, inseparable. How could this be possible? The elder could not help but draw in several sharp breaths, his astonishment crashing upon his heart like tumultuous waves. He shook his head in disbelief, his gaze fixated firmly on the young Nezha, struggling to comprehend the situation, utterly confounded. Before long, the young Nezha absorbed all the energy contained within the crystal, causing the once luminous stone to lose its vibrancy, rendering it no different from an ordinary rock. As the energy was absorbed, Nezha's aura also shifted, his power surging slightly. While the energy within the crystal might appear immense to others, for Nezha, it invoked a peculiar sensation, as if a fragment of lost strength had returned to him. "Old man, do you have any more stones?" Nezha grinned and inquired. "None." The elder's expression darkened, his mood decidedly sour. Nezha chuckled. "What is the point of being angry? I'll begrudgingly agree to let you be my master from now on." "Huh, begrudgingly you say? Let us not dwell on the past." The elder rolled his eyes, somewhat helplessly responding, "Since I am now your master, why not call me master and let me hear it? Calling you old man suffices, no need to fuss over details." Nezha retorted with a mischievous grin. "What a twisted fate," the elder sighed, shaking his head. "Old man, were you really formidable in your youth?" Nezha suddenly inquired, curiosity piqued. With a lift of his chin, the elder proudly declared, "In my day on the continent of combat, no one was unfamiliar with the name Yao Chun. The entire continent was my legend. Would you not say that is impressive?" Upon hearing this, Nezha could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter, his mirth ringing through the air like the chime of silver bells. "Ha! With your appearance, you dare claim to have made a name for yourself across the continent? I see no evidence of that." Unfazed by Nezha's taunts, Yao Chen merely stroked his grizzled beard, a serene expression crossing his face before he slowly replied, "Humph! What do you know, you young rascal? In my prime, I was a dashing and handsome figure, with countless beautiful maidens weeping and calling to embrace me. Yet I, the old man, never even cast them a glance." Nezha, upon hearing this, rolled his eyes in disdain, silently muttering, "With that appearance, you dare boast of how charming you once were? Indeed, it is utterly inconceivable to me. If you truly possess such remarkable abilities as you assert, how could you have descended to this pitiable state? Ah, if I were indeed as formidable as I claim, how could I find myself in such dire circumstances?" The elder, with a bitter smile, revealed a profound sense of melancholy. However, at that moment, young Nezha's thoughts suddenly shifted. He recalled the alchemical practices mentioned by the elder and was instantly filled with enthusiasm. His eyes sparkled as he eagerly approached the elder, exclaiming, "Hey, old man, didn't you just say you would impart the art of alchemy to me? Stop dawdling and get started." In response to Nezha's impatience, the elder remained composed, gently waving his hand as he explained at a leisurely pace, "Do not be hasty. Although your innate spiritual power is indeed extraordinary, and you harbor the essence of primal flames within you, I must first guide you in comprehending the essence of combat energy. Only then can you successfully join the ranks of warriors, after which I shall teach you a fire-based technique suited to your nature. Only in this manner can your path to alchemy truly commence." "Oh dear, this is so frustrating. What is all this nonsense? Why must I become one of those warriors? Why not simply teach me the art of alchemy directly? If I could effortlessly refine the medicine without needing all those cumbersome steps, how much easier it would be," young Nezha declared, hands on his hips, his head held high, brimming with confidence. Upon hearing this, the elder paused momentarily, then fell into deep contemplation. After a while, he slowly spoke, "Well, considering your perspective, it may not be without merit. Perhaps it is indeed worth a try. After all, the world we inhabit is vastly different from the continent of combat energy. Rigidly adhering to convention may indeed waste a considerable amount of precious time." However, after a brief pause, the elder continued earnestly, "Yet, even if such a possibility exists, you still require a suitable technique for your cultivation. Only then can you fully harness the inherent essence of fire within you and apply it more effectively, thereby significantly enhancing both the success rate and quality of your alchemical creations." After speaking, the elder, understanding the value of time, wished to avoid any delay. He produced a scroll from his robe and presented it to young Nezha, saying, "Take this and practice." "What is this?" Nezha furrowed his brow, looking utterly bewildered. The elder responded earnestly, "What do you mean? What is this?" "This is the technique I am imparting to you. It is a most formidable art, known as the burning decision. However, this technique possesses some exceedingly peculiar aspects. While it has the capacity for evolution, the risks it entails are considerable. Moreover, considering that this technique originates from my world, it remains uncertain whether it is truly suitable for a young one such as yourself to cultivate." However, before the elder Yao could finish his words, the impetuous little Nezha abruptly tossed the scroll back into Yao's hands, exclaiming with impatience, "Enough with the rambling. Just recite it for me, so I can see if I can master it." Upon hearing Nezha's declaration, Yao was momentarily taken aback, and then, as if suddenly recalling something, he couldn't help but cover his mouth and chuckle, teasingly remarking, "Oh dear, how could I forget that you, young lad, are utterly illiterate?" This comment darkened Nezha's expression, leaving him momentarily speechless. Noticing Nezha's reaction, Yao realized he might have gone too far with his jest. This little fellow was quite temperamental, unlike his other disciple, Shao. Thus, he quickly composed himself, adopting a serious demeanor, and hastily explained to Nezha, "Since you are so determined to cultivate this technique, I shall now recite it for you. As for whether you can achieve success, that will depend on your innate talent and fortune." With a wave of his hand, Yao unfurled the scroll and began to read aloud. Simultaneously, Nezha swiftly settled into a meditative posture, closing his eyes and entering a state of cultivation. At that moment, a remarkable phenomenon occurred. Nezha felt a dazzling array of golden characters materializing in his mind, gleaming like stars in the night sky. Even more wondrous was the fact that, despite the ancient and mysterious appearance of these characters, they felt as familiar to Nezha as long-lost friends, allowing him to comprehend them effortlessly. As time progressed, these golden characters began to intertwine and merge, forming a coherent set of cultivation mantras. Nezha focused intently on these characters, pondering their profound significance. Gradually, He seemed to grasp the deep meanings they held, and an indescribable power began to flow within him. Before long, Nezha suddenly opened his eyes wide, a spark of delight illuminating his expression. He sprang to his feet, exclaiming excitedly to Yao, "Old man, this technique isn't difficult at all. I merely practiced for a short while and managed to master it so easily. Indeed, my discerning eye remains as sharp as ever." Yao nodded in satisfaction, a hint of pride illuminating his features. With a mischievous glint in his eyes, Nezha grinned and asked, "Hey, do you have any other more interesting and entertaining techniques? Hurry and show me." Taken aback by Nezha's enthusiasm, Yao couldn't help but smile wryly. "As long as you wish to learn, in the future, I shall impart to you even more delightful techniques." The old alchemist chuckled softly, raising his hand to gently pat the little Nezha on the head. "You, my dear little one, are truly a delightful surprise. I had my reservations, fearing that this unique technique of our Douluo Continent would be beyond your physical constitution and innate talent. Yet, it seems I was overly cautious." Little Nezha, brimming with pride, stood up and stretched lazily, then straightened his posture, tilting his head back with confidence. "This is merely a fundamental skill, nothing to be alarmed about. Now, can we proceed to learn the art of alchemy? I can hardly contain my eagerness to give it a try." Chapter 49. Flames comparable to exotic fire. The old alchemist is astounded. A 3-year-old alchemist. Let us begin. With this proclamation, the old alchemist slowly ascended from the ground, eventually hovering steadily in midair. At that moment, a gentle and enigmatic aura of soul power radiated from him, enveloped in a faint halo. He waved his sleeve lightly, and in an instant, an array of peculiar herbs materialized, as if by magic. Following this, an ancient-looking alchemical furnace, emanating a subtle warmth, appeared before little Nezha. Standing a short distance away, Nezha's wide eyes were fixated on the bizarre herbs and the rustic furnace before him, his expression brimming with curiosity and anticipation. At this moment, the entire room was permeated with a delicate fragrance of medicinal herbs, interwoven with an undercurrent of tension and excitement that quickened the heartbeat. "Little one, for our first lesson today, we shall familiarize ourselves with herbs and the crafting of a basic elixir," the old alchemist declared seriously, pointing to a collection of faintly glowing plants on the table. Upon hearing this, little Nezha hurriedly trotted over to the table, and like a curious puppy, he sniffed eagerly. After a moment, he wrinkled his brow and murmured, "Oh dear, this scent is quite odd. It is far less pleasant than the sweet fruits I have tasted before." He then picked up a herb resembling a tentacle, his face contorted in distaste. "Humph, this looks just like a soul beast's claw. It's so hideous. Can it truly be edible?" As he spoke, little Nezha waved the herb around, seemingly intent on discarding it. Hearing this, the old alchemist nearly choked on his own breath. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at this innocent little creature, and with mild annoyance, he gently tapped Nezha's head, reproaching, "You little rascal. This is the incredibly precious illusory spirit grass. You cannot just treat it so carelessly. It plays a vital role in stabilizing the fluctuations of spiritual energy within the elixir, allowing its effects to be fully realized. It is immensely powerful." Little Nezha, feeling a bit embarrassed by the words of the old pharmacist, scratched his head shyly, his lips twitching slightly as he hurriedly placed the illusory spirit grass back in its original position. Following this, the long-awaited practical session finally commenced. The old pharmacist took a deep breath, and then, with hands moving like the shadows of a phantom, he swiftly began to form seals. As his hand gestures transformed, a pure white flame, exuding a gentle radiance, slowly ascended from his palm and hovered steadily beneath the alchemical furnace. This flame resembled a blossoming white lotus, beautiful and enigmatic. Witnessing such a wondrous sight, little Nezha's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape, as if it could accommodate an egg. He stared intently at the white flame, murmuring to himself, "Wow, this flame is simply exquisite. I have never seen anything like it before." Upon hearing Nezha's exclamations of awe, the old pharmacist could not help but smile smugly, a hint of pride gracing his features as he proclaimed, "Ha, young one, this is no ordinary flame. This is a rare fire that I have painstakingly acquired. Utilizing it for alchemical concoctions will yield remarkable results. It is indeed a treasure of great rarity. Most people have neither seen nor even heard of such extraordinary flames. I have a flame too," little Nezha declared, extending his hand to reveal a flame that immediately flickered to life in his palm. The old pharmacist was taken aback, exclaiming, "What kind of flame is this?" Though he could not discern its exact nature, he could clearly perceive that little Nezha's flame was not ordinary. The energy it contained was comparable to that of rare fires. "How did you come by it?" he inquired, I just summoned it, and here it is. Little Nezha replied innocently, scratching the back of his head. The old pharmacist urged. Enough chatter, let us begin the alchemy. Little Nezha's face lit up with excitement, his eyes sparkling with eagerness as his pudgy little hands itched to reach for the neatly arranged herbs and the alchemical furnace. Observing his urgency, the old pharmacist casually joined him at the furnace, cautioning, "Child, remember to regulate the soul power within you. Place the herbs into the furnace one by one in the correct order. Do not rush and pour them all in at once." Upon hearing this, little Nezha nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a rattle drum as he repeatedly affirmed, "Got it, got it." Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he extended his right hand, gingerly lifting a fragrant herb as if it were a rare treasure. Then, with his eyes tightly shut, he concentrated, striving to awaken the latent soul power within him, and gradually infused it into the herb he held. Once he sensed the harmonious fusion of soul power and herb, little Nezha opened his eyes and gently approached the alchemical furnace. Just as the young Nezha was poised to place the herbs into the alchemical furnace, his heart began to race uncontrollably, as if he could hear the thunderous beat of his own heart. At last, summoning his courage, he slowly inserted the herbs into the furnace. However, the moment the herbs made contact with the fiercely burning flames, a resounding boom erupted from within the furnace, and a thick plume of black smoke burst forth. Taken completely by surprise, Nezha was startled and stumbled backward like a frightened rabbit, retreating several steps until his back collided with the wall. At that moment, his eyes widened in terror and confusion, his mouth slightly agape as he stammered, I didn't exert much force. How could this happen?" He then cast a pitiable glance at the elderly apothecary standing nearby, hoping for a reasonable explanation. The apothecary, shaking his head in resignation, approached with a wry smile. He first circled the furnace, scrutinizing it carefully, then lifted the lid to peer inside. After a moment, he turned to Nezha and spoke earnestly. "You little rascal, though you did not apply much force, your impatience was excessive. Look, the herbs have been completely scorched due to the overwhelming soul energy you infused. But fret not, we shall try again. This time, you must steady your mind.